experience, and then you basically launch with the end user. So this is just a quick walkthrough about this. Now let's quickly see demo of dashboard, right? So we are talking about dashboard. So let's first see, how a typical intranet would be. Okay, this is a bad intranet. Okay, do not design this kind of intranet. This is a sample intranet. But overall, if you see here, what we have is on the top, consider this as your news, right? On the left hand side, what we are seeing is if you wanted to put some timer ticker about your event or conferences, which is going to be there. Here I'm showing one example of embedding a Power Apps, okay, within your SharePoint page. Okay, so you can build, kind of automate your business process applications and embed that into SharePoint page. On the left hand side, again, you are seeing upcoming events. Then this is the dashboard. So what you are seeing is dashboard. If you see the small pieces which are there, they are called cards. Okay, they are called adaptive cards. And then you can add your conversation reference and quick links, etc. Okay, so this is how a typical internet would look like when you are viewing outside of Teams, right? Now, if you talk about dashboard, so what you do is once you set up your home site as when you set up a SharePoint as a home site, within these settings you get an option to manage your Viva connections. Once you click on manage Viva connections, because I have already created a dashboard, it is allowing me to view the dashboard, right? But otherwise it will ask me to create a dashboard. And once you click on create a dashboard, it will typically create a SharePoint page from where you will be able to go and customize it. Okay, and then this is the dashboard page which we are talking about. Okay, now if you see, these are the same card which was been displayed on the page. Okay, so here you come, you customize your adaptive cards, and to add a new adaptive card, what you do is you click on edit on the page. Okay, and then there is an option to add card, right? Now you see here, these are all the adaptive cards which are available. Anything which you are seeing, SSN logo, which is kind of a SharePoint SN logo, are the custom cards which I have built as a demo or part of my solution. But anything which has a unique icon like approvals, assigned tasks, Viva learnings, web links, are default provided by Microsoft, which they have created, which we can quickly use it, right? Now, to add a particular, card, what you have to do is you have to just click on a particular card, and it is just getting added, right? And you can make the card configurable. It means we as an intranet creator or as a developer would be able to give certain configuration options also within to set up the card, so it means that why you need configuration. You need configuration because of reusability. Consider everything, most of the time which we are building, if we provide some configuration options and make our project, our app or our website dynamic, you would be able to reuse that particular solution somewhere else also, and basically make it customizable to a different content, to target it to a different content or website, right? Now see, these are the cards as I was talking about, and this is the dashboard, correct? Now a typical card which we add can be have of two size. It can be of medium size or it can be of large size. Okay, we'll talk about it, what difference it makes. But if a particular card is of large size, you see this is the large size card which is getting displayed, right? And this is the medium size card which is getting displayed. Now the difference here is that medium size card would occupy less space. It means whenever you are designing it for your mobile, you can decide what kind of sequence you wanted to give. Okay, now, and the other thing is, you can have some buttons available. Okay, maximum you can put 2 buttons only if it is a large scale card. If it is a medium size card, you can only add 1 button onto that, and then you can give option to what you want to do when you click on the card. Now let us go back to the presentation. Okay, so now let's see adaptive card extension. So basically, as I was talking about, the cards which are there, right? Today we will see how you can extend the card, or you can create your custom cards, right? What is adaptive card extension? It's basically a way to extend your Via connection dashboard to provide custom experience, okay, It is based on a framework for SharePoint. How many of you have heard SharePoint? Anybody of you have heard SharePoint? Okay. So it's basically a framework through which you would be able to customize a SharePoint. So SharePoint is a product from Microsoft which provides out of the box capability, but there are ways to extend it because, many a times the products which are available in the market does not fit best for your requirement, and you would definitely need a way to customize it. So SharePoint framework basically gives us that particular option. And what you can do is you can bring data within your adaptive card. It means you can bring data from external systems within internal system using graphs and everything. Plus you can also push data back to the external system, right? What you have to do is you have to focus on the business component logic. So basically you don't have to worry about how the card is going to look like in the mobile, in the desktop, because you have limited option. What you can do is you can make, the card look good across all the devices and platform, right? So let's see different kind of views which in there, right? So we were saying, so this is the card view which you are seeing on the right hand side, which says, subject major update from something, and the pop-up which you are seeing is the quick view. Now card view is a single view which would be displayed as soon as the page is loaded, or as soon as the your team's dashboard is loaded. You can show only limited information there. It means you can only control what you can display. There are only three things which are available, which we will see. But once you click on it, then you can have a customized view which is called a quick view, where you can add multiple views with detailed information. You can give forms, you can provide buttons, you can provide images, etc., to show different kind of contents which is available. Now, three kinds of card layout, view and layout and size. First one is the basic card, which will only give you an option to set up the heading. Then you have heading plus image, and then you have heading plus description. Okay. Now let us see, one by one. The first one being the basic card view. So if you are seeing here, what you get is you get only a way to customize your heading. So what you are seeing it as an heading, which is paid time of available, that only you can customize. It means you can show only limited information. And why this kind of thing is required? You just wanted to, kind of put something in that card which will attract the user, right? You can just say, for example, that you have 4 pending tasks, right? If you see that, it means, it creates a certain curiosity in your mind. And what you would like to do, let me see what are the 4 pending tasks for me. And then what you can do is you could click on it, and then you see what are the pending tasks. So that is why you just provide a limited information within the card. Okay. And once it is in the medium size, it takes care of wrapping it. If you see, if it is in the medium size, because you can show only limited content there, it will automatically wrap it. If it is a large size card, it will basically display in the full view. Okay, the second one being the primary text card, right? In the primary text card, what you get is title, which we were seeing. Definitely you will get that. Plus you will get an option to add certain description also. So if you wanted to add certain additional information within this, and in this example, if you see, it says that there is a 15 days time of available. It means you have 15 days leave credit available in your thing, and you just add certain description to it, right? And third one being an image card view, basically image card view, where you can display single image on top or on the right hand side of it. Then you can only add title, you cannot add description to it. Okay, you can visit this link to see how you can design different kinds of cards which are available. Now let's talk about the quick view. Now quick view is the one, if you see, it will give you an advanced option to add detailed information about the card which you are building. Plus you would be able to also customize and show different images, information, create forms, buttons, functionality, etc., right? Here are few of the example. If you see, there is a quick view card which displays some passenger information. It displays some flight information about the passenger, how many stops are there from which city to which city, if there is any non-stop flight available, etc. Here you can see then there is a card which displays basically an option for you to display certain information about a particular task, and where you can set a due date also, right? And again, this, so you can see the possibilities, like how you can make the card more beautiful and attractive when you are basically kind of customizing it, right? Adaptive card is basically kind of small snippets of UI which is based on JSON code. You might be aware of JSON, right? What you do is you design your card using JSON, plus you provide input to your cards using JSON, and dynamically it makes the final UI which would be available to the user, right? And the good thing about adaptive card is, that it can be openly exchanged. So adaptive cards are being right now used in many places like Outlook, Teams, at other places where you can, build this. And the good thing about adaptive card, as I said, you don't have to worry about UI, you don't have to worry about how to make good look in the mobile or desktop or tablet or any kind of view. Okay, UI is surface built with JSON code, and you can design it using adaptivecards.io. Okay, you can go. Okay. So what I will do is, things to know. You need to know SPFX, adaptive card, and React. Okay. Let's quickly see how you can create an SPFX based solution. So what you do is, we use Yeoman generator to basically generate the project, which is again SharePoint framework based project, right? There is an option called adaptive card extensions. Once you choose an adaptive card extension, you get different kind of options available on, which template do you want to use, and there you can choose whether you wanted to have basic, primary, or image card. Okay. uh, Now let's quickly do a code walkthrough. Okay, I'm not going to take much time, but what I have done is, I have a pre-configured solution which is available, right? Which has been developed. This is a code which is generated by Yeoman. I have not customized at any point in time. Let's see few important things here. First thing is, any adaptive card would be derived from a base adaptive card extension, right? And within the init function, what you do is, you have to register your views, which are your card views or your quick views, to uniquely identify it, right? Then from here, you would be able to prepare the property pane configuration. It means you would be able to provide different property configuration options which are available. Then what we do is, let's see card view, right? The card view would be extended using primary text card view. Then there is a property called, there is a method called data, through which you would be able to basically uh, provide the title and description of it, right? Now what I have done is, I have run the solution, and this is the card which is, how it is looking like, right? And you can customize it. You can say, okay, I wanted to have a large size card, so put a large size card, right? And if you see, this title is coming from somewhere, right? So the title is coming from here, and if I just change it to, welcome to conference, and I save it, okay, it would be live reload. And once you go back again, and once you refresh your page, it will change the title here. Similar way, you can provide the description also. Okay, you can make the description dynamic, and you can provide description here. Then you have to say what you have to do when a card is being clicked, right? So what I'm doing is, I have set up an external link. So once you click on the card, I'm saying that I wanted to open a website, and let's open, C# corner conference website, which you guys have seen. Then this is what you do when you click on a quick view. So it basically displays an detailed view about your information. How quick view is configured? It is basically configured using a quick view template. So quick view is again derived from, a base adaptive card view. You give your data to it. Data can be given in a JSON format. It means it just not should be limited to title or subtitle, but you can provide detailed information about. And then this is where you say where your schema would be, your JSON schema would be, right? In our case, the adaptive card is very simple. What it is displaying, it is just displaying, title, and it is just displaying subtitle here, right? And with using adaptive card JSON, you can say, what would be your body, what kind of columns you wanted to add, etc. So if, for example, I wanted to add one more column to it, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to just paste it, right? And rather than having a dynamic content, I will just quickly say, okay, this is another column, and I'll just save it, right? You can make this text dynamic coming from your external system somewhere else, but for now, let us just use the simple text. And once you click and go and refresh your card, once you preview it, okay, you see there is another column which has got added, right? So more or less, the focus here would be that you design your card, and then you you get data from the external system, or within using Graph API, get data from within the internal system, and just display different dynamics adaptive cards, right? uh, how you are going to deploy it, right? So You create an SPFX package. Basically, you deploy a package to tenant or site level app catalog. Then you install the app to the targeted home site, which we talked about, and then you basically go and add cards to the dashboard. So and now if you see, I just wanted to quickly also show you the cards which I have customized, right? Because that is important to know what are the possibilities. Okay. Uh, the first card which we are seeing here is to, okay, the demo god has done his work. So this is an external API card. Okay, what it does is there is a public API which is available from where I'm picking up a random word and showing meaning of that particular word. Okay, so here data is coming from an external public website, and here you can see you have 4 assigned tasks which is getting data from the graph API by displaying it. And this is important. This is a dynamic adaptive card extension. You click on it, you would be able to show different views which is available. You would be able to add buttons, etc. to it. Then there is a flight itinerary sample which we are seeing. Then there is a restaurant sample where you would be able to display today's menu, today's food item menu, etc. There is a weather compact card where you would be able to show the weather. And this is an image gallery sample where you'll be able to show different. So these are, I wanted to show that you can basically use an quick view to display an advanced view, advanced detailed information about your product. Okay, having said that, I think my time is up. If you have any questions, anything, please let me know. And you can reach out to me on this social handles if you want to connect with me. Thank you for listening, and have a great and funful day today. Sorry, sir. आपका ज़्यादा टाइम ले ले.
No, this session was already started late.
Yeah. एक ही मिनट क्या क्या लगा है, बहुत कुछ लगा है. आपको चाहिए कुछ?
हाँ, HDMI आउटपुट बस दे दो.
एक ही मिनट है सर. हाँ, कोई बात नहीं. ये बस लगा दी.
पीछे
Thank you so much, Mr. Siddharth Voghastia. The session was really informative. Okay, so our next speaker is Mr. S. Ravi Kumar. He's a solution architect and a technology advisor. So he'll be providing a session on getting started with NET MAUI. So can we just give a big round of applause?
Good morning, everyone. I hope the Josh is high. Good. So today we are going to talk about introduction to MAUI. We'll be talking about MAUI. So let's see one by one what's in the agenda today. So first we'll see what is MAUI. I'll explain you what is MAUI, how does MAUI work and everything. Then we will talk about what is the difference between MAUI and Xamarin Forms. Then we'll talk about what is the difference between MAUI and Blazor. Then we'll talk about who should learn MAUI. So for whom the MAUI should be there to learn. Then we'll talk about why you should learn MAUI, because MAUI is the new thing. So I'll tell you one by one. And then we'll talk about what are the prerequisites of learning MAUI. So what you should have already present with you, or what you should know already before learning MAUI. So we'll be talking about that. And then I'll be giving you a learning roadmap, that how, if you already have those prerequisites, then how you can learn MAUI and how you can move ahead. So it will be a full roadmap of learning MAUI, everything, what you can do with MAUI, all you can learn by following that roadmap. and then I'll show, if the time permits, I'll show you sample application demo. So let's start with the first thing, that is, what is MAUI? So if you go through the Microsoft definition, the Microsoft definition says that the MAUI is an open source app platform from Microsoft for building modern, performant, and multi-platform iOS, Android, Mac OS, Windows applications with C# and .NET from a single shared code base. So but it's not a hybrid framework, it's a native application framework. So the application which you will develop using MAUI, that will be a native application which will run on your iOS or Android or Windows, everywhere. So it's a cross-platform development framework. What does this mean? In simple words, it's a cross-platform development for creating native mobile and desktop applications. By native, I mean that when you run that application on the device, it will look like it is the application which is developed using the native technology of that particular device. So let's say if you are using iOS device, iPhone, so if you run a MAUI application on iPhone, it will look like that iPhone, the app is developed using the technology that is Xcode. Xcode is the IDE, technology that is Objective-C or your the Swift. So you can the UI will look like just that it has been developed using Swift or Objective-C. So it's completely native. Same goes with Android also. So if you run on Android, it will look like that you have used either Java or Kotlin to create that Android application. So the UI will look completely native. Same goes with desktop application also, that if you run on Windows, it will look like that it is a regular WinForms application. If you run on your Mac OS, it will look like that it is a regular Mac OS application built with your Swift application, Swift framework. So I'm calling so many times MAUI, MAUI, MAUI. So what does MAUI stands for? MAUI stands for Multi-Application User Interface Framework. So MAUI is basically, it's a abbreviation of Multi-Application User Interface Framework. It's the new framework provided by Microsoft to create cross-platform mobile and desktop application. Let's see how does MAUI work. So when we see MAUI application, you can see here that we have different frameworks, different platforms like Android, iOS, Mac OS, and Windows. These are all officially supported frameworks. So Microsoft support application development using MAUI and for all these platforms. So you can, if you develop a MAUI application, it will run on all these platforms. Apart from that, MAUI applications can also run on your Tizen OS. Tizen OS is your OS provided by Samsung, which runs on Samsung watches as well as Samsung TVs. So it also runs on Tizen OS. It also runs on Linux, but Linux and Tizen OS is not supported by Microsoft. Only these four frameworks are officially supported by Microsoft. Tizen OS is primarily supported by Samsung, and your Linux is primarily supported by community. So if we see, your application code basically runs on all these platforms. And how does this run? That it will take you, so to run your application code, first goes through .NET runtime. So we have your latest .NET framework, that is .NET 6. So it will run through .NET runtime, and it will use the .NET base class libraries, and it will use the frameworks specific .NET library. So first it will run, your application code will first goes through .NET MAUI. So .NET MAUI is your primary platform. Then it will run through .NET for Android if it is an Android application. If it is a Mac OS or iOS application, it will run for .NET for iOS and Mac at least. If it is a Windows application, it will run for WinUI. So, and then it will internally use your .NET base class library and .NET runtime. This is how basically a MAUI application builds or runs at the time of compile time. On the it also supports ahead of time compilation. So on the device, don't think that all this process will happen on your device. All this process will happen during the time of development. Once the development is done, once it is provided or it is ported on your device, installed on your device, it will run as a native application. So the performance is equal to native. And for developer, it will just look like this, that you have to just write the code for app code for using .NET MAUI platform. What does .NET MAUI platform provides you? So if we see here, it has very rich library of user controls. It provides you 40 plus controls. It provides you navigation, so different kind of navigation. When we talk about mobile application, we have different kind of navigation. There is tab navigation, there is fly out navigation. So what does this fly out navigation means? Fly out navigation means that you have that hamburger icon on the top of your like mobile app. So that hamburger icon, when you click on that, your slide out or fly out menu comes on. So that is your fly out navigation is there. Bottom tabs is there. So at the bottom, I can give you example. If you run this C# Corner conference application, the hamburger menu is there, the flyout menu is there. It is, even though it is a web application, but the look and feel will be, because it is using web technologies, but look and feel will be of native if we develop it using MAUI. Similarly, we have bottom tabs, we have top tabs. So tabs are like different tabs. And then we have hierarchical navigation also. So all these different kind of navigations are available. Hierarchical navigations is most popular in desktop application. It's not that much popular in mobile applications. It has different adaptive layouts. So when we talk about layout is basically a way to showcase your device controls. So how you set up your application UI, that is basically the base UI is called layout, and it provides different kind of layout. You have relative layout, you have data grid layout, you have different kind of, all the different kinds of absolute layout. So all the different kind of layouts are available to design your screen in different ways. Apart from that, if you want to develop multilingual application, even if you want to develop Arabic applications, it provides right to left support also. So there is like, if you regular application runs from left to right, but if you want to write Arabic or Urdu application, that will be developed using right to left support, and that support is also available in MAUI. So you can also develop multilingual applications using MAUI. It has semantic accessibility also. I'm sorry, that word is different. So if you see here, this is the home page of MAUI. It has all the things like .NET MAUI open source framework for building Android, run iOS and macOS application. It shows the compatibility. It shows different layout, user interface concepts, other concepts, controls, scores. This is the documentation page of MAUI, and you can, if you go through, I'll provide the link at the end of the session. And if you go through that link, you can go through all the documentation, how you can learn MAUI and everything. So let's now discuss about other things like what is the difference between MAUI and Xamarin Forms. For those who don't know what is Xamarin Forms is also a cross-platform UI development library, cross-platform application development library, which is basically used to develop mobile application using C# and .NET. So Xamarin Forms is the old framework, and you can develop iOS, Android, Windows, and Tizen application. You can't develop macOS applications, you can't develop Linux application using Xamarin Forms. Officially, Xamarin Forms only support iOS and Android development and Windows development. And Tizen application, as I said, Tizen is mostly supported by Samsung. So Tizen is supported by Samsung, and you can develop only these three kinds of application, that is Android, iOS, and Windows application using Xamarin Forms. Apart from that, Xamarin Forms uses XAML and C# for creating UI. For those who don't know what is XAML, XAML full form is Extensible Markup Language. So XAML is an acronym, and it is primarily used, it was launched with WPF, that is Windows Presentation Foundation, back with Windows 8. So it is very old framework, and XAML basically looks like XML. So XAML is again XML based language. So it is used to design UIs, and in Xamarin Forms, we use XAML, or we can use C# to design our UI. The new feature developments in Xamarin Forms have been stopped because Xamarin Forms is the old framework. Xamarin was actually the actual company which was basically providing your cross-platform mobile application development using C# and .NET. Then Microsoft bought Xamarin in 2016. And recently, they changed this Xamarin to MAUI. So basically, Xamarin Forms is an old framework, and MAUI is your next framework. Again, another thing, it's kind of a technical thing. It's only the developers who are working in Xamarin Forms know that in Xamarin Forms, you have multi-project structure. So earlier, when I used to present about Xamarin Forms, I used to show that the solution structure or the application structures look like you have to one base UI project, then you have iOS project, then you have Android project, and then you have Windows projects. So you have different project structures, and that was again a tough thing to maintain. And hot reload is an add-on feature. So for those who don't know what is hot reload is when you are developing an application. While developing the application, you can, whatever UI changes you do, that UI changes is reflected directly on the UI. So that feature is called hot reload, and that feature was added in Xamarin Forms very late in the market. And because of that, Xamarin Forms was not that popular. Flutter gained more popularity than Xamarin Forms, and it is more popular in the startups. But now this has been added to Maui. So let's see what is there in Maui. When we talk about Maui, it's the next version of Xamarin Form. As I said, that Microsoft bought Xamarin, and they now changed this Xamarin Forms or Xamarin Forms UI library to Maui. It's the new version of Xamarin Forms. It is again a cross-platform application development framework, as I said, just like Xamarin Forms. But with this framework, you can develop iOS, Android, Windows, Mac Catalyst, and Tizen applications. So you can, the added support is of your desktop application, which is your Windows and Mac OS. Earlier, only Windows desktop applications were supported, but now Windows and Mac OS, both desktop applications are supported. And it uses Maui XAML. So Xamarin Forms XAML is again Xamarin Forms XAML. So in XAML, what happens, as I said, that XAML is basically a XML based language. So whenever we are using XML, when we have to show the XML, when we have to pass that XML, we use a thing called XSD. That is, I forgot the full form of XSD. So XSD is primarily used to parse your XML files. So that thing is different in your Xamarin Forms XAML, and that thing is different in your Maui XAML. So these are two different kind of XAMLs, but Maui supports Maui XAML. Apart from that, you can also create C#. Using C#, you can create the UI. And then another thing is beneficial for web developers who are developing Blazor applications, that you can also create cross-platform desktop and mobile applications using Maui as a host to Blazor. It follows single project structure. So you have one single project, and using that single project structure, you can build multiple applications. And it has hot reload available out of the box. So hot reload, which was an add-on feature later on to Xamarin Form, it has been added by default in Maui from the very first go. Now let's see the difference between Maui and Blazor. So first thing, let's understand what is Blazor and how does Blazor work. So Blazor, if you see, Blazor is a SPA-based SPA means single page architecture. So SPA-based framework for developing your applications, and it supports MVC and MVVM. So it's a UI framework for developing your web applications. There is no dependence on JavaScript. You can use C# and .NET to create Blazor applications. And it is used primarily to build web applications and website, desktop and mobile applications. So you can use Blazor with Maui to build desktop and mobile application, and you can use directly Blazor to build web applications. So that is the benefit of Blazor. And you can use Maui as a container to build hybrid applications. So the applications which are built with Maui and Blazor will be basically hybrid application where you will be running, it's kind of opening a website in a browser. So just like right now, C# Corner conference website, if you open it on your mobile, you can see that it looks like just a website. That website looks like mobile. That is, you can develop similar kind of thing using Maui Blazor, and it will be installed on your machine. So that particular thing you can get hybrid. Those applications are called hybrid application, and you can create hybrid applications using Maui and Blazor. Another thing is like a popular framework called Electron, that is used to create your cross-platform desktop application using web technologies. So that Maui is much more lighter than your Electron, and it is much more faster than Electron. Electron is a resource hog. And for those who don't know what are the applications built with Electron, your Visual Studio Code, your this Slack, all these, even Discord is also built with Electron. Now let's see what is the difference between MAUI and Blazor. So as I said, it's the next version of Xamarin Forms, built to create desktop Android applications. It's a cross-platform version, and you can develop iOS, Android, and Windows, Mac Catalyst, Tizen applications. It uses MAUI XAML. So the points are the same which I showed in your previous slide. But if you see, the main difference between Blazor and MAUI is that if you are a web developer, and if you want to be in web development, and if you want to develop also mobile applications, you can use Blazor, you can learn Blazor. But if you want to develop native applications, then you have to learn MAUI, and you have to use MAUI to build those applications. So who should learn MAUI? That's the bigger question, that who should learn MAUI? So Xamarin and Xamarin Form developers, those who want to upgrade themselves, because Xamarin Forms is going it will be out of support in 2-3 years. So it is better if you want to use latest features, you should learn MAUI. C# developers, the primary C# developer who are desktop developers. So those people who have developed C# desktop application, be it using WinForms, be it using WPF, be it using UWP, those developers will very easily learn MAUI, and they should move to MAUI so that they can develop, not only they add their features, their capability to not only develop desktop application, they can also develop mobile applications. Anyone who wants to develop mobile applications. So the last part is for whoever is interested in developing mobile applications, they can learn MAUI. And now next thing is why you should learn MAUI. That is the bigger question, that why you should learn MAUI. So see, as per industry experts, 80% of future products and application will be developed as mobile first. Their approach will be, first they will launch mobile application, then they will launch the desktop applications. So the future is mobile application is growing day by day, because data consumption is easy. Your mobile devices are now running like a small computer on your palm, so it is very easy to use or consume mobile applications. So future, almost all of your 80% products will be developed using mobile applications. So, and MAUI is a cross-platform mobile development framework, so it is better to learn about that. Second, C# is a very good language. It is on the top 5 of IEEE languages in 2022. Third, .NET Core versatility and performance. .NET Core is very versatile. Using .NET Core or .NET 6, you can develop any kind of application. So MAUI is just a base, C# or .NET is just a base, but if you learn C# and .NET, you can develop any kind of application, be it mobile, be it desktop, be it web, be it AI/ML. You can develop any kind of application, even games using Unity. So you can develop any kind of applications using .NET framework. You will get the performance. You can see how it is 10 times faster than Node.js. It is 1.5 times faster than Java. It is 50 times faster than Django Python framework. Even your machine learning applications, most of the machine learning applications, the models are trained using Python, but they are deployed with ML.NET. So those kind of things are there. Another benefit is like for .NET developers, that .NET developers can use existing .NET libraries which are available at NuGet package. So NuGet packages have around more than 50,000 or 1 lakh packages are available, and most of them are open source. Many of them are paid also, but you can use all those libraries and feature in your MAUI application. So if you learn MAUI, you can get the facility or features from these .NET libraries. And last but not the least, it is backed by the $1 trillion company, that is Microsoft. So what you should know to learn MAUI? The prerequisites for learning MAUI development: you should know about basic of C#. You should know how to write a C# application. Apart from that, you should have the knowledge about data access. So how you can access data from any particular database using .NET. You can use any kind of library like Entity Framework, or ORM library like Dapper or Entity Framework, or you should know about ADO.NET. Then you should have now we are talking about the hardware requirement, that we should have a Windows application, Windows machine with Visual Studio 2022 and MAUI workload installed. Basically, Mavi workload is the primary workload which runs. And then if you are planning to build iOS application, then you should also have a Mac. But it is not necessary that you should have a Mac like top MacBook or something. You can even use Mac Mini, or there are services available like Mac in Cloud, which is paid available at I think $25 per month, using which you can build your Mavi application. So just for building, because for Mac it is a requirement, for building iOS application it's a requirement that you should have a Mac with you to build that, because Xcode is primarily used to build your iOS applications. So you will require Mac in Cloud or Mac in your network if you want to build an iOS application using Mavi. So that's a requirement only for iOS. But if you are planning to just build Android applications or Windows application or Linux application also, for that you can only use Windows machine. That will do. So these are the only things. And now this is the Mavi learning roadmap. So if you have to go through, this is kind of, if you have full time available, if you have just 2 years of experience in .NET, in 5 days, this is like kind of 5 days training plan or 4-day training plan, where you can follow this training plan and you can develop Mavi applications. So the first step is you have to learn the basics, that is Mavi introduction. Kind of basics I have already covered, that is the first 3 steps, that is Mavi introduction, Mavi versus Xamarin Forms I have already explained in this session. Then basic structure of Mavi Forms application, I'll show that. Introduction to Mavi XAML, these all are basics. Then after that, the step 2 will be you have to learn about layout, view cell, basically UI designing, that how you can design UI using Mavi and XAML. Third step would be like how you can access data. So if you want to give offline data access, so how you can do all those things that you can do using like that is the third step. And the fourth step would be to accessing native feature like taking a picture, taking geolocation, geofencing, or you can, if you want to do different kind of application, different languages, so localizations, so all those things you can use using Mavi. And in some places I have used Xamarin, because Mavi is the next version of Xamarin. So basically we are kind of using some of the Xamarin tools also here. So how you can get started, or what is your next step, what should be your next step to learn about Mavi? You can get started by installing Visual Studio 2022 with Mavi development roadmap workload. So that is kind of a software requirement. Then you can go through the official site docs, and if you see this learn.microsoft.com, you can see this .NET Mavi has everything. I like the screenshot I showed you earlier, that was the thing. But the second thing right now which I'm showing you, that is participate in Mavi Cloud Skills Challenge. So this Mavi Cloud Skill Challenge is currently going on, or I think it has finished, but you can still follow this challenge to learn Mavi, and it has like 4 or 5 hours plan blog. It's basically textual content. You can go through it, you can learn how to create Mavi applications. So you can follow this challenge, and if you follow this challenge and complete this challenge, you might get a chance to win like a certification voucher. So that also you can get. And apart from that, if you want to learn what is available there in community, you can follow this URL which I have given. So I will give you a pro tip here, that if you want to learn about any technology, just Google about awesome plus that technology. So here I just search for awesome Mavi, I got this link. So similarly, if you want to learn about any technology, you can just search Google awesome or that particular framework, and you will get a curated link of articles like this. So at the end, I will just tell you that .NET is your platform for building any kind of application. You can see here, you can build desktop, web, mobile, cloud, games, IoT, AI, all kind of applications you can build using C# and .NET. So I think that's all from my side. My time is up, so I won't be showing any demo. Otherwise, I should have shown the demo, but unfortunately, my time is up. So if you have any question, you can reach back to me, and I'll be happy to help you guys. Have a nice day.
चलो जी
like mouse mover. Yep. So telling me this is next. This is previous and this is lighter, right?
Pointer. Not use the pointer.
So pointer काम नहीं करेगा. Sure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravi. I think I already can sense a really high positive energy inside the room that you have built up. It was a really insightful session. So our next speaker is Mr. Rajiv Jha. He's a consultant and architect, technical trainer, speaker, and AWS certified. So today he'll be providing us knowledge on Net6 manual API, including Swagger in detail. So can we have a big round of applause for Rajiv?
Hey everyone, good morning. How's the Josh? Nice. So today we are going to understand minimal API concept. I just mentioned it here as a .NET 6, and the reason being is that minimal API launched last year, part of .NET 6 only, right? That's why I just mentioned as a .NET 6 minimal API. And I'm sure that whoever have already worked on any of the, let's say, APIs, controller-based API, you will be quickly able to understand. And I guarantee that after this session, even you can go and build your minimal APIs, right? It's very easy, pretty easy, but very optimized, performative solution built by Microsoft, right? And if you see, like nowadays, how technology are getting changed. So we started with framework. After framework's core, in the core also had many versions, WCF APIs. And now with the .NET 6, they have done the minimal API concept. And the reason being all that nowadays, the concept of microservice architecture is very big and very high, right? Everyone wanted to build a microservice architecture. So that was the main reason that why minimal API come in the picture by Microsoft. And if someone have already seen even this year, like the .NET 7 release, the preview release, there are, I will say, at least 30–40% of minimal API updates. So that means you could understand by the Microsoft minimal API the future. So probably they will replace these controller-based APIs, right? So you must have to adapt this new technology updates that how you can work with. If you are building any APIs in the Microsoft, then you should have understanding of minimal API, right? Then we'll also cover the Swagger configuration because minimal API is new, so how you could configure your Swagger with the minimal API. Then similarly, we'll also come to know what are the major updates you can get from a .NET 7, which is being launched by this year, end of this year, so that you could prepare yourself to start building that, right? So before we begin, any of you who have already worked on or let's say no minimal API from the audience? No? No problem. So I kept very simple slides, right? So as I guarantee that if you have already worked on your controller-based API, after this session, you can start building that. It's pretty easy. Just that you need to understand those concepts, right? So if you see .NET 6, when last year it released, so it was a long-term support. And the reason being that .NET 6 has a major upgradation from Microsoft. They added minimal API. They had major change in MAUI, what let's say Ravi just explained, right? They had a major update on the Blazor side. And that's why they released .NET 6 as a long-term support. Like previous we had .NET 5, that was a short-term support, like provided by Microsoft, only 1.5 year support. And then they just ended up. If you see, May 2021, I mean, it's a blur, I'm sorry for that, but May 2022, it's got ended, .NET 5 support by Microsoft as official, right? But .NET 6 is a long-time support. The second benefit, if you see, I mean, it's again blur, but it is by the Microsoft commitment that minimal API performance is twice faster than your controller-based API. That's a commitment from Microsoft. Now you can understand that if you are building an API, why not you go with the minimal API? Because every organization expects a performance. Your boss expect performance. Your business management expect performance. So why you not build your minimal API? Now, when and why I should use a minimal API? So as I said, whenever you have a use case of building a microservice architecture, you must go with minimal API instead of controller-based API, right? And reason being, it is a single file application. So that means if you wanted to build your minimal API, you can go do in one file everything. It will work. Like in controller-based application like MVC pattern, you have controller files, you have then defining your actions, then you have route files separately. You have too many things, right? But in minimal API, you have just program.cs. Inside that, you go define your routes, define your business logic. Of course, you can have your different layers of program based on your logics you wanted to separate, but as a technically, you can build everything in one file. That's the beauty of your minimal API. And it's very lightweight. And that's the reason why it gives you twice a faster performance compared to your controller API. Then, as I said, less number of lines you will feel in the minimal API. And then, other than that, whatever you are able to do with your controller-based API, everything you will be able to perform with your minimal API. So that means there is nothing you could say that, yeah, I cannot go and I cannot build or I cannot support this part of minimal API. That's why I will not go there. No, everything you can do. There are some things which you cannot do part of .NET 6 because, as I said, it's launched only in the .NET 6, right? So that means new. So there definitely will be something that they have not done part of .NET 6, but they are doing this in .NET 7. Probably whatever is still missed, they will do in the future release also. So like in API, everyone should know if you have created already, there are filters, like how you can wanted to track your, let's say, request before your actual API code execution. Similarly, you wanted to track something or do something after your API code execution, right? Before returning back to your client's response. So those filters are not there, part of .NET 6. Similarly, like part of your endpoint, if you wanted to upload a file, media files, or let's say your text or PDF, anything, that's again not part of .NET 6, but those are now part of .NET 7. Otherwise, major version, as I said, you can easily able to build, get, post, put, those kind of HTTP methods, defining your route, sending query string, posting your request body, how you do with your controller-based API, then defining your headers, defining your dependency injection, how you do with your .NET Core API is simple, then making your async controllers, then having authorization and any kind of package supported, you build with your control-based API. So everything is there with the minimal API. So now, see how you could start. So if you have already worked on Visual Studio, it's very simple. Go open and create a new web API project, right? When you start doing that, make sure your framework version is .NET 6. You select that because it's part of .NET 6 only, or you can continue with your .NET 7 preview version. And then by default, this checkbox is checked. If you see the yellow highlighted one, which talks about that you are creating your API as a controller based. So by default, it's checked. So it will give you old structure. But if you wanted to go with minimal API concept, just uncheck that checkbox and create it. Once you've done that, your API code base by default will be there. And that will have your default structure, only with the program.cs file, everything inside that. Where if you see the solution file, I mean, it's blur, I'm very sorry for that, but if you see this solution structure, it's having only program.cs. It's not having any folder. Like when you create your MVC-based application, you have your folders having controller, then you have your app config, something like that, but it having just a program.cs. And inside that, your endpoint is there. Like my first endpoint is having just a weather forecast report. That's the default endpoint, right? It gives you everything. When you run, it open up the Swagger, you'll be able to run that. That's how you can go and create your very first minimal API, right? Now, if I'm going to create, let's say, just practical demo that how I can go and create, let's say, get API, post API, put API, those kind of things, right? So to do that, what you exactly need to, so if you see again, I'm doing everything in a program.cs, right? Single file application, as I said. So to support that, what I simply did, I created one user manager class. Inside that, I put some methods for doing a get user method, like which is actually returning list of users. Similarly, I'm adding a user, so I'm just posting a user class as a request body. And similarly, I am having one more method that is an async method, so that I can give you a demo of async also, that how you can define your async controllers, right? So those all are my methods. Now, when you go to the program.cs where I'm defining the separate endpoint, so you see map app.mapGet. That means I am defining HTTP GET endpoints. How you do in your controller base, like you define your attributes, HTTP GET, HTTP post, something like that. So here you need to use app.get, app.postmap, those kind of defining your different routes. And then you put your routes here in the itself, that how you wanted to have your routes of your endpoints. Then you have a function bracket. And that function bracket says that, okay, how many query strings you wanted to put, or you have any, let's say, the complex type objects as a request post body that you wanted to put inside that function bracket. And then last part is your response part, that where you can have your logics integrations, right? So very first API we see health check beat, which is just a single line endpoints. In the single line, I am returning I am alive. So if you hit this route on the browser, it will just give you I am alive because I'm returning a string value part of that endpoint. So that means you are able to create your first get endpoint in one line. No more further code. So very less number of lines, right? That's why it's lightweight. Second, where I am calling my, let's say, user manager class. So I had my user manager class, part of my first screenshot. So I had just created object, if you see, where user manager equals to new user manager. So here I'm not doing dependency injection. I'm just making simple object. With that object, inside the endpoint itself, I am calling user manager get users, my second endpoint. So that means it will give you list of users. I'm calling my one of the functions. Third endpoint, where I'm actually defining query string. So how you could define your query string part of minimal API, right? So there are two ways you can define query string. Part of your route, either you use the braces and put your query string IDs, or you could define without a braces. So without braces, if you wanted to define, so that's how you can define part of your function bracket where just put your input parameters names, right? And then if you see in the right, that how your request will look like. If you have your braces part of your endpoints in the route, that means you have to pass your query string as a slash, right? If you don't have your braces, you are just putting your input parameter part of your function method, then it will be like a question mark, right? How you use as a query string. So that's how you're able to send your query string. Then the next method is that where I am actually passing my JSON post body. So I am creating a post type method that is add user. So I have defined app.post map post, and then I'm passing user as a user request parameter so that I can pass as a JSON body while I'm requesting. Then the next last one is, let's say, where I'm defining actually the async. So I had my async method, which I wanted to be part of my async controller. So I'm just doing that simply before the function bracket, I'm having async. And then while I'm calling, I'm using await. So this is how you can able to define your async endpoint inside your minimal API, right? Now dependency injection. In the previous slide, if you see, I had just created a simple object, right? Without any dependency injection. Now, similar to .NET Core, in general, we all use a dependency injection, right? So part of minimal API, how you could achieve that. So simple, how you do in your MVC base, that's how you will register that, builder.services.add singleton or add scope. That's how you will register your classes. Then while you are accessing, let's say, for example, if you see in my endpoint, I'm accessing user manager.get users, my method. So underscore user manager is my object. How I'm getting object? I'm getting from service attribute. So part of my function bracket, I have to define from service attribute, and there I have just we call the function. So that's how you will be able to define your dependency injection. Now, if I wanted to pass a header, like the other use case, we generally have that, let's say, for example, you are building an API, you wanted to pass API token or auth token for a validation or any other information part of header. So how you could achieve that in your minimal API? Very simple. You need to use from header attribute. How you define your input query string? Similar to that, you will define your header input string, but you have to use from header attribute. If you use that attribute, that means that field will consider as a header information, not as a query string, and it's done. That's how you can achieve the header part. As I said, that similar to .NET Core or let's say controller-based API, you can use any other packages which we have already right now with part of your existing applications, or you wanted to suppose to build a new application. So for example, I created just one of the Fluent validation. So you could do that similar to your controller-based application here also with a minimal API. So just I used, let's say, Fluent validation, ASP.NET Core, the package, part of my solution to create that Fluent validation. Then like I was doing an add user where I was passing user class as an input body. So I wanted to have a validation that my name should not be empty and at least 5 character, like minimum length is 5 character. So I defined my very first rule, the first screenshot, as a fluent validation rule, that name not empty and minimum length is 5. And then part of your program.cs where I am doing my API calls, I have to first register my fluent validation, and then I have to apply that validation rule what I have created part of my endpoint. That's it. So if you see, I had registered in my second highlighted one, and in the part of API, I just applied that fluent validation, and it will work as it is how you experience with your controller-based endpoints. So it's quite similar, right? You just need to understand the structure, that how it work in the minimal API. Otherwise, you will be able to do everything you do with your controller-based APIs. Now, Swagger configuration. So Swagger configuration had bit improved part of .NET 7, but if you're working with the .NET 6, then how you able to do that? So this is how you will be able to do that. You have to use your Swagger buckle.asp.code.annotation package, part of your solution first, and then with the help of .metadata, you able to define your endpoint, description, and summary. So where you have your endpoint in your program.cs, after endpoint, just define dot with metadata. Inside that, you'll put your summary and description, and that will reflect on your Swagger page, part of that API, right? Then if you wanted to define, let's say, a Swagger documentation for your request body. So for example, I was having add users, right? So I was passing a user class. So if I wanted to have a documentation available for that particular class, how I can do that? I can do that again with the help of Swagger schema attribute, right? I will use that attribute part of my class, or let's say particular field, able to that, and I can put my string information, whatever you wanted to display part of my Swagger page. So that will again reflect on my, if you see, this was my schema, like a add user schema. There I could see my details. So that means whosoever utilizing my APIs, they can get all those information from a Swagger page itself. I don't need to create or share any PDF or Word file to share with them, right? So that's how you able to define that, the Swagger configuration part of .NET 6. Now, as I said, so that's how I'm sure now you guys be able to know that part of .NET 6 minimal API, whatever in general you need, everything is there, right? You able to define everything. Now, part of .NET 7, what do you have? Part of the minimal API, which is coming by end of this year. So as I said, part of .NET 6, you don't have file upload support. But with the .NET 7, you're able to do that now. While you're creating the endpoints, you could use your iForm file, the handler, and you'll be able to do that. So those all are supported, either using an iForm file with a single file upload, iForm collection, multiple file upload, or either the stream for large file. So all of them are supported by .NET 7 now. So you can try with this preview version. Similarly, let's say, for example, I have multiple query strings, like number of ints or number of string, or let's say composite types. So part of .NET 6, I can go and define my multiple number of input parameter part of function body, right? But I don't know the count. It could be 5, it could be 10, right? So I can define an array, correct, as an input parameter. But that array is not part of .NET 6. So that is again part of .NET 7. So if you see the structure, that how you can apply, I have just defined one app.mapget/IDs int array. And there I'm just having q as a one parameter. But while I'm requesting, I'm passing 2 information. So inside that business logic, I can just like pull all those array based on the length, array length, right? I can pull that. So similarly, I can have a string array, and I can have my other, let's say, composite. Even I can pass class as an array, and then I can get all those class information based on the class length and count while I'm iterating inside that object. So this is also supported part of .NET 7. Now, as I said, the filter is one of the crucial thing part of any of the either the application or either the API, because you wanted to modify something before going to your server, or let's say you wanted to modify something before going to your client back, right? So that is again supported in .NET 7. In .NET 6 also you able to do that, but you have to do your custom middleware logics, right? You have to write your own logic and concept part of middleware. But as a technically, that was not part of .NET 6, but now part of .NET 7 is pretty easy. If you see part of your endpoint, I am having /filter before, after, just a route I have defined part of endpoint. I have to apply add endpoint filter. Whatever the number of filters I wanted to apply, I just follow this one sections, right? Add filter. Inside that add filter, so this is the screen. If you see, next call. Before this line, your previous execution. After this line, your after execution. That means before the next call, whatever I will write, it will do everything before it going to actual my API call. And then on next call, it will go to find the next filter if I have. If I don't have a filter, then it will go to API call. Once API call is done, again come back to my that flow, the next flow, and it will execute the rest of the piece code, and that's done. So that's how filter will work. So if you see the output, I'm having two filters of my one API. So first executed my first filter, second filter, then go to my endpoint, then again come back to my second filter, first filter, and that's it. So this is how you will be able to apply your filters part of .NET 7 with the minimal API, right? So those all are crucial things that have been done that. Now, as I said, the Swagger API documentation improved a lot part of .NET 7, because in .NET 6 also you're able to do that, but you have to use namespace, and then you have to use different attributes and metadata, right? But with .NET 7, just with the with Open API method, you apply that. So part of your endpoint, just go use this method. Inside that, define your summary, description. If you have a, let's say, input parameters, and you wanted to define, so for example, I have query string user ID, or let's say name, something like that. So I can just put it my parameter, and for a parameter, I can put it a description. And this is how it will reflect on my Swagger page, whatever information I will be putting here. So it's pretty easy now, again in the .NET 7. So this is how, again, the Swagger information got improved. Now, the last thing is, let's say, .NET 7 is still coming by end of this year, right? But today, if you wanted to start minimal API, so what do you exactly need? Or let's say you have your application controller-based API, and if you wanted to migrate to, let's say, minimal API, or let's say .NET 6, what do you exactly have to do? So very simple. One thing is that if you have even a .NET Core, let's say, controller-based API, you can migrate to .NET 6. It's not mandatory that you have to convert into minimal API. So everything is supported. If you wanted to just upgrade the version, and I wanted to run only control-based, no problem, you can do that. But if you wanted to support a minimal API concept, then you have to rewrite your controller level information with the program.cs. That is manual you have to do. Right now, there is no tools supported by Microsoft that you, let's say, for example, do a refactoring or kind of rewrite part of that tool. That is something you have to do manually. So first, you have to upgrade your target framework. Then you have to upgrade the packages, because sometimes it happens that, let's say, some packages which is supported in the lower version, which is not in the upper version. So you have to upgrade that also, or you have to replace that with the relevant package names. Then similarly, you need a hosting models of the .NET runtime. And there is also document reference that if you wanted to go, like, for example, if you have your API in .NET 3.1 and how you can upgrade, what prerequisites you need. So you can follow this link also. That is supposed by Microsoft. And that's it. Any questions? I will be happy to answer. Now or even you can reach out to me. Thanks. Done?
20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019, where our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019, where our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019, where our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019, where our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly served 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019, where our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers. We recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. Through our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. Through our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at csharpcorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 20
How's everyone doing today? How's everyone doing today? Wow, that's a lot louder. What are we thinking so far? How many people is first day here today? Nice. How many people is going to be there last day here? Oh, you're never coming back? Was it something Magnus said? Apparently we're doing an impromptu duo. Is Mahesh hiding? Isn't he supposed to be
He's
up
there.
here at some
He's
point?
like,
Oh, there he
he's
is.
looking busy. He's the
Oh,
boss. The
yeah,
boss
he's
is
super
looking
important.
busy. He's like, I'm busy. Yeah. Hey, it's good to be here. Do you want me to? I don't know. I could dance. No.
No, I'm not
No,
dancing.
no. Nobody wants to see that.
No. Well, at least they fixed the screen.
Do you want to see Magnus dancing? He dances in the cloud.
I don't know how to dance. I can't dance. I can't do it.
Yes, 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 yes.
All right.
Don't
that's
even
it.
think about it. You ready to come up? Or should we get the crowd more warmed up for you?
Let's
think
give a round of applause to Mr. Maheshan and invite him on the stage, please.
Now you're ready.
Good morning. Looks like everybody's pumped up. This is awesome. Where did everybody leave? Magnus, Joe, DJ, you can't leave me here. Well, welcome to the C# Corner Conference 2022. I see a lot of new faces, but I also see many familiar faces. Look at these guys. Very smiles, right? After 3 years? After 3 years. We had a plan in what, 2019? And then COVID happened. So we had to cancel the plan. Darsh, Sabine, awesome. Good to have you here. I don't know about this guy. These guys, I don't know. So thank you. Thank you for joining us here. You know, I know some of you are traveling from different cities. It's not easy. These days, you know, airlines it's crazy going on there, traffic, price, cost, and everything else. So thank you so much for being here. Today's, you know, it's a 3-day conference. Actually, let me get the clicker here. If I know how to find it. So, all right, it's working. Thank you, thank you. So this conference, this year we try to do, we usually do this conference in either Noida or Delhi. That's what we do. This is C# Corner annual conference. This is our 10th in person or 11th in person conference. We also did virtual conferences in last couple of years during the COVID. So some of you who are new to C# Corner, let me ask, how many of you already know what C# Corner is? Please raise your hands. All right, so you guys don't know what C# Corner is. I see some people don't know there. This is awesome. So this is first time. So that's perfect. C# Corner is a community. And when I say community, it's a true community where we focus on, first we start with learning. What does that mean? If I'm a software developer, I'm a programmer, I am any kind of IT professional related to software development, there's a lot of learning there. You can go learn, you can, read articles, blogs, copy code. How many of you copy code here from online, Google or anywhere else? Come on. Don't be shy. Okay, almost everybody. Right? So yes, C# Corner also has a lot of code. So you are searching in Google, how do I do this? Go ahead, there's code samples there. But besides the learning part and copying and all that, one of our key foundation for the community key pillar is the sharing. And I know a lot of you probably know that, but when you read something, you learn something, you only retain 10% of that. Do we agree with that? You agree, guys? You sure? So when you read something, you only retain 10%. But when you share something, I think it's a big number. It's, I think, 30%. I don't know exact number. When you share something, what you know, what you just read, is 30%. But when you speak about it, talk about or teach somebody else, you retain, how much you retain? I think number is 60-some%, 60 to 70%. So C# Corner has always been learning and sharing. Backstory, C# Corner was started in 2000. Many of you probably weren't even born at that time. So it's one of the old communities. But because of the support from a lot of people sitting here, our MVPs, this is still going strong. We're still going very strong. Besides the learning and sharing, what we all feel is that inspiration is very important. So that's why we do these conferences. We do these events. We just did this conference in 5 cities. When you go and meet people, learn their stories, meet them in person, give them a hug, brings inspiration. And you go back and you're motivated now. So these are some of our key pillars for the community. And the end goal is growth. End goal is growth. So many of here I see faces, they're here. Some are not here today, but when they started as a young developer in our community, today they're running their own companies. Some are managing big projects in large corporations. And some are even, they have become some of the top authors. I see some of our MVPs has written programming books, 10 programming, 20 programming books. And I'll share you a little story about me. When in 1998, when I moved from India to US, there were hardly any technical authors from India. I don't know, some of you probably remember, we used to read all the books from authors from, Europe and US. But today, if you go to PACT, where are all these authors from? India. How many of you are authors from PACT here? Already. There's few authors already on PACT. So there you go. So one other thing we do at this conference and in our community, more than learning, sharing, inspiration, that's all great. We do what? We have fun. That's the most important part of our lives. When we do these conferences, Fun is important part. Same thing we teach at our chapters. Look at this thing. You probably recognize some of these guys. So Magnus, maybe he will do probably to this Superman pose again. So let's look at what we have done during last few years. You know, the COVID happened, all that, but our community has been growing strong. These are 5 years numbers. So, and they are direct from Google Analytics. If you can see, in 2021, last year, we had almost 30 million users. 30 million users. That's a lot of users. 30 million is a lot. What's the population of Delhi? Probably close, right? But guess what? Which country leads them? Come on, India. Yeah, 1/3 of our users are from India. That's great. It's a lot of you guys. Some of you who are not on C# Corner, I really want you to go and try out. Go join the community, become a member, and see what you can do, how you can quickly grow. I think this will help you grow even faster than you're already doing that. So India and US are our two largest countries. So that's why we try to do all our conference in India. That's one reason. Second, I'm from here. So this gives me a chance to come back home, meet friends, families. So there's multiple reasons for that. So COVID happened. One of the reasons C# Corner community is still evolving and still continue to do that. I'll give you another story. When I started C# Corner, there were many communities started. They probably knows all of them. Like God.net, Microsoft started their own communities. There's so many communities started, but they all either died or kind of almost died. And one of the reasons is that they didn't evolve. And this is with everything in this world, right? If you don't evolve, even as a software developer, if you don't learn new things every 3 months, 6 months, you will die because nobody wants you. Nobody wants obsolete. Good to see you, Vittal. Good to see you smiling. So yeah, evolution is very important. That's what our community, we have been always evolving. When COVID happened, guess what? We quickly pivot and start doing these virtual conferences. In 2021, we did 20 conferences. And Simon is here. He led the whole initiative. And guess what? We end up doing these conferences. And one of these, we did something called Cloud Summit. And Microsoft partnered with us on that. And we had almost 300,000 people watch that. And guess what? There's another big conference here. Let me see if I can find. Look at the code quality conference. David, come on. That's David's initiative. He focuses on code quality, and that's our #2 conference. We also did this, even though this number doesn't do the justice here, but we also did a conference on growth mindset. We are trying to think different. We are trying to do different. Software developers who are a little bit experienced, we just sit in the cubicles, we sit a lot, write a lot of code and so on. So like we have mental problems, we have physical problems, our back hurts. How many of your back hurts now? Everybody, I bet, who's 10+ years experience are like, oh, my back hurts, right? So we try to do different, but that's what this community is all about, evolving. So one of our biggest program is MVPs, our MVPs. Our MVPs are these key guys who are the top of the top in our community. These are the guys we still survive because they spend their countless hours sharing their knowledge, giving back to the community. So MVP is most valuable professional. This not confused with Microsoft MVP. Microsoft has their MVP program. We have our own MVP program. Some sports had MVP program. But what these people are the ones, they are doing most of the work in the community, either writing articles, sharing their code, speaking, running chapters, doing their live shows, and so on and so forth. So with that, I'm going to invite few of our MVPs on the stage who will come here and share their 2-minute story, what MVP, how MVP being a C# Corner MVP has helped them, and how any of you wants to become an MVP, how you can become an MVP. Please come here, MVPs, please come here and share your stories.
Please. Can I have one of our girl MVP on the stage, please? Please come on, kid.
Vittal.
Come, everyone, come. Vittal. Can I have one of our girl MVP? Please come on the stage. I'm not able to see you. Oh, no one here?
Okay.
Oh, no worry. Yeah. One, give a round of applause to these MVPs. One announcement. We are trending at number 2. Our hashtag of the conference, #C# Corner, is trending on number 2 in India. Give a round of applause for that. And if you are live tweeting with hashtag #C# Corner, you may have a chance to win a lot of good goodies. So keep tweeting. Thank you. Over to you, MVPs.
Thank you. Thank you, DJ. Hello, everyone. I am S. Ravi Kumar, otherwise known as Techie Rathor everywhere. I started my journey of giving back to community back in 2016 with Xamarin. And as I evolved, as Mahesh sir said, that we have to evolve with technology. So I evolved from Xamarin to web development, Blazor, MAUI. Right now, I'm working as a solution architect in an MNC. And with learning, C# helped me a lot. I am around 2 or 3 times C# Corner MVP. I speak almost all the conferences, and I was part of Cloud Summit also. I also gave a session on Blazor in Cloud Summit. So it helps you grow more. C# Corner community helps you grow more. So I would suggest everyone to join C# community as soon as possible, I would say. The software term is as soon as possible, ASAP. Do it.
Hello, student. How are you? Yeah. So, myself Vittal, and I started my journey in 2011. And till my last year of college, I don't know why I'm learning the programming language. Okay. So I don't know. It is case for everyone, but it's for me. I don't know why it is asking my teacher to do the additional program or whatever maybe. I don't know. But after connecting to the C# Corner, I know what is the use of the programming language. I got my first job due to the C# Corner in 2011. Then during the interview, I came from the village. Okay, so it is very difficult to appear in the interview. Every time I pass in some technical knowledge, but communication is very weak. What are we HR given the result? I'll get back to you. Okay. So when I started contributing to the C# Corner, I got lots of confidence. I can challenge the interviewer directly. Okay. So that confidence I got due to the C# Corner. I had a dream to work outside the India. I got the opportunity due to the C# Corner only. Directly client called me, like, Vittal, your contribution, I seen in particular technology, I will call you. So this is an overall thing. And now, if you are a professional in the IT field, you have to learn every 3 months or whenever there is new technology, you have to learn. So due to this contribution also, I'm upgrading myself. I'm not outdating. Okay. So this is all about the community. Please try to contribute to the community, share your article, grow your professional network. You will be getting lots of benefits. Just believe me. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vittal.
Hello, guys. Hello, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Vivek Sharma. I am also a C# Corner MVP. Never got Microsoft MVP. Nah. So everybody, if anybody wants to become a C# Corner MVP, so they have to write blogs. They have to do videos on C# Corner. But I am the guy. If you go to c#corner.com, you'll probably never find my blogs or videos or whatever. So the reason is I am MVP because I do in-person event. I do sessions in Delhi and NCR. So my core stuff is going to the universities, colleges, and delivering sessions over there. So that is one way of becoming an MVP. But if you want to go, your first step can be writing blogs, putting up videos on C# Corner. That's all from my side.
Hello, my name is Ankit, and I am a Microsoft MVP and a C# Corner MVP since last 4 years. And I can say that I started writing blogs on C# Corner, and it has helped me tremendously in my career. I have also started talking at various conferences, and I have spoken at more than 50 conferences across the world. And I can say that C# Corner has helped me tremendously in growing in my career professionally and personally also. Currently, I am working as a tech lead with Cisco, and I am glad that my company also recognizes my contribution to the community, and thanks to the C# Corner and the team for giving me a platform to share the knowledge. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. So to our MVPs, one more time, come on. So we also have, we are not just Microsoft or one technology. We are all about software development, including new technologies, right? So one of the biggest tech is coming in this, at least knocking the door right now, is Web3. So we are already doing conferences on Web3. If you go to C# Corner, you will see articles and videos on blockchain, metaverse, NFTs. I have also written articles on NFTs. So any of you are interested, especially students, I saw a lot of interest from, how many of you know NFTs? Nice, see? We are already talking about that. We are also sharing our knowledge on how to create your NFTs, how to build metaverses, how to build your token, everything around in those technologies. So tomorrow we have one of the, probably more than this crowd. Tomorrow here, we have another conference called Web3 Roadshow. It's going to be here tomorrow. A lot of influencers, a lot of speakers, experts, and even projects are coming to talk on that. I can figure out this clicker. So next thing with our community is the chapters. Chapters are our local user group events. In my view, have always been that, sure, you can learn online, sure, you can learn virtually, sure, you can get certified, but unless you go meet, communicate, and know and speak, it's hard to get a good job, right? If I'm a company and I'm hiring, I'm not going to hire you just because you are a great coder. Sure, some companies will, but you also have to know how to communicate, how to meet, what does your personality look like, are you a team player? All those combined. And also, do you really also share your knowledge with others? That's how we started these chapters. And I think we had, before COVID, we had about 15 chapters in different cities. And a lot of them were obviously in India. So with that said, now we're going to reopen these chapters already after COVID. Looks like people are going back and start meeting. With that said, I'm going to invite one of our chapter leaders, Prakash. He's been leading chapters for a while, to share his story and how chapters can help you and connect.
Thanks, Master, for inviting me. And before I talk about chapters, I would like spend a few minutes on talking about my journey with C# Corner, because that is important to know. So I would say that before, joining this community, I was a kind of shy person. So I kind of had some shyness in going to stages and talking to bigger groups. Okay, so when I joined this community, I kind of reinvented myself. As I think before we're talking that we need to evolve, right? If we are not evolving, we will be kind of thrown out of the scope or irrelevant, right? So this community helped me to reinvent myself in terms of getting away with the fear of talking in a bigger crowd or stages, and second, keeping myself up to date on what is coming, right? And what people are using and what I should be knowing. So I would say that especially people who are starting the career or students, that this community is kind of will be complementary for you to grow as a professional, and you will do better, because you will get a good exposure on what is coming and how people are reading. So it will be a good boost for you. So it's an investment on you if you would like to do. So apart from what you're working, try to join this community and also contribute wherever possible. There are various platforms to like options to contribute. Somebody talked about blogging, article, speaking in user groups, or some universities, and also there are many ways, and you can pick and choose what matters to you, what you like. So again, thanks a lot for C# Corner to kind of helping me also as in a career. So again, okay, so coming to the topic, right? So chapters. So we have bunch of chapters, and I lead one of the chapter, Hyderabad chapter. And again, with the help of my friends in Hyderabad community, I can see some faces here who are still there and who moved to different cities, right? But again, it's really important that we do some good events in a chapter. So what chapters does is basically they are user groups in different cities, right? And they organize different connects to keep this technical engagement live. Okay, so with the help of C# Corner, we get some, I would say, ecosystem to do that, right? Whether it's like webinars, or you can have some in-person conferences as well. So these chapters make people to join in a local, in a nearby places instead of looking too far. So it's keep them learning on platforms, interacting with like-minded people, and also having a view on what is going on in the industry, because you will be hearing from so many people, otherwise you will not get chance to talk to them, right? So they're the great way to grow, like as Mahesh sir was talking about, like learning, growing, and aspiring. All those aspects of that will come on that. So yeah, find out the nearby chapters, which is closer to you, and join it, and also join, understand it. And once you get in a stage that here you can also contribute, start contributing. It will really help you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you, Prakash. So yeah, I think yesterday a lot of people asked, hey, how do I become a part of this community? And one of the things, how do I become a speaker? That's what they actually ask also. So if you want to become a speaker, the best way to start is find your local chapter, connect with the people who are running it, and then say, oh, I want to come and speak. And they will give you that figure out what topic you want to talk on. When you want to speak, they'll schedule on that. And that's one of the things with growth, is that we don't want you to just become a developer. You want to become a leader. That's the end goal. And also not only just write code, but also speak and so forth. All right. Clicker is definitely not working. No worries. We have this backup plan. So then probably one more thing we have is college partnerships. As a community, C# Corner community, we can't be just professionals. We also need to start with colleges. Colleges are when? How many of you really looking for internship right now, or your first job? Let me see your hands. A lot of people, right? A lot, almost half, right? So, and I went through that, right? I grew up here in a village. I didn't have a good English. I hardly could speak in front of people. I had, I was no confidence, so on and so forth. So I know exactly sometimes, and you may be, then finally I met somebody through some relations. I got interview and I was able to work. That's how we do, a lot of us. But our goal with this community is connect students with the professionals, and eventually with the companies that are looking for internships and jobs. And we're already doing that. I think there's a bunch of people in this audience, and even outside, there's MCN and EYSys and a bunch of companies out there. They're already hiring through C# Corner. So if you are a student looking for internship, try to go talk to some of these chapters and say, I need help. They will be able to definitely connect on that. It could mean anything. It could be in one of the latest technologies. So with that said, I would like to invite my team, some of our guys, and one of the college representatives here, to talk about a little bit on colleges and how it has helped college students with this community.
Yeah.
So,
give a round of applause for Monica ma'am, Atul, Dinesh, and Nitin. Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. As you all had done the same session and the best session yesterday, also. So, as Mahesh mentioned, also Prakash has mentioned some of the things we are doing with our chapters. Similarly, we have our community partners along with the different colleges and universities. What we do with them, we have so many chapters event over there. We ask their student to be participate our community more so that they can be have a face of another community time. And the best part is once they get out, they came out from their college, they have so many opportunities as Mahesh mentioned for the internships, for the best networking connections, and the four best face for the community who can represent the next technology for the next upcoming time. So we had some of the events in IMS also. Ma'am, can please enlighten some if you want.
A very good morning to all present. I am Monica Dikshit Bajpai, heading the Department of IT in IMS Noida. So the very first picture on the screen that you can see belongs to our institute, this one. So,
let's go, guys.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a very long association with csharpcorner.com, and we also hold a chapter, student chapter for our institute, wherein we have been very fortunate to find csharpcorner.com, and we are grateful to them also, because earlier we were struggling to find correct set of resource person for the kind of workshops that we were looking for our students. But since the time I have got into touch with Mr. Atul and Mr. Mahesh, sir has already taken workshops in our institute. We don't have to look for resource person anywhere else. Like in recent past, last week also, we had workshops in our institute on 11th also. Mr. Nitin was there, Mr. Vivek was there, Rohit Gupta sir was there, and on 12th we had Mr. Amit Diwan. So we have conducted 4 workshops for our BCA and MCA students in our institute. So it is a very good privilege, I would say, to have an association with such kind of an august community, which is working for the betterment of students, because students are our future of the nation, right? So if we are training them, in a way, we are training our country. So csharpcorner.com is doing wonders in its field. And I'm thankful to Mahesh sir for this association by the virtue of Mr. Atul. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And the best part, we always suggest our student partners to be having our sessions over there so that our MVPs, our global MVPs, they love to share their technology experience with academic students so that they can be having ready for the future. So that's what we have a new plan that is we call, and we are running this plan from since long, the Student Ambassador Program. Some of your students from some of any other member who is running a community, they can participate with us, we can work together, we can train this collaboration together, and we can make this community more bigger. And as well as we do have, like mentions over here, we are running on the Twitter trends. So today, if any one of you trans and tweet anything with about this community and this conference on the Twitter, you will be having surprisingly good, you can say, surprises at the last, and we will announce top 5 or top 10 at least who will be participating more into Twitter trends. So thanks everyone for joining us today, and be participate on our Twitter trend and write your tweet or Facebook posts or whatever post you are or social media platform you are on using hashtags C#Corner and C#Corn2022. So whatever it is, just do that and find the trending toast over there and just follow that. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Just one announcement. Students here, so they were talking about C# Corner Student Ambassador Program. Today we are going to make some of you as our student ambassador. And what you got to do, so like whole day participate in sessions, ask questions, and the question which you are asking to speakers, tweet them with hashtags #C#Corner. And in the evening, we are going to make 8 to 10 student ambassador, and that would be very helpful for you. Yes.
See, we adapt. We just came up with another idea. This wasn't in the plan. We adapt, and we are quickly adapting it. We are very agile, as you can see. Thank you, everybody. That was awesome. So when COVID happens, we also see growth of podcast. How many of you guys use, listen, or have your own podcast? Podcast? You guys know podcasts? Awesome. I think everybody's involved in podcast these days. So what we did is, you know what? We said there's a lot of virtual going on, so we're going to do our own live shows where you can call them podcasts or whatever. I call them live shows because I'm older. And So with that, we have very popular live shows. With that said, I'm going to invite Stephen Simon, I call him Simon, who is the director of this whole program. So Stephen, on the stage.
Thank you. You know what? I see you all have been clapping for us, but I think taking your time on a weekend, right, coming from your home, traveling to this hotel, I want you all to clap for yourselves because you are great and you have made it till here, right? Namaste everyone, my name is Stephen Simon and I work as an RD for C# Corner for India and Asia Pacific region, and I also lead this absolutely amazing program that's called C# Live, aka C#.tv. So some of you, when Mahesh asked that how many are aware of C# Corner, there were quite a few hands, right? So one thing that I would like to tell you all that C# Corner is a 20-year-old community. Can you imagine that? Then I probably had my diapers on, I'll be honest. So it takes a lot of effort for a community to survive for more than 2 decades. And it has been possible because we have evolved over time, right? We had articles, we had blogs, we had videos, but when the pandemic hit, right, we had a lot of in-person events. But when the pandemic hit, what we did, we took all that content, we took all that resources, and we started building this C# Live platform. So in nutshell, C# Corner is the dev streaming destination. If you want to learn about C#, right? If you want to learn about JavaScript, if you want to learn about AWS, if you want to learn about Azure, you can find all the content over here. In fact, some of you might feel that, hey, I don't write C#. Why am I in this conference anyway? Right? How is this going to benefit you? But if you go to csharpcorner.com and look for technologies, you will find more than 100 technologies listed over there. And each technology has videos, articles, and blogs, and the live shows. And when it comes to live shows, that is where me, along with my team, we take care of. So on C# Live, we have live shows. So C# Live is divided broadly into 2 parts. First are the live shows, short 30 minutes interviews, the interview that we do with folks who come from Microsoft, who come from Google. We invite them to our live shows. We do the demos with them. In fact, we work very closely with different product managers in different cloud companies, and we create content with them. And the other one are the virtual conferences. We have done a lot of virtual conferences. In fact, in just past 2 years, we have done more than 40 virtual conferences and 60 live shows. And it's funny, you know, I say that we stream 8 days in a week.
Come on, guys. Every day. And this guy's older section here or young guys? Come on. I don't hear any claps from here.
Come on.
Come on, wake up. How about this side? Let's see which side is louder. Which side is louder is going to win a big prize. Which side is louder? Let's try it. Both sides. Come on. Thank you for not participating.
So, you know, we have this program where we go ahead and also invite folks to run live shows on our platform, right? For instance, the one that you see over here, a bit of AI. It's a live show that is run by Hank and Amy, who are cloud advocates at Microsoft. They're based out of England. And then we have AI Photo. It's a live show that is around AI, and it is run by Eve Pardy and I don't remember the other name, but they are from Denmark. They're AI MVPs from Denmark. And we just don't have technical content on the platform. We have some great shows like Colin Lake, who talks about sales and marketing, and he delivers the content in just about 7 minutes. Can you imagine a live show, or you can call it a podcast, that is only 7 minutes long, and he shares all his pearls of wisdom. Then we have Growth Mindset. We have AMA, that stands for Ask Me Anything, which is a very random. We just get on a live show. Folks can drop their comments on YouTube and Facebook, and then that's how we answer their questions and all. So all in all, if you all want to be a part of this C# Live or C#corner.com, it's absolutely free. Go to the website, sign it up, and follow C# Corner on Twitter for all the latest lives and virtual conferences updates. Having said that, that's all I wrap. Thank you so much once again, and I'll see you outside.
Thank you, thank you. And then one of the most popular and longest show is Rocking the Code World by .NET Day. Every Saturday, 1 p.m. EST. And that's, yeah, check it out when you on the weekend. Good thing is what I do is I'm on YouTube, I put on TV. When these shows come, I watch on my TV. You have seen my pictures. So thank you, Simon. Again, one more time.
Give a round of applause for Simon, yeah.
So just quick overview and recap what we just talked about. I know you all are, you're like, this is long, it's enough. We want to go eat some food, have some tea, that's great. Quick recap what C# Corner is. It is for everybody. If you are a student, you can go connect, start learning new technologies. It could be Web3, it could be blockchain, it could be metaverse, NFTs, it could be AWS, Azure Cloud. You can get certified there. You can also connect with other people. So developers who are, they can go and learn newer technologies, upgrade themselves. They can get certified. Your project lead and managers, you can even learn more on management side. So point is, same thing. If you look at the whole IT, our goal is to become a destination for everybody in IT, even CTO. If you are a CTO, you're hiring your next project manager or your next developer, we want them to go and use C# Corner. And in the end, who likes rewards and tokens, guys? Who likes rewards and points here? All right. So we are going to launch rewards and points too soon for learning and sharing. That's what we are going with it. So this kind of gives us a little idea that C# Corner is kind of GitHub, Coursera, LinkedIn, Stack Flow. If all of you combine, that's what we want to become. And we are almost there. That's what our goal is. A community cannot be a community without helping people who needs help. We are all software developers. We kind of figure out how to get help. We have degrees, we have our education, but then there are some underprivileged people, underprivileged children and communities. You cannot be a community if we don't want to go and give back. And one of those non-profit organization is here, is a local, is Voice of Slum. You see here, David is right there, David, Magnus, Praveen, me, we all went there, visited a couple of, I think before pandemic. And then David, liked this so much, he started, working almost every day. He talked about it. So with that said, let me invite David MacArthur to say a few words about it. Thank you, David. Welcome.
Hey everybody, good morning. How you doing? Do you want to hear about this or go get tea? Okay, good. Good answer. So anyway, last time when I was here, Magnus and I went to the Voice of Slum. Last time we had the conference here in 2019. And it was the most moving experience I've had traveling the world. Sorry.
You want to talk a little bit about, you're from the US, San Diego?
So we went there and we met the kids. We met the two founders, Chandy and Dave. Where's
yeah, they're coming here.
Over there.
Yep.
Oh, they're both there. And they introduced us to the Voice of Slum and all the great work they do. And we met the kids. You can see there, we met a lot of the kids there. I was really, really impressed with some of the kids. A couple of kids stood up and sang nursery rhymes to us in English. And I thought that was really brave to do that in front of two big, tall white guys from, the West. And we learned a lot of other things. And I really enjoyed my time there. It's actually my first time in the slum too. And but one of the things Chandy told me was there was a room, she showed me a room full of sewing machines. And I asked her, what do you do here? And she goes, well, this is where we teach women how to sew so they can earn an income. And But she told me that they're not doing it because they don't have the funding. So when I was leaving, I told her I was going to fix it. And because I think that's very important for you to learn a skill, earn money for your family, and the great work that they're doing, the Voice of Slum. So on my ride, very long ride home from Dubai to America, I was thinking, how can I fix this? So as soon as I got home, I diverted all the profit from one of my books to the Voice of Slum. I raise money through these conferences that we do here on C# Corner. I also have a GoFundMe page. And I also talk about the Voice of Slum every week on my show to raise awareness. And because I think it's very important, and I followed them ever since I met them. They've been doing tremendous work during this terrible pandemic that we've all been dealing with. And I have to say something, I'm going to break down, that these two inspire me to no end.
Ooh, give it an applause, everyone.
All right, so with that said, if you don't mind, let me invite Chandi and Dave. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I got one more thing.
Yes.
So they are so inspirational to me, and I want to speak to everybody watching this virtually, that we have the means to help this group, and you have to help right now.
Well, thank you, Dave. Amazing, amazing, Dave's help. With that said, let me invite Dave and Chandi and one of their young girl to share their stories a little bit with us and inspire all of us. Voice of Slum.
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा सबसे एक क्वेश्चन है, हाथ उठा के बताइएगा लाउडली, आपने कभी किसी कूड़े बीनने वाले बच्चे को मुख्य धारा का हिस्सा होते हुए देखा है क्या? हाथ उठा के बताइए। एक कचरा बीनने वाले बच्चे को कभी आपके अपने सामने ऐसे स्टेज पर देखा है कभी किसी ने? नहीं। मैं कहना चाहूंगा, मेरा और चांदनी जी का बचपन कचरा बीनते हुए शुरू हुआ था। कुछ लोगों की सपोर्ट की वजह से हम आज आपके सामने खड़े हैं। हम खुद पढ़ लिख नहीं पाए, लेकिन हमें हमेशा ये खलता था कि हम कैसे मुख्य धारा का हिस्सा बने। थोड़ा लड़े, बर्तन मांजे ढाबे में, इस तरह से अपनी जिंदगी निकालते हुए आगे बढ़ गए। लेकिन जब अपनी जिंदगी बना ली तो एक दिन स्टेशन पे देखा कुछ बच्चे एक डस्टबिन में से कुछ निकाल रहे थे, वो ढूंढ रहे थे कुछ अपने मतलब का, देखा खाना ढूंढ रहे हैं उसमें से। उस दिन मुझे और चांदनी जी को मेरी लाइफ का मकसद मिल गया और हम दोनों ने डिसाइड किया कि हम अपना पूरा जीवन ऐसे बच्चों के लिए दान कर देंगे।
Come on, guys.
तो कभी खुद तो नहीं पढ़ पाया, लेकिन बच्चों को पढ़ाने की उम्मीद थी। तो मैं ज्यादा खुद ना बोलकर, हमारी एक बहुत प्यारी सी बच्ची है, वो आपके सामने बताएगी कि हम क्या हैं और क्या करते हैं।
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Palak, and I'm gonna represent Voice of Slum before you all. So, I would like to tell something about me before I start. My name is Palak. I'm a student of 9th class, and I'm from Voice of Slum. I was leading a very normal life before Corona, but my father died in Corona, and my normal life took a turn to the worst life. We all were wondering that what would happen to us now. But then we came to know about Voice of Slum, and it really helped us a lot to get back to the normal. So I would like to thank you to Voice of Slum. And now I'm here to introduce Voice of Slum before you all. So Voice of Slum is helping children since 2016. It was founded by two young individuals, Dev Bhaiya and Chandni Di, who were having a slum life. They didn't want any other slum children to go through the same struggles and hardships living in a slum. So they started Voice of Slum. This is how Voice of Slum came into being. Their vision is to educate children to make them a part of society, and their mission is to support them till they reach their potential in life through education. There is a BITS program in which they collect those children who are engaged in child labor and support them till they become capable to join a school, and they admit them in a school. And the second one is after school program in which they provide tuitions and coachings to those children who are enrolled in schools. And not only this, they provide food for all those children. So, before everyone, Voice of Slum is an organization. But for me and for all Voice of Slum students, this is a heaven. And Dev Bhaiya and Chandni Di are the real angels because they are supporting us to achieve our goals. And without your support, they will not able to support us. So support Voice of Slum so that they can support us. Thank you so much.
Can I request each one of you to give a standing ovation to this girl? Please for me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
आप सबका दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यही मकसद है हमारा कि मैं शायद आपके सामने इतनी इंग्लिश में बात ना कर पाऊं, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूं हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से निकला हुआ हर बच्चा इतनी ऑडियंस में अपने आप को, खुद को, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को रिप्रेजेंट कर सके। दिस इज आवर विजन। थैंक यू सो मच। लास्ट में बस मैं थैंक यू कहना चाहूंगा महेश सर, देवेश सर, मैग्नेस, जिन्होंने परवीन सर, जिन्होंने हमें ढूंढा और हमारी काफी मदद की, चाहे वो कोरोना हो चाहे उससे पहले हो, लगातार हमें सपोर्ट मिलता रहा है सीसाप कॉर्नर से। मैं बहुत बहुत दिल से और बच्चों की तरफ से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और बहुत बहुत थैंक यू करता हूं कि उन्होंने हमें इस काबिल समझा।
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
She speaks better English than me.
Thank you. Thank you. That was overwhelmed. That was amazing. Amazing story. And thank you everybody who's involved. But after listening a lot of time, we go hear these stories, get excited, inspired by them, then go home and go on with our lives. So today, while you're here, at least think a little bit about what can you do, at least a little bit help. Imagine we have so many people here. I don't know, it's close to 1,000 or whatever number is. If each of them donate 10, 20, 50 rupees or whatever, that number is big. For us, some of us, like, okay, 1 tea is probably what? These days, I don't know, I didn't even know the price. Every time I come here, the tea size used to be this, now it's this. So we are like, in the US, we are used to having these big mugs. For me, I was like, can you bring 100 of them, put in one mug? So think of your cost of a coffee, Starbucks, whatever. That help will go a long way for these children. So thank you so much, everybody. With that said, I'm going to close this keynote and let me invite Dhananjay to thank again. Thank you so much and enjoy the conference. Enjoy and have fun. Thank you.
All right, so this is the most important part. What is on the screen? Goodies, a MacBook Air, bags. Slide has a fixed size, so we can only put these 4 photos there. So how you can win that? There's only one way to do that: participate, learn, and have fun. Participate, learn, and have fun. All right? Whole day, how we know you are participating, whatever you are learning. Let's say that you are coming to my talk, which is one of the best talk of the conference. Okay? So when you come to my talk or to any speaker talk, what you are learning, put that in one line with hashtag #CSharpCorner, or just put your photos with all amazing speakers. And in evening, we have an algorithm. We'll find out who deserves that. We want this to give away to people who are really participating, not only by sitting here just because you are here. Thus, having said that, already we have something to give away right now. Rohit? Where is Rohit? Yeah, Nitin. So I'm going to ask you some questions. Yeah. So I'm going to ask some questions. Whoever answers it, going to get it. Question number 1, you need to raise your hand. In which year C# Corner was founded? Okay, here's ma'am. Come. Give a round of applause for ma'am. Don't be jealous, yeah. Come on the stage. All right, next question. Next question. How many followers are there on Twitter of handle C# Corner? Okay, let me ask in the back. You people are here? Hello. Hello. Anyone wants to answer that? अरे मोबाइल में देख लो ना तुरंत. Right? Okay, who wants to answer? He wants to answer. 36 is the correct answer. Okay, come, give a round of applause to him. Yeah. Come. Give a round of applause to him.
Others.
Others. He's others. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Next question. Next question. Once again, what is the current version of Angular? Only raise your hand. Okay. Okay. You. 14? 16? Okay, 14. Come here. Right answer. Give a round of applause to him. Come. Tell your name.
Narendra Kumar. Narendra Kumar.
Come on, give a round of applause for Narendra. Okay, last question. Last question. Who is Prime Minister of India? Let me complete the question. Who is Prime Minister of India? Only wrong answer accepted. The most funny answer is going to get something. Oh, who is Prime Minister of India? You guys will get it anyway. Who is Prime Minister of India? Okay. Anyone here in the room born before 1970? Anyone in the room born here before 1975? 1975, ma'am, come, please give a round of applause to ma'am. Give a round of applause to ma'am, yes. See what? Ma'am, tell your name, please.
Dr. Sushma Bahuguna.
Give a round of applause for Sushma, ma'am. And why I asked that question, that after a certain age, we lose our energy, we don't go anywhere. But ma'am is here on a weekend learning. Once again, a round of applause for ma'am. All right, we are done. Okay, this t-shirt is a figure. All right. So let me see. India is a cricketing nation, right? India is a cricketing nation. Let me see who catch it well. All right. All right, then. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy the conference. Come to my talk, 12:30. Once again, once again,
We are
everyone.
trending on Twitter.
We are trending on Twitter. Yes. Thank you, everyone.
coming.
They're confused actually which session they should attend.
Yep.
Still making up their minds.
They just keep coming and coming.
Guys, please settle down so that we can start our session.
Our session? You gonna help me?
No, no, no. Your session, of course. I think we can start.
Save time while she's waiting to introduce me. Take pictures of the contact information because I'll bring it up again later on, but it's easy to get it over with now.
I think we can start.
Whenever you're
now.
ready. I'm in no
Okay.
rush. They're going to wait till I'm done, so.
Oh, God.
They just keep coming and coming.
I know. Guys, just settle down bit quickly so that we can start our session. So welcome back again. I think we all are already high on energies because the previous session that has been done, I think it has already filled you up with so much of knowledge. So the next session will be taken by Mr. Joseph, and he is Senior Director, Technology at Rocket Mortgage and Microsoft MVP. So can we just give a big round of applause for him?
Wow. Thank you. I'm sure you ladies and gentlemen are tired of clapping already, so no more clapping. Just throw money at me, and that's totally fine. My contact information is up there. There's really going to be no slides. If you have any questions about this show, feel free to shoot me an email afterwards. This little tidbit right here is my website where you'll find the PowerPoint if you need and/or links to any of the code samples that are on here. That being said, our agenda is just to scale an application. So goodbye, PowerPoint. We're going to spend most of the time in Visual Studio and Azure Portal. So hopefully the screen resolution is okay for everything but that page. For some reason, I shrunk it down. Can you see that in the back? Yes, no, if not, you can move all the way up front. There's plenty of seats here. Okay, so let's see what this app. I'm going to take a sample application that is available on GitHub. It's called the eShop Web, and a lot of presenters use it because it's kind of sort of a well-designed application. It has Docker endpoints as well as an API and front end. So now I'm going to take this and kind of move it to the web, and we'll do it in bits and pieces so you can see. So there's two parts to this application, the web API, which I think I need to start. Let's just hit play and see what happens. Give you a quick walkthrough of the app so you can see as we start moving out bits and pieces of it, what happens, and I get a giant red bottom. Let's see. Of course, it fails the second you run it on stage. There it goes. So this is a simple e-commerce site, not real, it's all fake. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this and move it from working on my machine into working on the cloud, and then you'll all be able to play around with it and fake order stuff. There's a SQL Server backend database to this that we're gonna take and we're gonna shift in the cloud. A little note, I cheated earlier and I moved it to the cloud because the database part takes a good 5 to 10 minutes and I didn't want you all sit here, stare at my pretty face while the little squirrely thing was going, duh, duh, duh. So I uploaded ahead of time, but we're gonna upload the apps and everything else. And then we're gonna take the images and move them off to a CDN, a content delivery network, so that the whole site is scalable at the click of a button. So let's go with the first step. Dun, 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 dun. And the Azure portal. So the first thing we typically do when I do with any app is create a resource. And let me zoom in on this a little bit. Ba, 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 ba. If you have any questions throughout, feel free to raise your hand. I'll just ignore you like my wife ignores me. No, seriously, if there are any questions, raise your hand. I'll call you when there's a break. So the first thing I typically do is go to resource group, and I look to create a resource group. Now, what a resource group is kind of a logical grouping of Azure services. And the reason why I do that is because it's easy to turn on and off things on a group, or like when I'm presenting, when I get back upstairs, I'll hit delete group and everything inside the resource group will be deleted. So you click here, create resource group, and then select your Azure subscription. I'm going to be using my Microsoft Azure sponsorship, which means it doesn't cost me any money. And then give it a name. I can call it C# corner, and then give it a region that it's going to run in. And then click review and create. And if the validation passes, I click create. I've already created one, so we're going to use that one only because again, because of the database. But I'm going to show you how to create the database to make it a little bit easier. So you go to create resource. Yes, I want to leave that. And then there's a whole list of things. You can search here. What ends up happening is Azure gets smart and kind of puts everything that you use regularly. So you can see I use SQL databases, Key Vaults, web apps on a quite regular basis. So they're up there. You can also do it by categories here. So if I chose databases, I get a long list of databases that I can choose from. So here I am going to create a SQL database only to make it easier. SQL database is the cloud equivalent of SQL Server. Azure SQL is a slightly modified version of it. The camera guy must be going crazy because I keep walking and he's like this, trying to catch me. So same thing like we do. Where do you want to create it? I created a resource group called Scale It for this. You give it a database name. Let's say I call it Scale It, C# corner. Where do I want the server to exist? The server should be near where your users are. In this particular case, it doesn't matter as much because you're all my users and it's right here. And I'm going to be deleting it in about an hour anyway. But this, you want to try to keep it centralized. And as I start talking later, we'll talk about content delivery networks and things like that to make it a little bit easier for you. So this decision doesn't matter as much. Choose the workload, whether you want production or development. Since we're developing the code live, I am going to put it in development. And as you see, it kind of changes the type of server. Obviously, if you were building a real app and you're pushing it live like I am now, you would want to choose production. But for our case, it really doesn't matter since the app is going to be deleted. When you click configure database, you get a lot of choices. This is actually a lot simplified list. There's basically two different types. A provisioned, which is an actual set of servers. They basically create VMs for you in the cloud, and you get billed by the hour. I think the cheapest one is like $45 an hour, US. And then the serverless, you're billed based on the usage. So how many seconds that SQL server is used, whether it's a query, reading, writing, or saving. If you're building a site for yourself that's not going to be used a lot, serverless is probably the way to go. It'll be a lot cheaper. Then when you go in there, there is a hardware configuration. Choose the hardware configuration you want. There's a whole list of them. If you go to learn.azure.microsoft.com, I believe, you can see a whole list. These are the recommended, but if you go into any one of them, you can drill into them. Each of them has a cost with them. I'm going to go with the basic for right now because that's the easiest to create. Here it's just based on size. So I'll tell you here, it's going to cost me $5.60 a month to use this. So I use this for like my blog and a couple other things that don't get hit on a regular basis. Click apply. And then it's going to show you how you want, or ask you how you want to be backed up. 3 options for backup: local, zone, and geo. Locally is only within that data center. Zone is within that zone. So in this case, Asia, India. So we'll find a server somewhere there. And then geo redundant will put a backup locally within your region and another region. So something like here and the US. So for this demo, just do that only because it's quicker. Only because it's quicker to create. I'm going to click create, and then we should be good to go. And we're not going to use this anyway. I just wanted to show you how to create it. While that's going, I created one already. So let's go to my home and see it. Come on. Let's go to my home and see it. So here you see I have the resource group scale it, as well as the SQL Server scale it. Within here, I have the ability to do a couple of different things. I can create a database, create a new Elastic pool, import a database, reset the password, etc. If I had a different database, let's say, for this particular example, there's 2 databases. There's one for the catalog and one for the identity. Again, they're already created, but I want to walk you through it. So you give it a database name, C#DB. Whether or not you want to use Elastic Pool basically will stretch your server or shrink your server based on usage. You'll see I get a lot of the same things that I had before, and I can create apply, which I'm not going to do because I already have one. So now that I have the database here, let's go see how I can use it. I'm going to zoom out of the screen a little bit to show you some more here. So if I click here, I'll see I have 3 databases registered: the Scale It C# corner that I just created and the catalog DB. Let's go to the catalog DB for a second. And you get most database-like things here. So I have the ability to copy the database, restore it, export, set server, firewall, delete, and connect with. This is the server name I'm going to connect with, so I need to copy this to our app configuration file to make sure things are working. Before I do that, a little tip. When you're working in Azure Portal and you're working in SQL Server, by default, it's blocked off. No one can have access to it. It's basically a hidden database. So you have to expose it to something. You have to expose it to 2 different things: a client IP address, which is the local machine here, and or a internal list of Azure servers. So to do that, you click on the set firewall and you get a networking page which says, how do you want to do this? I'm going to choose selective networks so that I have the ability to work on it from this desktop. But if any one of you get a copy of the server name, user ID, and password, you won't be able to access it because you're not on the same IP as me. So you click on that, and then this add client IP address. As you can see, I ran it a couple of times. I ran it, this is in the hotel room, not on the VPN. This is the hotel room on the VPN just to test it out. So if I click there, I just added this IP address to it. Then there's a little button here that says allow Azure services and resources to access this server. So we're going to do that in a little bit because we're going to host the ASP.NET Core site on here. We want that to have the ability to get to it. So I click save. The firewall rules are updated. Now let's double check that I can get to it in Visual Studio. So let's go back to Visual Studio, who's hidden somewhere. Where'd you go, Visual Studio? There you are. So here it wants to know the security credentials. So I'm going to copy the security credentials because I don't want to have to type them all. So let's copy out this section here. And let's paste it here. And then I have to change the server names because this was the demo a while ago. So I go back here and then where'd you go? Overview. Oh, I got to go SQL databases. Catalog. I think it was just scale it, right? Yeah, scale it. So let's come back to scale it. And then I think the user ID and password is correct. So now I'm going to restart the app, and it should be connected directly to the SQL database. Fingers crossed that it works. If not, I'll look like a complete idiot up here, and you all make fun of me and start throwing stuff. But we all know you're here for this anyway, right? Now this is going to take a little bit longer to load because now it's actually going out and making the connection to the server. While that's going, let's connect to the database so we can see that we have a valid connection to the database. So we're going to go View, SQL Server Object Explorer, and then I am going to add an Azure database. I'm running in Preview, and Preview is not a full version, so it doesn't have this on here. So I am going to just have to use a different tool just to make sure we're actually connected to the database. Let's see if the website loaded yet. Oh, it's actually localhost. It didn't even run yet. Could not. The database name wrong? Oh no, I was not using that one. That was just a make-believe one, but thank you. Where'd you go? Next page. It's scale dash it, so that's why. Scale dash it, scale dash it, save, run it. Wait a couple of seconds. Let's type in the address. Live demos when you're using Azure on hotel Wi-Fi are always scary, which is why I tend to create a lot of this stuff ahead of time. Where was that other one that showed it? Nope, not that. It's taking forever. Let's pause it and see where it's at.
Oh, it's actually trying to do a database migration. We're going to comment that out now. What's happening, because this is the example, it wants to actually create a copy of the database. So that's probably why it's failing. Come on. Let's pause it and see where it's at. It's just running. Continue. This is really slow. Let's make sure the database is up and running. So this was the database. And we can see that there is a bunch of tables. Let's go here and see the catalog to make sure it's connected. Edit data. It's usually not this slow, but while that's going, since it's very slow, let's go and kind of migrate the data there. Can't tell why it's broken. It's hard to always see that when you're live on stage. Let's do it the old way. Gonna pin you to the screen and we're gonna run you first. Start new instance. Make sure the API runs. And then we are going to start the web. So that should be one. Where'd the other one go? Okay, so the API is working. We're able to go and see it. Let's try it out. Yep. So it connects to the database. We're good. Let's do the next step. It's just taken an awfully long time for it to go through. So the next step we're going to do is publish this. So in order for us to publish it, we want to go through and create a web app. So we're going to go and create resource and then look for a web app. Now this normally needs a application service to go on. Yes, I know that failed. So let's assign this to the resource. We're going to give it a name. Let's call it eShop-scale-it-web. Oh. And then you have the option to publish it via code, Docker, or a static web app. We're going to do code right now. And this is in .NET 6. And then what region? I think we chose Central India. And then what plan? By default, it's going to create a plan for you, or you can create a new one. I'm just going to use this name for the sake of time. And this CPU, click Review and Create. Click Create. So now we created the web app portion of it. This will host the website. Now we need to host the actual API part. Now this is going to take a minute because it has to deploy a VM and everything. Well, actually, while we're waiting for that, let's do the next part. We're going to go and work on the CDN. So in order to work with the CDN, we're going to create a blob storage to store all of our images. So let's just do, or not blob. This will allow us to put all the images in a container that we can then put a CDN in front of it. So let's go here and create a storage account. And again, the subscription, what resource group. Then it's going to want a name. So I typically do CDN images. And then the region. Now this name has to be unique to the region. Where we do Central. There we go, Central India. eShop. Oh, I forget, you can't use dashes in the name. That looks good. It's not complaining. You have the option of the performance, standard or premium. For most cases, standard is there unless you have a super high redundant site. We're going to choose locally redundant storage, which is what we talked about for the database. Again, depending on the scale of your application, you might want to change that a little bit. Waiting for the final review to finish, then we click create. So what we did is we created a database. We started to create the website for it. Now we're creating a storage facility to place all the images. Now it's passed. I can hit create, and it's going to deploy it. Once it's done creating, this actually goes pretty quick. Once it's done creating, we need to use the Azure Storage Explorer, or I think you can do this straight from within Visual Studio to connect to it. So what I'm going to do now is create a container for it, upload all the images to it, then those images will be available to the different sites. So I go here. I don't know if I can zoom this in. So here's the new CDN we created, CDN images eShop. I open it up to see, you should have 4 choices in there: blobs, files, queues, and tables. If I open up the blob containers, there shouldn't be any there. Let's get rid of that. So I'm going to create one, and let's call it images. You see down here it's creating. Now I have the ability to upload images. So let's go back to Visual Studio, find that folder where everything is, and I think it's web images or catalog images. Come on, where are you hiding? Oh, there it is, under products. So I'm going to basically upload this whole directory. So let's open File in File Explorer. And now let's go to the, where'd you go? You're over here. Let's go and upload images. I click upload files. Let's go select the files. And I don't remember the path name, so I'm just going to copy the path, bring it back here, select all them, Click open, click upload, and then hopefully the internet is not super slow here, and we'll see them all created. It's 35% complete, 91% complete, and done. You see this refreshing. I should have the 12 images in there. So we're good so far. Next step is, now that we have those images there, we're going to need to update the permissions of them to, again, provide access, because by default, the access is restricted. And where are we? So here we want to go to set public container access. So I'm going to go to the containers. Thank you. Click this, do change access level, and we will do anonymous for blob. So what this allows us to do is now access the blob from the URL for it, which is somewhere over here. Da, 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 da. Oh, can actually just go here and see the. Oh, where's the name? Properties. So here I can change this or copy this out, and now I'll be able to get to those images. So as image, what, 1.png, now I have the image there. So I can then update the application to change the base URL to those images, and we'll pull those images right from there. Before we go and do that, since I only have 3 minutes left, I'll show you the next step, which is the CDN portion of it. So again, we go to home, create resource, type in CDN. By the way, if you're watching, this part's going to take a minute. So for this, I'm going to ask you to tweet a picture of whatever you want, the screen, me, use the hashtag C#CornerConf22, and put the number 42 in there so I know it's legit. And obviously my hashtag or my username, which is Jay Guadagno. And then at the end, we'll pick first one I see, and you'll get this. So let's go with, there's lots of different CDNs. So I'm going to go with Manage CDN on Azure. Oops, that's not the right one. This one I think is under networking. Maybe not. Maybe it's under compute. I can't find it. Let's try content. Oh, there's one tweet. Where'd you go? It's one of the challenges with working with Azure is that things are changing constantly. Delivery. No results found. CDN. There should be 2 CDNs in here. One for Verizon and one for Alchemy, but for some reason I can't find them. But we're out of time anyway, unfortunately. So let's go to the About page. And here's my contact information if you want. Sorry to get the demo working. It's one of the side effects of hosting in a hotel space, and we actually had a compressed time. This is normally an hour-long talk. We had to do it in 30 minutes. Here's my contact information. Any questions on it, I'll tweet out later on today. I believe I have a link to all the code, but you can find it on the jjg.me/aboutjjg. And in that case, I am done. Thanks for the clapping. Now let's see who we're gonna pick, and let this open up first, and then I'm just gonna point to the screen. Is it done loading? My eyes are closed. I'm not watching. It's done loading? Nope. Let's go. I'm going to scroll down a bit, and this person. Where are you? I'm not going to throw it. Yeah. Any questions since the presenter's not here yet? Go ahead. Yes. You can put anything you want in there, even files, what have you. You can put JSON files, anything in anything that's static that doesn't change. You can throw it in there and then make it available via the CDN. Any other questions? Oh, wait. Yeah, I got to take a picture of the stage too. Yep.
What are your opinions on any container access going forward for
I don't have an opinion on them. You choose what's best for you. As you saw when you created the app service, you can say via code, via container. This actual example, which is available, where'd you go? Which is available right here. So this URL, you can get the code sample, and it has a Docker container in there as well as the API. So you can choose whatever works for you. Any other questions? Cool. Well, thanks for coming. Enjoy the rest of the event. I'll be here all day. So make sure you avoid me. No, I'm just kidding. And no one's leaving. I guess I'll just stay and hang out. I don't see another presenter. Is there lunch or something right after this? Ah, that's why no one's leaving. They don't want to get lunch. They'd rather hang out and talk to me. That's fine. No other questions? Doesn't have to be about the talk. Or you can just sit here and stare at me and not be awkward at all. Yep. I didn't publish it yet to Azure, so that was going to be the next step. Yep. Right afterwards, I was going to publish it to Azure. Yep. So the ultimate, we had it on-prem, which was a SQL Server database sitting on my machine. The images were sitting on my machine. We took the data, moved it to Azure. We took the images, put it in CDN to make it available in blob storage. Then the next step was going to be take the website and make it available there. Yep. So the question was, he uses ADO.NET to connect. How do they all kind of work together? So I will show you. In this particular application, where did I put it? I think it's this window. In this particular application, all of that's controlled right here in the config. So this is the database connection. I changed it from local to Azure. The next step was going to be here, change it from local to the CDN. And then here, when I publish it live, we were going to come back and change this from localhost to eshop.azurewebsites.net or whatever domain. At that point, the application looks at the configuration and then loads everything appropriately. Yep. We didn't get to that point. I can probably show where that is, assuming it's done. I'll show you another sample site that I have once it loads. So this is what we were going to create. There's an API and a web. If I open up the web, there will be a configuration here. And then that configuration kind of mirrors your app settings.json. And it should show a bunch of parameters once this little spinny guy is done. And that's where you go and change everything. If it loads, there it goes. So this is what we would use to change everything over. Any others? Is that an offer for me to sit down, Dinesh? Yeah, I know. I'm in the panel? Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's get this off. I didn't know I didn't know.
Whenever you're ready. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Have a seat. All right, I think few more people coming. Let them come in. Oh, you did? Awesome. There you go. You're in line next. All right, guys. We'll give a few more minutes. So, Sudeep, how are you?
Hi.
This is Joe.
Nice to meet you.
Maybe-
Guess I should have escaped the room earlier.
Let's get Good afternoon, everyone.
There's
Good
a-
afternoon, everyone.
That's more like it.
What was that last part? Good afternoon, huh?
All right. This is a class, guys. What do you want to learn today? Anybody?
Every time I see this picture, I'm always wondering what I was doing in it. Like,
That's you,
look,
yes,
I can't tell
exactly.
if I was eating
Yes.
or if there was a cup of tea in my hand. Magnus has a cup of tea right here, so
Yes.
I assume I was drinking tea, but it looks
Yes.
really weird. It's like,
Yeah. Manish, can we have some tea, please? Oh, it's just coming. Awesome.
Oh,
Yes.
great! So I need another picture like this now.
Yeah. So, all right, guys, this is our panelist here. What I would do is, my name is Mahesh Chand. I'm founder of C# Corner. Thank you, everybody, for being part of this conference. Let us start with introductions. Sudeep, you want to start, please, your introductions a little bit also your background, and how you have done that. You have achieved so much in your young age. So please share with our audience.
First of all, thank you for having me here. And I'm really excited to be here. To give something about my background, I've started as a young developer. So a lot of you are here are developers, right? How many are you developers? Okay, so a lot of people. So in 2010, I started as a developer. I was sitting in a chair like this where I was, receiving lectures how to code and everything. And then the journey started for mobile application development from there. And then I was working on different organization. I was heading key part on different organization. And in 2014, we decided to start our own company. So in 2014, we started App Inventive with 20 people.
Anybody know App Inventive here? Please raise your hands. App Inventive. Awesome.
Yeah. So we in 2014 we started this company, and right now in 2020, almost 7.5 years back down the line, we are more than 1,200 people now.
Wow.
So
1,200 people.
Thank you. So that's how we have grown. My personal interest is in technology, and that's why I was always excited for these kind of events, because it promotes technology. So my personal interest is there, and I want always be part of these kind of setup. So that's how we have grown. We have been developing a lot of application in India, across the world, from giants like Vodafone, NASA, KFC, Adidas, and also a lot of work we have done with Indian government as well. So that's how we have been growing, and that's how. And we work on not just mobile application, though the name suggests App Inventive, but we work on a lot of new generation technologies as well, which includes blockchain, AI, data science, and everything. So that's a little bit of background about us.
Awesome. Thank you. Joe, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. So you said you build for mobile apps for NASA, right?
Yeah.
What do they use? Their Palm Pilot in space?
No, so it was.
I'm just kidding. My name is Joe Guadagno. For those of you that weren't in the room for the last 45 minutes or 50 minutes, I am a senior director at a company in the US. I lead 5 teams of 50 people for the last, feels like 100 years or 100 days or 100 minutes. I don't know. It's been a while, not to date myself. I've been in software development for 30-ish years. Built my first computer at the age of 12, way back before they had motherboards and everything, where you actually had a PCB board, which is like that flat wafer, and you had to etch out the lines of everything and put the capacitors and everything. It was a bitch. Nowadays, it's so much easier. Yes, sir. That's just kind of weird. Let's all sit here and watch as they pour tea for me.
All right, so guys, while this tea is getting prepared, goal here really with this panel is doesn't matter what title was, but we want to make sure you learn something from it. You learn from experience of our panelists, and I'll be also chime in as I can. But really, goal is to answer some of your questions about career, job, growth mindset, personal, private, social, any questions you have. We're gonna doing that as well. It could be a business also. It can be a question like, oh, how did you grow from 5 people to 1,000 people? What is the secret sauce? Maybe Sudeep wants to tell you those. All the things you can ask anything here. It's open. You can ask any questions about. You can ask Joe, how do I go to US? Whatever you have a question in your mind. Does that make sense?
Do we have a mic runner?
Yeah, one sugar. All right, so I'll start with some of my, yes. All right, we already have questions, awesome. So we need we need somebody with mic.
You can say it now and I'll repeat it for
Yeah.
everyone. So,
Yeah. One sugar? Thank you. So let me rephrase the questions for some audience there. How do you know what product should I build so it will be successful in future? How do you envision? How do you decide? What do you do? So let's start with this with Sudeep.
Sure. What I feel is you should not look for a product. You should look for a problem. What is the problem? And if a problem can be solved through a product, then that is the right product. If the product is just for the sake of being a product, or being an application, or being a web application is being launched, then, and if you're not solving a real problem, it is not going to help. So first understand what is the problem? What are you going to solve? So all the new startup, even when we started, we wanted to make sure that we provide a quality service to most of the US customer and Indian customer in terms of technology. So first you have to understand what is the problem. Whatever product, whatever project you are working, it can be a technology product, it can be non-technology product. But if it is not solving a problem, it is not going to be successful. So you have to understand the problem. How big is that problem? It is also important. If it is a simple problem which can be solved through easy means, then I don't think it is going to work. So you have to understand what is the problem, how big is that problem, and how it is going to affect the consumer. And if these three things are in place, then I think product is going to work.
That's a great answer, and I will add that to a little bit more to that is, and I've seen this over and over and again. I have done that myself. I found a problem. I like, oh wow, this is a problem I need to solve. So sometimes these entrepreneurs and founders, they think that their problem is the biggest problem, and they start building that. So one thing I would recommend is, once you know the problem, then try to find out, is that problem just for me or is it for more people? If more, how many more? Is it just in your area, or is it in just your state, or the whole country, or everybody has that problem, right? For example, food delivery. During COVID, almost everybody needed that. So, but that may not, so you have to think that way. So that do some research on that before you start building a product, right? And I'm assuming that you're thinking being like a entrepreneur and start a founder, not as a business, right? Business don't start usually a product. They look at the problem, what other clients want, right? That's how they look at it. That's how we learn. Is some client came to us, hey, we having a problem. We can send these bulk emails. They're like, okay, we can build a product that will send bulk emails, right? But for a startup and an entrepreneur, also, once you know the problem, once you know this is called market, finding how big is your market. Once you know your marketing, then you want to figure out what is the competition out there. Are there already product doing the same thing? If they are they good or bad, and how good or bad they are? Can you build a better product than them? So you have to do all these research. Once you do that, then the next step would be create a simple, quick 6 weeks POC. Don't just go full-fledged, start building, hire 20 people, start paying salaries. Then you start, once you have that 6-week POC ready, start showing to few people, like your first initial beta testers and all that. That's how I would recommend the first steps. Then you will figure out it's going to work or not. That's my personal on that. Joe, you want to add anything to that?
I think both of you summed it up well. The only thing I would add to it is it should be something that you are passionate about. Don't do it just to chase the money. Do it for something that, in our case, like Mahesh was talking about something last night, it's a problem he has that affects him. So he's going to solve it. I'm working on a small project of my own, and it's small because it's just for me right now, but it's a problem that affects me and I'm passionate about it. So build something on it, then, look to see if it's outside, but it solves something for me. So when you're a little bit more invested in it, it has a different meaning than just putting together something just because I want to make an extra $1 or $2.
Well said, well said, well said. So next question I will take, before I take question from the audience here. Again, keep your questions ready. Our goal is really to answer your questions. So let me start with Joe this time, and then Sudeep, you can answer that. So it's been a crazy last couple of years, right? Almost 3 years, pandemic and working from home, remote work, and people have more stress and physical, mental health, and also on and so forth. So what do you see? What difference do you see at your work culture, Joe, after this pandemic? And what do you are also envisioning going forward from here?
That's hard. The company I work for, we have a saying inside: work hard and play harder. So we work pretty dang hard to get our day-to-day stuff done, but then we would have really big parties at the end of releases, and I'm talking big parties. We would rent out like cricket stadiums and have the whole team come in, and cricket players come in, or US baseball players and stuff, or concerts. We do a lot of big things like that. With COVID, a lot of that went away. Not only did those parties go away, but a lot of the camaraderie went away with it. If you noticed, like here, for a lot of people, this is their first conference that they've been at in 3+ years. There's something to be said about being next to someone and being able to talk differently than, outside of this little square head that you might see every day. So I think the struggle we're going to have in the future, especially in technology, is a lot of us, most engineers are introverts, meaning that they don't like being around other people. They want to be by themselves. There's very few that are extroverts. And the ones that are extroverts are typically the speakers, the business owners, the website people. And those are the ones that are usually more the 10th percentile or 5th percentile. So one of the things we're noticing is that a lot of people don't want to come back into work, and it's a combination, or they don't want to come back into the office. We're all working. Some people believe you get more out of it by being at home because you can put in a couple more hours, or it's 2 less hours. For me, it's about a 50-minute drive into the office and 50 minutes back. Turn that on top of an 8 or 9 or 10-hour day. That's almost half the day is just work. So would I rather stay home? Yeah, I rather would. But there's something to be said about the hallway conversations, or a case in point, some of the speakers were hanging out at the different cities, and while one is speaking, the other 2 or 3 of us were just sitting and catching up on work. And I was doing something, and Alan was right next to me. He was like, "That was cool. How did you do that? I've never seen that before." So I sat there and told him. And then the same thing happened the next day. Magnus was doing something, and I saw him. I was like, "Where did that come from?" So those little things that you don't realize are missing until they're gone. And we didn't see a lot of that over the last 2 years. So I think the hardest part is going for probably the next 2-3 years is figuring out how, as engineers, we're going to work in a hybrid environment. Because going in the office is not we're going to lose stuff by not going back in the office. But at the same time, we don't need to be in the office 5 days a week, 6 days a week anymore.
Yep. So Sudeep, you want to add something to that based on your experience in here?
I mean, you perfectly summed it up. We were also a company that work hard, play harder kind of vibe that we had. We have created one of the biggest cafes in Noida just for us so that we can party there every month.
I have seen it, trust me.
So,
I haven't seen it yet. That's not fair.
you are most welcome there. So we always work like that. That okay, we have to work hard and party harder and play harder, that kind of thing. And last 2.5 years has been very hard for doing that. And also, I remember when I was growing up, as I told you, I was a developer. In 2010, I started that, and I was an introvert. I'm still an introvert. But why I'm sitting here and why I can speak to you guys, because I've seen people how they do that. I cannot learn that through the box, as he mentioned. I cannot learn that through Skype, through Teams, that, okay, how people are doing that. I cannot communicate with them. I cannot understand with them that how they are doing it. So it is very important that all those discussions, that is not part of your project, that is not part of exact work related thing, but it helps you a lot to grow. I personally feel if I haven't been working from home from 2010, I should not have been sitting here. I may be a very good developer. I may be doing a lot of good work, but I will not be sitting here because the things that I have grown, things that I have learned from those discussions, from those observations, from those all the things that are not related to work is helping more than all those things that I can learn for work. And that is one of the main thing that I think is missing, and especially for the people. So a person who has, let's say, 10, 15, 30 years of experience, we may learn a little, but people who are at a very young age of their career, for 2 to 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, they have to learn a lot. And there are a lot of things that they learn from seeing other people, how their leadership style is, because growth mindset is something that I think without it, a developer community cannot survive, because every time these things are changing, you have to go from one designation to other designation, from one role to other role, from software developer to team lead to architect, those kind of thing. And if you are just learning technology and not communication, not body language, there are a lot of other things to growth, then I don't think it is going to work. And it is very important that you learn and observe other people who are doing that. And that is how I have grown. I personally see that is how I have grown. And if that was not the case, I may not have been sitting here like I am sitting today.
Well said, well said. We want to take a good job. Yeah, definitely, great one. Let's take one question now.
Hello. Hi, this is Sarvesh. So question to Sudeep. How do you see your growth in future? And what is your approach in last 4 or 5 years with respect to adopting the technologies or adopting the business? Do you see first the pain area of the client, or you research on particular area and then you develop some software or something like that?
Yeah.
Great question. Just stop by. You got you given a prize.
Perfect. Thank you for the question. I think it's a combination of both. You cannot always see that, okay, when the problem will occur, then I'll solve the problem. You have to anticipate what is the problem going to be, and then you have to solve it. So you cannot be just reactive in the sense that, okay, if the problem is coming, then I'll create a solution for that. So we have a research lab which research on different technologies. Let's say the new thing is coming up, they research on it. Then we have a workshop in complete teams so that we can make that knowledge transfer to other people as well. So we continuously evolve on that. But at the same time, no one can be perfect in one go. So there are a lot of things that once we do, then we realize that, okay, this is not the right way to do it. And then we have to offer other ways. So it's a combination of both. You cannot rely on one thing or other. You have to do both. You have to learn from it and then implement processes, new technologies on it, and also anticipate what is going to be next. Like we started blockchain, I think, 4.5, 5 years back when it was a buzzword. Most of the company were not doing it, but we thought that, okay, blockchain is one of the new upcoming technology and we have to invest on it. And we started investing from there, and now we have a good team on blockchain. So that was anticipation. One example is, the lot of processes that we create when there's a client that they see problem, okay, this is the problem I'm facing in scaling, and this is the problem I'm facing, then we devise a solution for that. So it's always a combination for both.
All right, any more questions?
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, just like you said, Sudhir, sir, just like you said, there is a problem. We need a problem, and I think we need problem. We have solution. We want to make a startup. My question is that should we go for the big giant, go with the big giant with our problem, or should we go alone? Because there is very high competition. There is very tough to become a front of the big giants.
Yeah, but it depends. What problem you are solving. Are you solving in a different way? Are you doing the same thing that any other big giant is doing? Then there's no competition in that, because they will obviously, they have money, they have everything, they can do that. But if you have some X factor which they are not doing, you have the solution for that. Then you should go for it, because then you will someday become that big giant. So that is how it goes. Every big company that is big right now, most of the companies started from a garage. So they were very small at that time, but they were doing things differently. They were not doing the same thing like other big giants are doing. So if you are doing something that is different, even the same things, solving the same problem but differently, and it is a better way to do it, you should go for it. If you are doing the same thing that any other company is doing, then they are already there, and then they will eat you up. So that's how you should approach.
Yeah, and to add to that, the keyword is innovation. How are you innovating the same problem? Look at Tesla. There are a lot of car companies before Tesla, but they say, oh, we're not going to use gas. We're not going to use diesel, petrol. We're going to use what? Electricity. So that's how you have to think, like, what are they doing? What is the problem you're finding in their solutions that you can solve, as Sudeep said? And also, can you move really fast? Because you may have the best solution out there. If you move slow, they're going to adapt your idea and they'll implement before you. It has happened with some of our. I tell you a story. We had an app called Roam Live. When Facebook, we saw a lot of problems in Facebook, that it's public, everybody can see everything. There's so much junk coming, garbage coming. So we said, we're going to build a private social media where you can only create different groups, your family, your friends, your party people, your whatever, your co-workers, and it all becomes so. And we also had a map. You can hide a lot of those features. And a year and a half later, Facebook has all, Instagram has all. So you have to really be ready for that.
Thank you, sir.
So before we take another questions, have your questions ready. One thing I want to talk about is the mental health, right? Obviously, physical health, we all go through that. But in past few years, mental health has become a major issue, not just for the employees, but also from employers. They have to figure it out, what they can do to deal with their employees, right? So with that said, I'll start with maybe Joe. Joe, what does your company do, or you personally do for your co-workers and people who work with you, or you do anything, deal with these mental health and kind of support them? And same question, then I'll ask Sudeep.
Sure.
The good thing is we are here comparing with a US company and one Indian company.
So I'd have to disagree with you. The mental health is just an issue now. I think
Okay.
it's been an issue forever.
Okay.
It just came to light in the last two or 3 years. So we have in our organization, we have a couple different support groups. We have something called Team Member Relationship Network, TMRN, I think it's called. Within the TRM, we have a lot of subcultures. Think of it like we have a C# corner, and C# corner has multiple chapters. This Team Member Relation Network has multiple chapters, and these chapters deal with different things. We have a chapter dedicated to African American. We have a chapter dedicated to women. We have a chapter dedicated to our Indian team members. We have a chapter dedicated to, you name it, there's a chapter for it, whether you're lifestyle, sports, or what have you. So it allows like-minded people to get together, which is helpful because it allows people to talk about it. One of the other things we provide at our organization is we have access to counselors. As part of our benefit, you get six free calls with a mental health professional, whether they want to be in person or not. Plus, we provide a benefit for ongoing mental health. But for those that don't want to do that, we also, at work, like I said, we like to work hard and party hard. One of the things we started doing a lot during COVID was we would have at work happy hours or Zoom happy hours or Teams in our particular case, where we get together and just literally pretend we're at a bar. Everyone would get their own drink of choice, whether it was water, Kingfisher, or something like that. And we just hang out and talk. We play games and other things to, release the pressure. One of the other things we do that's very unique and part of my leadership style is I have a really good relationship with everyone on my team. I get to know them, get to know, what's important to them, whether that be their mother, father, grandmother, kids, pets, you name it. And when they have troubles, I sense it. And I'll tell people to go home for the day, even though we're not working, to say, sign off. Maybe they got a call, their grandmother's sick, and you can tell they're not in the right headspace. Instead of pushing them, I'll say, okay, sign off for the day. Sally will get your work for you, or, we'll do it tomorrow. When you put the person first, ends up with a lot more benefit in the long run. People put in that extra effort for you if you show you're putting in the extra effort, which is a little bit different than most organizations.
Yeah, I mean, that's the similar approach that we have followed. And plus what we have done is, because sometimes people are afraid to ask, people are afraid to go to a counselor, people are afraid to talk to team member. We have done two things. One is we regularly organize some of the events, which can be a yoga session, which can be a meditation session. So regularly after every month or 2 months, there was something that was happening, so that they have some access to it. They have some access to meditation, they have some access to yoga, they have some access to doctors and everything. At the same time, we did this initiative where our HR team was there. One person was there that they will generally call 10 people every day for a month or 2 months of time. What we have done is they will generally call 10 people a day and just discuss with them how things are going, if there's any problem they are facing, anything that is there. So we try to make sure that even if they are not reaching out, somehow we can reach out to them. We cannot reach out to every people, but at the same time, we identified that, okay, there are few people who are already in communication with other people. So, okay, these are the people, like, for example, out of 1,200 people, if there are 200 people who are already in constant touch with everyone, but there are other people who are not maybe very communicative. So we identify those people, and HR team continues to call them, discuss with them. We we generally join those calls, discuss with them that, okay, any problem that they are facing, and we identified few of the problems at that time as well. There are a lot of people, especially in the second wave of COVID, when it was devastating in India. There are a lot of people were suffering. There were a lot of financial help that they needed, and we tried to do that at that time as well. So that is something that we did, that proactively, again, not just discussed with them, but tried to arrange the sessions, mental health session, yoga sessions, so that they are engaged as well. So that is something that what we did.
Great.
Hold on, before you get,
Yeah.
You can clap to that. That's something that's important. Mahesh and I were having this discussion last week when we were talking about what we were going to talk about all week. The yes person culture. It's very important to find a job where it's not just about the job, where your employer cares about you as a person. There's a difference. At work, we don't refer to people as resources. They're not resources, they're human beings. That's why we call them team members and not employees, because it's part of the team. Find an employer that does that for you, and you will see that you'll flourish a lot more, and you'll be happier than just showing up and doing a task one after the other. Little things like this is what really sets companies apart from each other.
Definitely. So any of you who trying to hire, have your own company, this is good feedback. Let's ask, anybody has questions?
Sir, I want to ask, what was the major problems that you faced during your startup, and how did you overcome those problems? And while developing the company with 1,200 employees, you must have faced failures. So how did you stay consistent even at those times?
Great question. All right, we
It's
have
like an
some-
interview for you right now.
Yeah, I'm feeling like I'm on a hot seat.
Well, with these lights, we kind of are. They're so bright.
Yeah. So yeah, there are a lot of failures. I cannot say that everything that we did was a success. There are a lot of things that we did was not went as per the plan. There are a lot of things that we did was successful, and that is one thing that we feel as an organization we have done good is we separated ourselves from the failure. It is not that a person or a particular person is doing the work and he has failed. We have tried to understand that what has failed, why it has failed, and how we can do it better. And that's how we have learned a lot, and a lot of new things has been created. For example, there was a time when the new hybrid technology was launched, React and Flutter. We were a little late on it. And we understood that okay, the people are moving fast. We were a little late on it. Now we are one of the top teams in React and Flutter, but at the initial stage we were a little late on it. Then we understood it that okay, this is the problem that we are facing. Maybe we have to invest more, and that's how after 1.5 years a research development team was formed. That okay, they will understand that okay, what is going to be in the market and how we have to adopt to it. And now we have every new technology that comes up, we are making sure that we have a good team member and we are providing that support. So that is one thing that you have to always understand, that failure is a part of process. What you learn from it and how you adopt to it, that is something that is going to make you big or make you lose everything. So that is one thing. Challenges, one of the most challenges that we faced is finding people which identifies with our goal, who identifies with our goal, because we were always very keen that okay, people that we hire is not going to be someone who just do the work. Like he said, we are not going for the people, especially at the initial stage. We want people who can take initiatives, who can actually call us out if we are doing something wrong. It's not just when we are doing something, if we are doing wrong, people are going to do it, who can call us out, who are maybe better than us even. So that is something, finding those people and creating that team was the biggest challenge that we faced.
Great. So let me ask you this. Oh, before I take the question, let me ask these guys. Just a second. Yeah, I'll take your question. How many of you are happy at your work? Be honest. Raise your hands, please. That means almost 80%, 90% are not happy at work, correct? And this, be honest. Is it because, so, and raise your hands, is it because you don't like your boss? How many of you don't like your boss? Looks like, whoa. You sure?
Hey, Simon, put your hand down. I saw it.
You sure? So
They are
everybody
making
likes
sure
the
their boss is not around here.
How about salary? Are you happy with the salaries? Can you raise your hands who's not happy
They're
with the
just
salaries?
not happy. There's no reason.
I'm
it
not
seems.
happy with my salary. All right. Okay, so that's not a problem. We'll skip
Half
that.
your team raised their
All right,
hands,
let's
by
go,
the
please.
way.
Your question. Be a little louder.
Put the mic next to your mouth. Oh, that was a great question. Thank you very much. Just scream out louder, walk
it's
up, and
working.
we'll hear you.
Nope.
Just move up front
It's
and,
working.
and tell us.
It's working. It's working.
Hi, myself Raman, and my question is to Mr. Sudeep and Mahesh also. When and why you think that this is the high time I have to choose my own startup? And what are the factors in your mind that I'm not going to work under anyone and I have to choose my startup? This is my
Okay, there's too much noise. Guys, can we clap? Come on, make more noise. Make more noise in that group. Come on. Hey!
That was probably DJ's session.
Yes,
he
it
loves to
was.
get people loud.
It was. We'll be DJ.
Thought I heard him.
So
what was the question?
Raman, could you please repeat again? Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, my question is to Sudeep and Mahesh also. That when and why you think that this is the high time I'm not going to work under anyone and I have to start my own startup?
Oh,
and what are the factors in your mind
Yeah.
that I have to choose my own startup?
Great. So you want to start?
Sure. I mean, I have always thought of it, always dreamt of it, that, okay, I am going to open my company someday. Even in college, when I was going for a job, I always wanted to start a company. And that was always my dream. Again, I have to understand, okay, how it is going to work. I cannot just start right away. I have to understand.
Okay,
Again, you want to
we
clap?
cannot compete with those guys. Forget it.
So yeah, so I was
Feel
saying.
sorry for that group in that room.
So after some time, when I was learning, I understood that, okay, I have learned enough, and now it's the time that I can actually initiate the company, and we have enough partners with me. I have enough partners with me who can start with me and who can actually build the company with me. That's how I started. There's not particular trigger, that, okay, I have to now start my own. There's not particular story on that, but I always wanted to do something of my own. And I wanted to learn from first that, okay, how it is going to be done, so that when I do that, it is actually a successful. I was not 100% sure that it is going to be a success, but at least I learned something, and then I start, so it will have less chances of failure. So that's how I started.
Yeah, great. Definitely 100% agree with that. So starting your own business, it can be any business. It's hard, and it's a journey. It's a long journey, right? It takes years and years sometimes. So having good co-founders and partners helps a lot, and that I
Both in the
learned from my.
business and at home.
What's that?
Both in business and at
Oh
home.
yes, home too. Obviously, at home, if you have a good partner, your life is smooth sailing. But if a partner is not good, guess what? Oh, fir ghar jana hai. Oh, I'm coming late. I'm working late. I got a client, and then sitting in a bar for a few hours. So yeah, so that's one important. But again, as Sudeep said, to me, I don't think everybody is not made for their own business and startups. But if you are passionate and you really feel like, no, you know what, I'm not happy working for other people or with other people. I mean, with you have to, and I want to do my own. To me, I think when you have less responsibilities and enough time, that's probably when you want to start your startup. For example, if you have, I'm sharing my experiences. If you have a new baby or you have young kids, you have responsibilities, it's probably not the best time to start your own startup. The best time to me is when you are young, you are by yourself, you can take more risks because you can easily, if it doesn't work out, that's great. You can always easily pivot from there, right? So a lot of people you will see in the US, I see is either they start early or they start really late when their kids are in college. Now they have a lot of time. So it's all about your time and how financially and otherwise you are secure on that side. So that's how I would say at least two factors. To me, what I've seen a lot of people struggle is at the family, they have young kids, their wife is not or husband is not supporting them. They don't have any co-founders to take care of other things. That's when problems start. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your answer.
All right, great. Let's take more questions. Anything around startups, careers, leadership? Yes, please, right here.
So my question is, sir, which career field you want, how you select your career field?
Okay, that's a good question. Awesome.
What was the question?
How do you select your career? Like,
What problems you face while choosing your career field?
Yeah, like data, or like a software. Give me an example. What are you trying to select from?
So software industry, या फिर software engineering, web applications.
Okay.
Cool.
Different fields, like you want to become a web developer, or you want to become a database engineer, DBA, or you want to become a,
I don't want to do that. They sound hard.
How you choose this career field?
Yep.
So I get a funny story with mine. At least it's funny for me. So at the time when I first started, way back when, I was, wow, was it something I said? I just started speaking, like half the room got up and walked out.
All right. They already know what they are choosing.
Yeah, right. I was working at a computer store selling computer parts, like hardware and software. And I had a regular client of mine come in and say, "Hey, Joe, I'm looking to build an application. He was a realtor, so he was buying and selling properties and buying or renting out apartments. And he wanted to track those apartments. So he knew if an apartment down the street was going to come up for rent, he can start doing the marketing and stuff for that apartment. And I said to him, I can do it. And he was like, oh, sure, great. When can you start? I told him 2 weeks. Later on that night, I get home from work and I go to my girlfriend's house and I say, guess what? I got a job. She's like, doing what? Oh, I'm going to be a computer programmer. She's like, what? You don't know anything about computer programming. I said, I know. I got 2 weeks to figure it out. So we went to her university and we took out a book. I read the book that week. And then I showed up Monday morning to work and he was like, what do you want to do? What do you want to see? Blah, blah, blah. And he showed me. So I opened up the book, copy, paste. And this was from a book before Stack Overflow and C# Corner. I copy and pasted from a book, the thing with paper, there's writing in it. Most people don't know what those are anymore. And I started apps like that and I really loved it. I went to school to be a high school math teacher. So it was quite the different profession for me. And I enjoyed solving the puzzles and figuring things out. And then I realized after a while that I was good at teaching, or at least I think I'm good at teaching. So I started to get into leadership and start helping other people. And then eventually I got into public speaking like this to help other people. So the career kind of chose me a little bit based on exposure to it. So the moral of the story is, don't just tell someone you're going to do it. Try a couple of things out. Someone asked me this yesterday. Try a couple of things out. See what excites you. Just like the startup. Just don't do a startup to do a startup. Find something that excites you, because when you're excited about it, you become passionate about it. You'll be more successful.
And yeah, regardless what you do.
Yep.
All right, what's the time on this panel, guys? Anybody has time? Do you
Must
know?
be done because everyone keeps walking
Yeah,
out.
I think so. Nitin, is it done panel time? What is it? Yeah, few more minutes. Yeah, I think time is almost done. Yes.
Well, he's worried about that.
We have
So
more time?
all these people are leaving. There was one time I
How
was
much time we
talking
have?
at a conference. We'll get to you. One
Okay,
second.
we have 10, 15 more minutes, guys. Awesome.
There's a question back there.
Yeah, question.
Yeah. So my question is, why is it necessary for startups to raise funds? Like there are startups like Zoho that haven't raised funds but are profitable. Whereas on the other hand, the startups like Zomato, Swiggy, or Byju's, which have so much funds but are not quite profitable. So that's
All right,
the question.
we can add on that. Go ahead.
I mean, it is not.
No, that's it. Your time is up. Bye.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Nope, I'm good.
So it is not important. It depends on what is your business model, how you want to grow, and how you want to aggressively approach a particular problem. Zoho has a different business plan, how they want to go. Even Zerodha has a different plan, how they want to go, and Byju's is a different plan. It depends on what your need is. Taking money or not taking money is completely your decision. Both are fine. It is not that, okay, you have to take money, then only your startup is successful. You can see a lot of examples where people have not taken money and still very successful. And there's a lot of other examples where people have taken money and they are one of the biggest company now. So it depends on, what your needs are currently. Let's say if you are running a small product and you want fund to grow it a bigger size and maybe reach pan India or around the world, then you may need funds. And at that stage, if you get funding, then it is good. But funding just to take, raise money just for raising the money is not good. You have to have a particular agenda behind it, that why you are raising money and where you are going to invest it and how it is going to benefit your company. So just for the valuation criteria that, okay, my company is now worth 1 billion and now it is a unicorn, that is not a good way to raise money. I would always suggest that, okay, raise money based on what your agenda is. from whom you are raising money, it is also important, because they both have to align on a certain goal. If those things are there, then I think you should raise money, that there's no problem. But if you think that my business can grow even without raising the money, you can always do that. So both are fine.
Yep, agree, and that's a great answer. One thing I would just add there is that when you have this plan, like, you know, I have to grow in this much in 3 years, and you say I need that many employees and marketing and sales. If you have enough money, you don't need to raise. But if you need, you know, oh, we need money, that's how companies usually raise, because they need money to execute their plans. Great answer. All right, who is anybody here? Nitin, you there? Can we start giving t-shirts to everybody who's asking questions? Yes, more questions? Anybody? Yes.
So, sir, I want to ask.
How is that microphone getting from there to there
Yep.
quickly? That was impressive. It's like an
He
underground
brought his
microphone
own.
network.
He brought his own.
Sir, as we all know, the technology is developing day by day. So people say it's taking people's job. So I would like to know your views upon that.
Sure.
How you see that?
So I don't remember who, someone mentioned this earlier today. You have to be employable in a couple of different ways. Not only just the skills you have from a technical standpoint, but the soft skills too. Staying on top of technology is really hard. It's changing on a daily basis, and some things can replace human beings on a regular basis. What you have to do as a human being is keep yourself marketable, keep yourself able to find a job. If you look, you know, in software development, there's been languages that come and go. There's, you know, COBOL, Fortran, Fox Pro, a bunch of other things. There are still people that do that. They chose to do that. If I started in the language I originally started, I wouldn't have a job right now. I started in Quick Basic, which I don't think there's any apps with that anymore. You have to be looking at what's coming out there and the future and keep learning. That's not to say you have to be on top of the latest and greatest, but if you start seeing that you're at a company that's still using, let's say, .NET 2, .NET Framework 2, and the industry now is at .NET 7, there's going to be a problem. You're going to become less and less employable unless that's something you want to do and work on, quote unquote, legacy systems. So it's up to you. You're responsible for your own life and your own goal. Don't rely on your employer to do it. If you're at a place that they're keeping you on dated technologies, it might be time to start looking. If you feel like there's other technologies that are out there that you could be working on, work on them. Like I said earlier, I lead 50 some odd people at work, but I stay up to date with the latest and greatest. I spend an hour or two every day playing around with code or playing around with Azure or playing around with something just to keep up to date with what's out there. I'm not an expert in any one thing, especially if you ask my wife, but I try to stay on top to be relevant and not become that old dinosaur.
Yeah, I mean that.
And one more thing, I always feel that technology is responsible for evolving human being. So maybe 50 years back, if you ask people that there's going to be a computer and there will be a lot of things will be done on computer, there will be similar problems that they will see. But now we are evolved, and now we are doing based on that help of that computer only. So everything technology grows, human being is also evolving with those, and with that with that thing there will be new job opportunities every time. So right now, people when they were not doing on computer, they were doing on pen and paper. But then pen and paper, if banking you go on pen and paper, there are a lot of very less jobs. Now there are a lot of more jobs. So it will always cut down some of the job, but if you evolve yourself, there will be more job, and in fact better life as well, because then you learn more. The thing you do on pen and paper will not give you as much as pay as what you do on computer right now. So that is something that you will evolve and you will learn and grow more. So that is something that technology always helps.
So With that, I'll share a story quick so you guys understand. Grew up in village. I was growing up in village, and when I was really young, I heard that in village we used to have, bell and gadi, right? Bell and hull. We heard that there's something called tractor is going to come. It will take all the jobs from farmers. Did that happen? No. Then later I heard when I was in school that, oh, computer is going to come and take all our jobs. Did that happen? As Sudeep said rightly, when new technology comes, they even create more jobs than, taking the jobs. So there's always jobs. It's going to continue to grow. So I wouldn't worry about technology taking the job away, as long as you are learning and evolving. All right, let's take more questions. Yes, yes, sir.
Hey, Sudeep, this side Vivek.
Sir, my question is for all of you. Sir, whenever you start any initiative regarding towards your company and you are starting some project and at last you finish that and you marketing it and you are not satisfied with the results of it. So what you gonna do on that? For example, a few months back, there is Nike, which collabs with any tech company and making smart shoes. They are not successful, so they just shut down that. So I am just asking you that what you gonna do on that topic.
Yeah, so yeah, but I'll start with that, and I've done this many times. I started probably 25 companies, and only 3-4 are really make money. So business is a business, right? When you start a new business or idea, it fails. Yeah, you just shut down, because unless you wanna keep losing money, that's my view on it. It's pretty simple. But if you are, as Joe said, you're passionate about something, you say, no, I want to do it, try again. That's because that's what you do. Nike, they don't care. They come up with 100 products each year or more, and most of them you don't even hear about because they fail. But if one of them is successful, that's all they care about.
And one more thing, if you have to fail quicker. I mean,
Yeah.
failing is something that is going to happen. It is inevitable. So fail quicker. I mean, I'm not sure how much time they have spent, but as soon as they have realized it is not going to work, they have pivoted from that. So that is something that you have to learn, that, okay, even if you fail, that doesn't matter. You have to fail quicker. You have to learn from it. Either start the same initiative with the new thing, or maybe move on to something else. That's completely your call, how much you believe, what cause you're working on. But again, you have to do it a very fast manner.
Cool. I think there was
Yep,
one
right
over
here.
there.
There's one right here. That's a question.
How do you deal with finals? Oh.
Finance, you lose a lot of money. How do you deal with it? Okay, how do you manage your finances, or in the beginning?
Yeah, I mean, as Mahesh has mentioned, that you have to be really. At that time, we didn't had a lot of responsibility. All of us were very young. We stayed in a one apartment. We tried to manage that there. One of our friend was paying the rent. We were not able to pay the rent because, again, we were not earning money for first 2-3 months. It was just a startup. So we were one of my friend helped us, and he was paying the rent. We were surviving on the minimum, that, okay, whatever is necessary, that is the only thing that we do. We stopped going out. We haven't done any parties. We stopped calling anyone to our home, because we knew that it will take our time and money. So we try to make sure that we spend as much as only it is necessary. Other than that, we always try to invest in business. So it depends on what situation you have. Right now, if I have to start, it's a different situation because I have some money, but maybe at that time I was not having money. So there was a different situation that you have to handle. But then you have to be willing to do that sacrifice, because when you do a startup, it is not easy. It is going to take you up. It is going to take your finances. It is going to take your time. It is going to take your energy. But if you are willing to sacrifice all of that, then maybe you will be successful one day.
Yep, that's well said. Yeah, right here.
Hi everyone, myself Kunal. Like Joseph said, most of the developers and engineers are introvert, except the one who are representative or speakers. So my question is, how can we overcome this situation of not being able to open up or speak in front of people?
That's a great question, my favorite one. Come on. Yeah, so as Sudeep said, I was like same. I was from village. forget cities. I never saw city until like, I think I was 15, 16. And then we didn't have TV, no radio, nothing. So I literally grew up in with no, outside. Only once in a while we will hear is the, Doordarshan news on radio. That was, I was. So yeah, I couldn't go speak anywhere. But then even I went to the US, I was still same way because I did a little bit programming here and I went to US right away. I was in the US and I was still could not speak, but I was a published author. I was running C# Corner. Then one of our friend in Philadelphia, he runs a user group, like C# Corner. He runs a user group, and he invited me because I wrote a book. His name, Bill from Philly.net.
Mhm.
He said, Mahesh, why don't you come join our user group? I was like, okay. I went there, and oh wow, like big speakers there of successful people, and I'm just young, 23, 24, 5 years old. He just called me. Hey, he's like, hey, there's one author among us. Mahesh, stand up. He took me out there and he said, go to stage, talk something. And I was so afraid, I froze. I couldn't say anything. But that was the day after that, I had no fear. So once you overcome the first fear, that first time, that's it. That's the only fear, because you're afraid of, what people will say. So you start thinking too much. And now I tell people how to overcome fear is you start with saying like, you know what? I don't know, I'm going to say something, but I'm going to go there. I'm going to fail, but doesn't matter. I'm just still going to go there. Make that mindset and do something. It could be within your own company. It could be in your friends. Say, you know what? Or it can be in little stages. But you got to start that. You got to take that first step. Once you do that, it's a game over. So that's my experience.
I think before that first step is to figure out what you're really afraid of. We're introverts or extroverts for a reason. And usually when you're an introvert, it's because you don't want to speak in public or you don't want to be around other people. So you have to look inside and figure out what is that reason. Some people are just afraid to be on stage because they might be ridiculed. Some people don't want to get on stage because they're afraid they have to know all the answers. So find out what that 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, depending on your person, reasons are, then look at potential solutions. Like if you're afraid of knowing all the answers, Scott Hanselman says, when I go up on stage, I don't assume I know everything. There's an audience of 100 or 1,000 or 2,000 people. They might ask me something I don't know, and it's fine. You don't have to know everything. You can just say, hey, I don't know. Give me your email address and I'll get back to you. Or you could be afraid of, just making a mistake. I just did a 45-minute session. There were people in here that saw I made like 3 or 4 different mistakes. It happens. We're human. We're going to make mistakes. People don't expect to be perfect all the time, and you have to treat yourself like that. The fail fast and fail often has come up multiple times. So find out what the reason is. You don't want to be in whatever scenario, then work on that particular challenge with yourself.
Yes, right here.
Good afternoon, sir.
He's been waiting for a while. Okay.
Acha. Take.
So the question for those that couldn't hear it is, there's a lot of technology.
Can you be a little louder? A little bit louder.
Me?
Yes.
Oh.
A little bit.
I can hear myself. Totally fine. The question was, what technologies should I choose? There seems to be a lot in at least the back end world. I mean, it really depends. Right now, .NET is up and coming, but there's so many potential out there for still Java or JavaScript frameworks. JavaScript frameworks come and go on a regular basis. You have to see what you're passionate about and what problems you want to solve. I've been pretty much in the Microsoft ecosystem for 30 some odd years, but that's not to say that's solely what I do. I look for the problems and the right tool to solve the problem. So it depends on who you're working for. And if you're working for yourself, it's up to you. The one thing I tell my team, because I like to believe in, using the right tool for the job, is to make sure that tool is something that's sustainable. Don't pick Mahesh's brand new language that came out this week to build something until there's support for it. Like when Angular 1 came out, you took a risk putting together a project with it, but now we're on version 14 or 15 or something like that. So it takes some time to figure out what's out there. I usually wait for a version 1 of something to come out before I'm comfortable with working with it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's perfect. You also look at the company backing it. If Microsoft comes out with the new language, I might start playing with it because there's a good chance that the Microsoft marketing machine is going to make it a success. But if there's this new open source language that's coming up, I might not work with it for a little bit until I see some stability behind it.
Well, with that said, thank you. That was a great answer. With that said, if in one maybe one sentence or two sentences, you want to give advice to young guys out here, what would be your one advice for
Should
them?
I say live long and prosper? Wow, no one got the reference. I think my biggest piece of advice is try to be yourself and be your own best advocate, because no one's going to be a bigger advocate for you than yourself. Your leaders might, but your bosses never will. So look out for yourself and educate yourself, because no one's going to spend the time and effort to educate you.
So can I ask something?
Yeah, we're done with
Yes,
questions now. We're going to close the panel. Yeah.
Yeah. So
we have the people who I think the food is started, right? Yeah.
So one
Sorry, you
advice,
can ask after, please. Sorry,
yeah.
I keep saying.
So one advice that I would like to give is be competitive to yourself, not to other people. That what you are learning today, how you are better than yourself from yesterday. That is one thing. And whatever field, whatever technology, whatever field you choose, it doesn't matter what field you choose. It matters how good you are at it. It doesn't matter what technology you choose. It matters how good you are at it. If you are good at it, then I think you'll survive. You have to choose carefully. You do not have to go on a technology that is going to last for 1 year. That is something that, as Joe mentioned, that you have to be careful about it. But at the same time, you cannot have that FOMO that, okay, everyone is doing particular technology and I'm not doing it, but I'm good at what I am doing and it is going to survive. Then I think you will survive as well. That is not a problem.
Great. If you have more questions, you can ask outside, but thank you so much.
Last question.
Okay. Last question.
Sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Sir,
We're like 7
my
minutes
question
over.
is, when you are hiring an employee,
Can you louder?
when you are hiring an employee, then what are the qualities and abilities you see in your employee?
Good question. Good question.
First thing is that we try to understand that if he or she is a team player, and we were discussing in our last meeting as
Yes.
well that, okay, this is one of the most important thing, but it is very hard to judge. So we try to identify different things, what projects they have already worked on, how they have worked on those projects, how they have helped other team members. That is one thing that we try to identify, because that is something that our ethos is. We want to work as a team, and that is one of the more important thing. Even how good they are at technology doesn't matter if they are not a good team player. So that is something that we always look for.
Yep. Thank you. That is all, guys. Thank you so much for everybody to hanging out with us. If you have more questions with the specific speakers, go find them outside and just pick their brains. Thank you so much. And thank you, our panelists. Appreciate it. It's lunchtime, I think, guys.
Explains why we lost half the room. They heard.
Let's go eat. Let's go have some lunch.
those hands? Everyone! Children's waiting there for you to find me. Sounding like butter every day. Be reminded of how it began. Inside your every day. Turn away, it's a struggle to find it. Heard it call as you walked away. Voice of God moving in the silence. Forward seemed in eternity. You didn't know me, but call out again. In the shadow, making it. Then your fears in and give you lightning. And your God as you walked away. When you think of it's the same, listen to me now. Hear me never feel nothing again. Sometimes darkness show you the light. That's it. Unforgivable tragedy. Answer isn't where you think you find it. Make yourself home every day. When you work, come again. I'll be right, don't turn away. You're the one who can really find it. Don't let hope become a memory. Dance! Let the shadow of the age go find it. The feeling lost never tucked away. Let them look at you. I'll bet again. In your dark, you spend the legs. Now is the answer if you dare to find it. Don't let hope become a memory. When you think of it's the same to me now. Hear me now. All right, Germany. Are you with us? Good. And let me see those hands. Everyone. Children's waiting there for you to find me. Sounding like butter every day. Be reminded of how it began. Inside your every day. Turn away, it's a struggle to find it. Heard it call as you walked away. Voice of God moving in the silence. Forward seemed in eternity. You didn't know me, but call out again. In the shadow, making it. Then your fears in and give you lightning. And your God as you walked away. When you think of it's the same, listen to me now. Hear me never feel nothing again. Sometimes darkness show you the light. I said, I'm thinking about strategy. Got to listen where you think you find it. Make yourself home every day. When you work, come up again. I'll be right, no telling where. You're the one of your dreams. So then hope become a memory. Let the shadow of the years go behind it. Few months that were tucked away. Let them look. I'll bet again. In your dark, you spend the night. Now is the answer every day to find it. So then hope become a memory. When you think of is forsaken, listen to me now. You need never be broken again. Sometimes darkness show you the light. Don't ignore, stand to me now. You need never be broken again. Sometimes
Okay, you ready? You ready to start back there? All right, ready to launch. Where is everybody? Launch.
Initiating system launch. System 1 loaded.
That didn't work out. That's me. Hello, India. Now that you've had your lunch, you're going to fall asleep, right? Better not, because I'm a lot bigger than all of you combined. Nobody got that joke. Okay. Anyway,
I'm David McCarter. I'm glad you're back from lunch. I'm glad you're at C# Corner. I'm glad to be back at C# Corner. This is my first time speaking in 3 years in public. I've been going through withdrawal. I needed therapy because I couldn't see you guys. I missed you all. So I'm back, at least for one more day, right? All right, so this is Rock Your Code and App Performance for Microsoft. How many C# developers? Should be most of you. Yep. VB.NET? One? Yeah, that's the way it goes usually. So all the samples in C#, and I'll give you lots of links at the end, so don't worry about if I go kind of fast. So anyway, I'm David McCarter. I'm a Microsoft MVP, C# Corner MVP, patent inventor, architect, developer, crash on aisle 4. So anyway, there's my handles, all that stuff. Can somebody grab the door? Close the door, please. All right, this talk is based off of my code performance book, which is out right now. It covers an older version of .NET Core. Here's all the chapters. It's from 3,400. Can someone shut the back door for me? Thanks. 3,400 benchmark tests, and I'm working on the new version now, and everything I'm going to show you today is all .NET 6 and .NET 7, okay? And when I say .NET 7, you might see some things you go, Well, remember, it's not officially released yet, so as soon as it is, I'm going to rerun all these benchmark tests and repost the graphs once it's released next month, okay? Also, 100% of the money I make off of this book goes to the Voice of Slum. So we heard from the Voice of Slum this morning, so I hope everybody goes to thevoiceofslum.org, and please, please help me help the kids and donate today, okay? Also, if you haven't watched, who's watched my show on C# Corner? Oh, come on. Okay, well, now you need to watch it. There's a really great episode coming up next Saturday, so you don't want to miss it. It's all about memory and performance with the expert at Microsoft. I'm not going to tell you who. Well, you can find out if you go to my website. All right. So this is what we're going to talk about today. Why we're here, or why I'm here, general tips, strings, ref types, and structs, collections. I'm not going to do the last section, unfortunately, because we don't have time. The encore, then it's tea time or whatever, okay? I'm waiting for more people to come in. Come on, hurry up. Shut the door behind you, please. Hey, can you grab the door? All right. Why we're doing this talk? That's one of the bands I do photography for. All right, code performance. Code performance is super, super important. Not only will poor performance upset your users because things are taking too long, but the other thing is, if you don't get all the performance you can out of your code and you go to the cloud, you're going to be paying more money, right? Every millisecond you can save is $1, or I don't know how much. It's savings in money, right? So this is why I'm really hyper focused on code performance, is because the slower your code, the more you're going to pay in Azure or AWS or Google or something like that, okay? So it's super, super important. Both are very important for now and the future. You should always be planning for the future. Unfortunately, I don't see this done well enough in the real world, but you need to. And memory affects performance, and performance affects memory. So yesterday I had a talk about memory. This is part 2, basically, the performance part, okay? Because they both go together. If you waste a lot of memory, it's going to hurt performance, okay? Here's some real world stats of a company I worked at. This company hired me temporarily as a consultant, and their biggest traffic days of the year are 2 days in America called Black Friday and Cyber Monday. The rest of the year, their traffic was pretty flat, but those 2 days, it was crazy. It goes really, really high, and they kept breaking down until they hired me, of course. They were averaging about 20,000 transactions per second during these 2 days, with max of 50K transactions per second during these 2 days. So performance for this company is super important because we guaranteed retailers like Nike and other companies like that at 80 millisecond turnaround in our services. So we had to squeeze everything we could out of the code. And that's why they hired me. And for some weird reason, they put 200 gigabytes in memory of Nike's product information. I don't know why they didn't just cache it, but that's what they did. And all of that really, and that 200 gigs in memory really hurt performance on that server, okay? All right, so now here's some general performance tips that are really easy to do. They won't really take much time, and you can get small gains out of this. Everything I'm going to be talking about is small gains, right? But they add up when you're doing 50,000 transactions per second, right? If you can save a second every second, maybe, that's less money you have to pay in Azure. Thank you, thank you. All right, so as soon as you go back to your projects on Monday, you need to do these steps to start cleaning things out of your projects, because I bet there's things in your project that shouldn't really be there anymore. First thing you need to do is make sure all the using statements are gone out of the top of your classes that you're not using anymore, right? This could slightly affect performance, right? But it really comes into play in the second slide I'm going to show you. So first, go out of your classes and go right mouse click, say remove unused references, and get rid of them all, okay? There are other tools out there that will do it too if you can find one. The second step is in Visual Studio, say remove unused references, okay? What this does is it scans your project and sees if there's references that you're not using anymore, including NuGet packages. And if there are, you'll be presented with this screen, and then you just say, yes, get rid of it, and everybody's happy. So now you've decreased the deployment size of your project. So now your deployments will go slightly faster, okay? But I'm not very clean at home, but I'm very clean at code. I like to keep my code clean, okay? And I see people do this still. Senior software engineers do this, and don't do this. Do not set variable types to their default state. Every type in .NET has a default state, right? What's the default state for an object? No? Yes. What's the default state for an integer? 0, right? So don't set it, because when you're setting it like this, you're making more computer instructions, which will affect the performance, okay? So my rule, 99.99% of the time, is only set code default state if it's different from the default state, okay? So for example, if you want to do a counter as 1, you can do that. You can new up a person, or any of those examples right there. That's the way you do it, not the first example, okay? Don't do the other way. Other quick tips: remove empty methods and commented out code. It just clutters up the code and makes it harder to read. You don't need it. That's what source control programs are for, repositories. Just get rid of it. You can get it back later if you need it, okay? Remove unused code blocks, variable types, etc. Again, when we're coding and developing, we might create parameter parameters for a method and then we stop using them, but we don't remove the parameter from the method. Okay, need to do that too. Okay. And do not ignore method results. A lot of people will call a method and not get a result back. You need to get results back. It actually helps the code and it helps you know what happened during that call. Okay, so don't ignore it. There's a new shortcut you can do now. I don't have it up here, the underscore equals. Do that if you really don't care about it. Okay, you're done at 6, done at 7. All right, so those are really quick. It won't destroy your code. It won't hurt anything. It will take really easy, a little time to do what I just told you. Okay, especially if you're using refactoring tools like ReSharper or CodeRush. Okay, I use CodeRush and it's free now, so you should use it too. All right, so let's talk about strings, string comparisons. Many string comparisons look like this. So this company that was doing 50,000 transactions per second, this is what they were doing. They were taking some text and doing to lower on it. Okay, don't do that. All right, unfortunately, it's there. It shouldn't be there. What you really need to do is this. Instead, use to upper invariant or to lower invariant, because this takes into account different languages. If you do to lower, that doesn't take into account the current language setting. Okay, these two do. Okay, so you're going to see in a second they take a little bit more time, but it's worth it because someday your program's going to be translated into a different language. I guarantee it, right? And I've seen so many companies shoot themselves in the foot and cost hundreds of thousands of dollars because they don't do this stuff in the beginning. Okay, I don't know how many rupees that is. Sorry. So here's an example. This is the way you should do it. If you need to compare strings, do to upper invariant, to lower invariant this way. There's other ways to compare strings, but this is the one I want to talk about today. Globalization is very important, so you need to use this. So here's the speed. You can see here, here's to upper and to lower is the fastest, but it doesn't do what we need it to do. So to lower invariant, to upper invariant's right here. Okay, so you can see it, they're the second fastest in this in my benchmark test. Okay, so there's always trade-offs in code, and this trade-off is we're going to take a little bit performance hit because we need to support multiple languages. Okay, that's more important really at this point. Formatting strings. I think the battery's running out. There we go. There's two main methods to format strings in .NET, and you guys should know this. String.format or interpolation. Okay, here's an example of string.format. Like this, we've been doing this forever in .NET. This is newer. The interpolation, we do like this, right? Before I move off the screen, I suggest anything the user sees, you need to use format. Okay. You can use this for logging. I wouldn't use this for what users see because you can't globalize it, okay? But you can this one, okay? I'm going to show you here in a sec. So you can see here string format with culture information is the second fastest, and then there's another one there for resources, and there's string interpolation. You can see string interpolation with culture information. It's almost the exact same speed. So in this case, I guess I was wrong. In this case, string interpolation is actually a little bit better. It's about the same. Yeah, it's a little bit better, actually. Cool. Yeah. All right. String builder. You can get really, really big string performance gains by using string builder instead of concatenation, right? String concatenation in .NET is a real performance killer depending how many strings you're trying to connect at one time, okay? So we need to do better. In this example, what I'm doing, I'm just going through an array, creating a string builder, doing append, and then doing toString, right? So if you have a lot of strings you need to put together, always use string builder, okay? And here's why. Here's concat. Here's join. if you do plus plus this, don't do this, right? But these are pretty fast, but the next one should be string builder. So now you can see with string builder, append, I can't even read that. Append format, and something like that. But anyway, so when combining a bunch of strings together, especially like I just showed you in the example, always use string builder, right? And in my open source project, I have some code that makes this even faster. Okay, but it didn't make it into my talk. All right. So the next thing is Regex. How many have used Regex before? Yeah, so we use Regex a lot for pattern matching of strings, finding things in strings. This regular expression here is just looking to make sure there's a word in the string, okay? And you just have a default, you just do the regex is match, it will turn back true or false, okay? So that's how I see a lot of code do this, okay? And there's also a bunch of options depending what kind of strings you're looking at. You can ignore case, you can do compiled, you can do explicit capture, single line, you can go backwards, right to left, culture invariant, all those different settings you can do depending on what kind of strings you're going to be using regex against. And you can see here, for my benchmark tests, all of them are pretty close to the same. You can see explicit capture was the fastest, then single line, then culture invariant, but they're all pretty much the same. So luckily, those options didn't really affect the performance very much, right? But remember those numbers. All those numbers are about 6 to 9,000 nanoseconds, okay? And the compiled one is over 6 million nanoseconds, so don't use that one this way. It skewed the graph so bad I had to take it out because it was so much different. Speeding up regex. So this is actually something I just learned from my guest who's going to be on my show Saturday, okay? So in the previous example, we're creating a regex object within the method, okay? Don't do that anymore. Always put regex in a private field in your class, okay? And when you watch the show, you'll learn there's some caching and other things that Microsoft does to make it a lot more efficient. But it has to be in a field, a static field in your class, okay? So here's an example. It's the exact same thing. Here I am compiling it, right? Because when you compile it and then use it, it's going to be a heck of a lot faster, okay? As you're going to see here in a second. And then here's the word, and then you just do is match, okay? But we're using it from the field, not within the method, okay? Now remember the last slide, performance was what, 6 to 9,000 nanoseconds, right? Look at this. Less than 500 nanoseconds for the compiled one. Or probably less than that, probably like 400. See how fast the compiled one is now? Remember compiled was 6 million something, right? Now, it's not even 1,000. Not even close, right? So this dramatically increases the performance of your regex lookups and stuff, okay? So if you're using regex, forget the old way. Don't listen to Stack Overflow. Do it that way, okay? You'll thank me later. Or actually thank my guest after you watch the show next Saturday, okay? I do questions at the end, okay? Okay, so let's briefly talk about reference types and structures. There's not a ton. In structures, you should always override equals, okay? Because equals, if you don't override equals in anything, it's going to use reflection, and reflection is notoriously slow, okay? In .NET, we want to avoid reflection as much as we can. Okay, sometimes we have to use it, but we want to avoid it. Okay, so here's an example of a structure that's actually from my open source project, and I put the equatable in coordinates there, and then I do the equals right here. These two equals. Okay, now what's the speed difference? Look at that. That's huge difference. Okay, look at this. Override, reflection. See? Remember I just said avoid reflection? This is exactly why. Okay, so always override in structures. Okay. And while you're doing it, obly implement this for structures. I actually found out that if you do equals on a normal class, a regular class, it actually slows it down. So don't do it for that. Just do it for structures. Okay. Also, structures don't have operators. So make your users of your DLL happy by implementing the operators. Okay. And if you use good analysis tools, it'll kind of ding you and say, hey, you need to implement this for you. Okay. Other tips, seal classes. Most people don't seal classes. Seal classes means you can't inherit it anymore. Okay. Most classes are not meant to be inherited, right? So seal them, right? Not only does this show intent of the class, right? But it can slightly affect performance, okay? That gets smaller and smaller these days. It was a lot bigger in the older versions of .NET, okay? Always use proper class access modifiers. Again, this is just making sure you're showing the proper intent to the people using your type, okay? This is just kind of a cleanup thing for me. And only use public classes on purpose, okay? Most every class people create is public. Stop it. Unless you mean that class to be used outside of that DLL or EXE, don't make it public, right? That also can slightly affect performance, okay? And this shows better intent again, okay? Implement iDisposable. If you guys were at my talk yesterday, I talked all out 40 minutes about this by using the keyword, and you can also go to my open source project and use dispose collection to dispose fields to help you dispose of things properly, okay? All right. So now the big one. This is where you get a lot of performance increases, collections, okay? And I've been benchmarking .NET 7 since the beginning of summer. And I just completed everything, right? There's a lot of differences in .NET 7. And if you make sure you check out my website, I'm going to be writing a lot about that very, very soon, okay? So creating a collection. This is the common way I see people create a collection object, okay? I've seen this a million zillion times, okay? If you can, avoid this. This is the way you do it. And that is, if you know how many items are going to be in the collection, make sure you set it when you create the object by just like I'm showing you this in this example. Gosh, I can't talk this afternoon. Okay? Do it that way. Even if you have a guess, it's going to make performance better, okay? But try to avoid creating collections without telling it how many are going to be in it, okay? And you can see here, this is by telling it how many I want. This is if I'm just doing like, I'm guessing half the amount. You can see it's not much difference. But there is a difference down here when you don't do that, okay? And this is actually getting better and better with each version of .NET that comes out. You know, .NET 6, this is .NET 6. Yeah, .NET 7 seems to be a little bit slower, okay? But always do this if you can. We can't do this all the time, but if you can, do it, it'll affect performance. And when you're getting 50,000 transactions per second and creating maybe hundreds of collections during that, this really adds up, okay? There are 4 main ways to loop through a collection in .NET, right? There's for each, there's do, there's while, and there's for, okay? Those are the 4 main ways to loop through a collection in .NET. Most people use for each, because for each is just simpler, there's less syntax, it's a lot simpler, right? I would say 90% of the code I see uses for each, okay? You can see down, I'm sorry the screen, it's even hard for me to read the screen, but down at the very bottom is the for each. You can see it is slower than the other ones overall, okay? So if you can go through a collection, always use for or do or while, okay? But like I said a minute ago, make sure you check out my website because some collections actually work better with for each and some work better with for. And I'm going to be listing all that stuff down for you guys so you don't have to figure it out like I have been figuring it out, right? But check out my website soon. Checking for items in a collection. How do you check for items in a collection? Who can say? Loud, loud. For each loop? For each? Huh? Count, dot count. Most people use dot count, right? To see if there's items in the collection, right? Usually do a question dot count, right? Just in case it might be null. So here's 3 ways you can do it in .NET currently. Count, long count, and try get non-enumerated count, right? And I did a survey. I'm always doing surveys on my Twitter feed. I hope you guys will check them out. And you can see here 95% of the people said count. Were they right? Oh, wait. I don't have the graph yet. Okay. So use count, right? Count is the fastest. You can see here, see how fast count is compared to try get enumerated count is not too bad, but long count is really bad, right? So avoid long count if you can, because for some reason it really kills performance. I don't understand why. I'm going to have to ask the architect of C# because he's my friend why this is. I'll have an answer. Checking for items in an array. So array is a little bit different. In an array, we don't use count in an array, we use length, okay? So don't use count in an array, use length. That's the most performant way of doing it, okay? And when you use length over count, look, 4 times increase in performance, right? Just by using length, okay? And like I mentioned earlier, if you're using code analysis tools, most of them will tell you to do length, okay? In case you forget, which I typically do sometimes. Creating a collection with the loop, okay? So many times we get a collection from an API or a service or a database or something like that, right? We go through it, we modify some data, and we put those items into a new collection and maybe send it on through our API, right? So we do this all the time is creating collections from a collection, okay? Here's an example. I have list person. I forgot putting the count on there. I guess I should have. And you just go through, do something, and then you add the collection right there, okay? Instead, do it this way. If you can, at all possible, send in the new collection, 5 minutes, new collection in the constructor, or use add range. You're going to see here the difference. The constructor, see, they're getting pretty close, right?
The constructor is always the fastest, okay? So I would stick with that if you can. And here's what doing this with a for, you can see using capacity, half capacity, and without capacity, you can see again, capacity wins out, okay? So use capacity as much as you can. Which link statement is faster? Who says, I'll let you look at that for a couple seconds. Here's the link API. This is Lambda. Which do you think is faster? Number one, raise hand. One person. Number two? Yeah? Okay. Let's see. Right now, the API is a little bit faster. You know, the last time I did this talk, it was the other way around. So they've done something, but Lambdas were the fastest way to do it. And now it's the API for some reason. I don't get it. And but you can see here, if I'm doing a where first, you know, through the API or Lambda, in this case, Lambdas are faster than the API, okay? So this stuff really can change depending how you're using it, okay, as you can see in this example. So in this example, if I was doing a query and doing first, I would use Lambda. It was maybe something else, I'd use the API. If I'm really trying to squeeze down the performance. Serializing objects. Forever, we've been using the Newton Soft JSON. .NET Core now has a JSON serializer in it. Who thinks Newton Soft is fastest? Nobody? Who thinks the .NET Core is fastest? Yep. When serializing the JSON serializer, the .NET Core one is faster. And for deserializing, it's fastest too. Okay? So if you're using JSON Newton Soft, I would start switching because it's actually, .NET is actually faster now. All right, we're almost done. Here's some things that basically have now, there's not a big difference anymore. So do it any way you want. You can do an if that, the first way, second way, third way, they're all pretty much the same. I stick with the third way there because I always want to make sure if there's a null in the string. I mean, an empty stuff in the string, okay? But I always use the last one, just to be safe. Returning a new object, you can return objects either in the return or in an out. They're basically the same performance, so don't worry about either way. Null coalescing assignments. Before .NET 8, this is how we did null coalescing, table equals null. But now we can do it like this, table question mark equals, both pretty much the same performance, okay? Not a big difference. And analyzing code for issues. I thought I took this out. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Oh. All right, almost done. All of these tips are on my website, okay? So if you go to my website, I have an entire section about code performance, okay? And a lot of the stuff I just showed you is there. Actually, all of it's there, okay? Here are your links. Take your pictures. Nobody? I'll put them on my website too for you. All right? How's it? Everybody like this talk? You learned something? There's some more. Thank you. Thanks. Hey.
लगा देते हैं.
I warmed them up for you.
इसको थोड़ा हटा दो. क्लिकर चाहिए, ये हटा दो. अच्छा ठीक है.
Oh, I
क्लिकर
forgot to take off the mic.
एक मिनट जो I need. Okay.
First of all, thank you so much, Mr. David, for conducting such an informative and interactive session. It was a wonderful session. Please, guys, give a big round of applause. We need more shouts. Come on. Woohoo! Great work done. So I think we all are so energetic now because you all had really delicious food. So now you have to be more attentive. Okay. So our next session will be taken by Mr. Ankit Sharma. He's in software engineer and GDE for Angular and in Microsoft MVP. So today he'll be providing a session on how to create a full stack web app using Blazor, WASM and GraphQL. So can we give a big round of applause for Ankit?
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon. So today, as you can see, the topic says creating a full stack web application using Blazor, WASM, and GraphQL. So how many of you know about Blazor or GraphQL? Okay, okay, we have few people. And how many of you know me? Okay, we have few more people. Okay, so let us start with myself, then we'll move to Blazor and GraphQL also. I am Ankit. I am a software engineer working with Cisco. I am a Google developer expert for Angular and a Microsoft MVP. And I also blog at my blog, ankitsharmablogs.com. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn and Twitter. The handles are mentioned below. So, yes. Shahrukh Khan. You see this? Good. Okay, can I move on? Okay. So I request all of you to please share your learnings and images from this session on Twitter and tag me over there. You can use the hashtag #CSharpCorner, and I've also mentioned my Twitter handle over here. So please share and show some love on social media. Now we'll start with our talk. So what we are going to do today? So we are going to create a full stack web application using Blazor, SQL Server, and GraphQL. We'll create an employee record management system, and it will have features such as CRUD, which stands for create, read, update, and delete. And we'll also allow to filter the employee record, that is a search option, and we'll also do client-side form validation using Blazor. So the technology stack which we are going to use is Blazor WebAssembly. The short form is WASM, which is pronounced as WASM. So Blazor WASM, SQL Server for database, Entity Framework Core as our ORM, and then we have hot chocolate, banana cake, pop, and strawberry shake. These are not drinks. Please note that hot chocolate, banana cake, pop, and strawberry shake are not drink. And also, this is not a mistype. So these three are third-party APIs, I would say third-party packages, which allows us to use GraphQL with Blazor. So we are going to learn about these three, and also we will learn how we can use them. First, an important question: what is GraphQL? So GraphQL is a query language for the APIs, and it allows the client to request for the data which it needs. So if you compare it with the REST API, so in REST API we have one endpoint, and if we hit the endpoint for the same input, it will always give the same output. However, in case of GraphQL, which is a client-side query language, the client can request for the data which it needs. So client has the power, not the server, which is very important. And we are going to see all of this in action. So the first few minutes will be theory, and then we are going to do a demo over there. And also the GraphQL is open source, and the apps which use GraphQL are faster and stable because the control lies with the client, not with the server. Now the important question, what is Hot Chocolate? So Hot Chocolate is an open source GraphQL server for .NET platform. So in GraphQL, we'll first create a server, and then we also create a client. So Hot Chocolate is a package which allows you to create GraphQL server for .NET application. And it also allows us to create GraphQL endpoints. It is easy to set up, and we can easily create our application without the need to create a full-fledged server. So then we have Banana Cake Pop. Banana Cake Pop is an IDE. It allows us to test and validate our GraphQL endpoint. It is integrated. When we install Hot Chocolate, we also install Banana Cake Pop-up, and when you run the application, you can actually see and hit your endpoint right there, which is easy for testing. Then finally, what is a Strawberry Shake? So Hot Chocolate was the server, and Strawberry is the client. So a Strawberry Shake allows us to create a GraphQL client for a .NET platform, and it allows us to connect with any server. And it allows us to generate a C# client for GraphQL queries. We can interact with local or remote data through GraphQL, and we can also use reactive APIs to interact with the state on the GraphQL. So we are going to use all these three tools, but before going to the demo part, we should understand few terminologies. So the important terminology in GraphQL is query and mutation. So a query is defined as a GET request or a request which allows us to fetch data from the server. It is similar to a GET request in REST API, and it is a read-only operation. That is why it is called query. And similarly, we have mutation. And as the name said, mutation, it allows us to mutate the data or change the data. It is similar to put, delete, or post operation in REST. Before we start our development, the prerequisites are to install Visual Studio 2022. And when you install Visual Studio, please select ASP and web development workload. It allows us to do Blazor development. And also we have to use SQL Server for our database. Now, demo time. So I have already, I hope it is visible to all of you. The size is good. Brightness is more. Okay, I will see if I can do something. I to decrease the brightness. I don't know. Okay. Okay, this is good. No. I don't like dark mode. Dark mode is useless. Okay, so we are going to use Visual Studio. I have already created an application in the interest of time, obviously, and we are going to use repository patterns. The first step of creating a repository pattern is to create a interface which I have created. It will have all the functions for the CRUD operation. So we are going to create an employee record management system where we can have the name of employee, employee IDs, and other stuff. So there is a database I like to show you. In the database, I have created two tables. The first table is called employee. Initially, it is supposed to be empty, but I have added one record for the demo purpose. And then we have a table city, which has a list of predefined city. And we are going to use this city table to populate a drop-down list on the client side. And while adding an employee, we can select the value from this drop down, and we'll select the city name. So, okay. So after we have created our interface, the next step is to create our employee data access layer. Here I have implemented the interface and I have used entity framework core to implement all the functions. So first is add employee function. Here I am accepting a object of type employee, which is a model. So if you go to the models, you can see here employee.cs. It has employee ID, name, city, department, and gender. And I have used the field required, which means that whenever we are creating an object of this class, the field name, city, department, and gender must be provided, otherwise we'll get an exception. So that is why I have marked it as required. Similarly, we have a city class which contains two fields, city ID and city name. The structure of class is same as the structure of the table, which we have seen in database, and these models are created using DB first approach of entity framework code. Now in the data access layer, we have the standard method for add employee, then we have the method to get all the employee list, so we are getting all the employee, and then we have update employee. It will accept an employee record, employee object, and update the existing employee data. And then we have delete employee, it will accept employee ID and delete the data. And then we have get city, which will accept the list of cities. So these are the standard function. Then in the GraphQL folder, we have created a class called employee query resolver. So if you remember, we discussed queries in GraphQL. Queries are those operation which contains only get operation. So here we have added two queries, one to get the list of employees and one to get the list of cities. Now there are few things which is specific to GraphQL. You see GraphQL description. This particular, I think on the last row you can see the screen and the code is visible to you guys. Last row. Can anybody confirm? It is visible? Okay, cool. So the GraphQL description allows you to provide the description of your queries or mutation. It's a plain string field. You can add anything which you want, and whenever you see it on the ID, you will see the description. Then we have use filtering. The use filtering method, use filtering attribute allows us to filter the record on the client side. So when we get the employee list, now I can filter using any field of the employee list. So we are going to see this in action. Similarly, we have get city list. In case of get city, I have only added the GraphQL description. I am not allowing filtering over here because this is a read-only field and we are just bind it to a UI drop-down. Similar to the query, we have mutation. And as we discussed, mutation is about changing the data. So here I have added add employee, edit employee, and delete employee. And if you can see the name, it is calling all our service functions which we have created for the add employee, edit employee, and the delete employee. Okay. Now we will go to program.cs file. This particular line of code is very important. Please understand it. So here I have written add GraphQL server, which allows us to create the GraphQL server when our application is running. Then register service, that is our interface. So it allows us to register the service and register DB context. So this is the DB context name. It is required to do that so that the GraphQL can work in sync with the EF code. If you will not do that, then you will see that the application start crashing, or you might see that we will get some error related to entity framework. Then we have add query type and add mutation type. If you have more than one queries and you have more than one mutation, then you can use multiple add query type and multiple add mutation type. And finally, since we have added use filtering in our employee query, we have added add filtering. So this is all the GraphQL server configuration. At the end, we have added this particular line. Here we are configuring the endpoint using the map GraphQL function. So it allows us to access GraphQL server. The default endpoint is your base address of the application / GraphQL. If you want to change the endpoint, then in this map GraphQL function, you can pass any other string. For example, let's say I want it to be C# corner GraphQL server, something like that. Then in the map GraphQL function, we can pass that particular string value. So we'll go to the client side quickly. In the client side, I have added the pages. So here we have added a employee data component. The employee data component allows us to fetch the data, and then we can show the data in a tabular format on the UI. And if you can see that, here there is a function. So let's say you can see that it says employee client dot fetch employee list dot execute async. So from where we are getting this particular value, from where this is coming. So if you remember, we discussed about the client strawberry shake. So I have already configured strawberry shake over there. Once you configure the strawberry shake client and you add your GraphQL queries, and you build the application, it will automatically create a generated folder, and inside the generated folder you can see this particular class. This is generated by GraphQL client strawberry shake, and we are not supposed to change it, and we are going to use the function which it has created inside this particular class. So this is a very big file, and it contains all the type definition on the function definition, and in our component we are going to call that. So employee client is the name of the class, fetch employee list is the name of the function, and we are executing it. We get the data result, and whenever the GraphQL returns the data, it always contains an object called data. So that is why we are checking result.data, because this is the object which contains all our data. If it is not null, we are creating a local object. Similarly, we are using a filter employee. So filter employee, it will provide you a search functionality, and whenever you perform a search, this function will be called and it will filter the list of data and then bind it to the UI. And then we have the delete employee, which it will delete the employee data. In the client, in the Razor page, I have created the HTML. This is the important point which you can see that here I have used a binding in Blazor. So if you see that, we are binding the value to search a string property, and we are binding on input, and on keyup we are calling the filter employee. So as you type, the filtering, this function will be called and filtering will happen as we type. You don't have to press enter or any other button. So that is how we can do data binding in Blazor. And then if the data is not null, we are using a table to show the data, and every row has two action field, one for edit. So this is the edit, and then one for delete employee. And then I have added a add edit employee Razor component. This contains a form. This form will allow you to add or edit the employee data, and this also contains client side validations. So how we are doing that? Let's see this. So in the template, we are using the edit form component. So the edit form component is provided by Blazor to create forms, and inside that we can create our forms of our choice. Important point to note is line number 13, line number 20, and line number 31. You can see I have used input text, input select. It is not the standard HTML tags. Input text tag is provided by Blazor, and it allows us to do two-way data binding and also allows us to bind the error methods. So input text, input select, and similarly there are multiple predefined custom tags provided by Blazor. So whenever you are creating a form using Blazor, we should always use these tags. And this particular line number 9, data annotations validator, it will allow us to validate against our forms. So if you remember, when we created the model, we have provided required field. So when we submit the form, if the model is not fulfilled, like if you miss some things, the required field will fail, and this data annotation validator component will kick in, and you will see the error on the screen. So this is how the code is working. So now I'm going to show you a output. So let's click F5 and we'll see. Okay, first of all, we are going to see the GraphQL server. So what is the default endpoint? /GraphQL. So this is banana cake pop. This is the IDE. This is called banana cake pop. Here you can see there are 3 tabs. First is operation, schema reference, schema definition. So first of all, we are going to see the schema definition tab. In the schema definition tab, you can see the details of all the schema of your of your GraphQL types. Here you can see employee query resolver, get the list of movies. You remember we have provided this information. Where is my class? Let's see here. So here we have provided a description. So all those data is coming in the schema definition. So this allows you to check what kind of schema you have on the server and what are the values or what are the things provided over there. Then another tab is schema reference. This is very important and it will allow you to understand the code. On the right side, you can see employee query resolver, which was the name of our query. It has two queries, one for city list, one for employee list. Similarly, if you go to employee mutation resolver, it has three mutation, one for add employee, delete employee, edit employee. And if you see, it also says the description, add a new employee data and what is the input it is taking. So if you go to our server and if you go to our mutation, you can see that this particular add employee mutation contains accept a employee type as input. This is the injection for our service, so this will not go into the definition. So if you see, the same information is provided over here. So this means this particular IDE banana cake pop will give you all the information of the complete type system of your GraphQL server. Now, operations. Let me clear all of this. Now, if you want to perform some operation, you can do it over there here, and you can see the results. So let's do something. So first of all, we are going to use a query. So we'll type query, and you can see it will also show you the IntelliSense. So if I write query, so we are going to do query. Which query? City list. If you remember, we have added city list, and city list has two fields: city ID and city name. You can see this via IntelliSense. If you run, you can see all the data coming over here. Now you can see that it comes under a object. Sorry, it comes under a object named data. This is set by default from GraphQL. Every GraphQL output comes under the object with name data, and it contains the city list and the data which we have asked for. Now, if you remember, I said the client has the complete control over the data which they want. Now imagine I do not want city ID. I just have to remove it from here, and if I run the application, we will see only the city name, we will not see the city ID. And this is the power of GraphQL. The client has the power to ask for what they need, and server does not have any power, and that is the most important benefit, and it also allows you to save on network cost. So if you are working on enterprise level application, every network call and every single word on network adds to your network payload, and again it adds to your expenses in one way or another. So GraphQL will help you to decrease that expenses by allowing the client to ask for only what they need. I will quickly show you the output of the employee. So again, query and employee list. And what are the fields we have? Employee ID, name, gender, department, city. Run the application. Right now in the database, there is only one employee which I have added, so you can see all the field. Again, here we can ask for anything we need. Let us see that I do not need employee ID. I do not need department. I only need this name, gender, and city. If I run, you can see it is only returning me name, gender, and city field. And this is the power of GraphQL. It gives the power to the client to ask for what they need. So this is for banana cake pop. Now, one important point to note this, that there is only one API endpoint is hit. There is no multiple API endpoint, right? Like REST. In REST, you have multiple endpoint like add employee, delete employee, edit employee. Here we have only one endpoint, that is GraphQL. So this is our endpoint name. So if you check in the networks tab, I will show you that right away. Let's go to the home page of the application which we have created. Let me inspect it. Go to network and load the page. In the network tab, you can see that where is that GraphQL? Only one endpoint is hit, and in the response, we are getting the data of the employee list. So there is only one graph endpoint always. So we have created our application. Now I am going to show you the demo of the complete CRUD operation. So we'll add an employee name. We'll use the name Rahul. And there is a reason for that. I will let you know. and department, let's say marketing, and city, my favorite city. Okay, no, we are in Delhi, so Delhi is my favorite city. So I have added it, and it is added pretty quickly. Now I forgot to show you one thing, we'll show it again. I go to this page and I click on save. You see, this is a client side validation. These fields are required. If you do not provide it, you will see an error. You will see, and if you see that the field, the border of the field is red, this is provided by that custom input type of the Blazor, like inputs. I told you about the select input and the input type. So that is how it is provided, the beautiful red border. So it says that fields are required. So I'm going to add Rajiv, gender male, department dev, and city Bangalore, save. Now you can see that I have added 3 employee. You can see the records, and we have edit and delete field corresponding to each employees. Now if I want to edit it, let's say if I go to this person Rajiv and I change the department from dev to, let's say, finance, and city from Bangalore to, let's say, Mumbai, I click on save, you can see that it is updated in real time. So that is how we can perform the CRUD operation. Final thing which I want to show you is the filter. So here you can see that we have a field which says search employee by name. It will work as we type, and that is why I have added the name Rahul and Rajiv. First 2 characters are same. Now let's say, and it is also case independent. So if I add Rahul, RA, you can see that 2 fields are coming. If I add H, see what happens. This one is coming. Now if I add Rahul, things good. If I add space, it says no records found. Now if I clear it using this box, the field is cleared and we are seeing all the data over here. And this, all of this is happening entirely on the client side, hence it is super fast. So that is how we can create a CRUD operation using Blazor WASM and GraphQL. That is all from my side. Thank you. And we are also going to take a selfie. So just show some love. We'll see. अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है. Okay. Shout. Okay, I am going to create a video from here to here, and you have to shout. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you. Shahrukh Khan को बोल देना, if he needs any help he can contact me on social media. Handles mentioned है. Handles there. Okay, one more thing before we close. All of you please pull out your phone and take a photograph of this particular screen. This is very important screen. So if you want to learn more about GraphQL, you can go to the first link, graphql.org. If you want to learn about hot chocolate, strawberry shake and banana cake pop, go to the second link, that is chillicream.com. Chili Cream is the company which create all these 3 packages. And the last one is the GitHub repo link of the application which we have created. You will find everything. Download the application, use Visual Studio, create a SQL Server database, connect using your connection string, press F5, and you will see the exactly same output which we have seen. And that is all. Thank you.
Guys, please settle down quickly. We'll be starting our session within 5 minutes. Okay? I told them to settle now. They're just leaving.
So,
Guys, on the door there, please get inside. Have your seats.
दे दे यार हो तो
Guys, settle a bit fast. Please, please, please make it fast, everyone.
दे दे हाँ yes yes please.
Okay. Welcome back. I think you all had your tea break and now you all are full. So today we are going to welcome the next speaker of the day, and his name is Mr. Nitin Pandey.
Thank you so much.
Pandit, sorry. He is, let me just give a brief description about Nitin sir. So he's really enthusiastic person. He is really energetic person. I'm damn sure he's going to at least create memories and add on to more into our knowledge today, for sure. And guys, please be more participative because we have goodies. We're all waiting for you, okay? We have goodies to give away. So be energetic, be attentive, be more interactive, ask as much question as you want because this is your time, right? You won't get so much good speakers, so talented, who have taken out time from their schedules to make this beautiful evening, you know? So they are investing their time and you should also make a wise use of it. So can we just give a really big round of applause for Nitin? And a big shout out.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for still being with us. And I know it's a must be a tiring day. You are over here since morning, and some of you already have started your day very early today to reach over the venue. So again, so big thanks. I can't explain like how we can devote our time for you and you are devoting your time for us. That's how community sense or community makes some senses in this world. So in this entire conference today, we are going to have so many events like for tomorrow also, and we had so many other events yesterday until morning also. I'm probably sure you have learned so many things. And before my session, there was already an event which is done by Ankit Sharma, one of my friend. who have already explained what the Blazor and how Blazor validation can work. And I'm going to tell you some of the same features and why you should have to start your career on a Blazor things. So this is not something like how you have to code over it. This is more than it if we are going to start, because today there's so many other platforms. Some of my friends are teaching you Angular, JavaScript. They all are good. There is no categorization like which you have to do on behalf of certain points. It's something like what our customers require at the last. So that's what we have to select. But before that, if we have to start something learning, so then we can prepare our mind what we have to do. Is that we can learn today? So thank you so much once again, and let me quickly start with the agenda today. It's just a simple agenda that we have to learn. 10 reasons to choose Blazor over maybe some other front-end frameworks, or maybe some other technologies of the backend you are using right now. Or are we ready for using Blazor? Because Blazor started, you can say, a few years back, but still we are getting less number of projects as comparative to other. But trust me, I'm going to make your mind prepare. Like this is something that you should have to work on, which can help you out in future. So this is something. And if we have to start what is Blazor, I'm not sure like should I tell you this or not, because Ankit already has explained this in the last session. But just to make you maybe a quick information about it, you can just read out or you can just listen over here. Blazor, it's nothing a new technologies, which is just you can say an extension part which is done by Microsoft in the previous full stack platform, that is ASP.NET Core. And that is a very well established platform in the market. There's so many projects already started on ASP.NET Core, and some of the projects they have been migrated from the previous or the last technologies we was working on the Microsoft technology stack. So why should Blazor? There's so many other reasons which you can find. Some of the people just use Blazor because they are quite comfortable with which is C#, or maybe some of the you can say developers are using Blazor because they want to go with Microsoft with the name only, or some of the people just love some other flavors of it. So we have so many things to learn about it. As you can see, Blazor is something which is start for, you can say, Razor and plus browser, which is called. So that makes a sense, complete a word. And the best part about over Blazor is there is no categorization about front end and back end. There's a stand-alone technologies which we was using since past, from so long. It's simple, just C#. So just using C#, you can use whatever you wanted to write some operations on the front end or maybe on the back end. That's completely your choice. There are some segregation in between whether you have to go for a Blazor Wasm or Blazor server. This is something different categorization that I would suggest you. If you start your learning with Blazor, then go ahead this comparison. Which should I perfect and which should actually fulfills my requirement. So this is not something like that. If we have to use Blazor, we can't go ahead with Wasm or we can't go with you can say server. This is completely depend on my customer's requirement of the use case we wanted to implement. So just to start with, reasons of using Blazor. The best part about Blazor is I'm not categorizing any single language over here, but trust me, C# is no more, you can say, having less compatibility or maybe less, you can say, features than other programming languages. It's similarly having the same, or you can say the same or equal power, which can use by JavaScript, which can use by any other JavaScript frameworks. You may have a comparison, not in my slide, because I do not want to have a comparison, because today I'm maybe telling you Blazor, or some other day I can be telling you over the Angular also. So I will not have a comparison over here, but I can make up your mind like which you have to select. So this is what you can do. So the number one point which I really like about it, which is using C# for writing my client-side scripts and as well as writing my server-side scripts. So this is completely, again, depends on the use case. Before that, if you need to write any front-end operations, you just name, even either it's a calculator, either it's a timer, or either it's anything which you have to be continuously, you can say, manipulating on the client side. So that's all we done into I would say JavaScript. So JavaScript, not, you can say, complex, but we love JavaScript since beginning, because JavaScript, you can say, most loved programming language since the beginning. But still, if there's a programmer or a newbie who wants to start with a career, so there may be a, you can say, slightly learning curve. So if I need to work on full stack as a backend, I need to learn C#. If something I need to work on the front end, I need to work on JavaScript. But here is the difference. Now, Blazor never says like you have to replace JavaScript at all. No, we don't say that. We still use JavaScript, but not for those portions which we have to write from beginning. So if we have some front end, you can say front end operations which we have already written in my previous technology, previous project into JavaScript, so can we use them? So answer is yes. So still you can use your existing operations which you have already written into some JavaScript file until you are not able to migrate them into C#. So that could be another option. Like you can migrate them in future, but still for today, you can completely use your JavaScript if you want it. It's not somehow you can say regulated that you have to close using JavaScript at all. No, we still love JavaScript. I also use some kind of JavaScript framework, but that, as I mentioned, there are so many other things that we have to keep in our mind, like which we have to select. So out of them, the first option is what should I have to use? And it could be like, do I need to write JavaScript? If yes, go ahead. If no, just write your functions which you can write into C#, and those functions could be compiled, debug on the browser itself. So if I'm talking about the next point, which is quite interesting and useful. So if there is a new technology came in the market, so the first challenges happens, can we migrate my existing project? Because in enterprise, you won't believe, but I'm working in a product-based company. There are so many different customers come from throughout the world. They are still using, some of them are still using, you can say like Windows platforms like WPF or WinForms, if you are quite aware with .NET technology stack. So they, in general term, they are using desktop-based applications. Okay, so even some of those customers ask me like, can we migrate somehow using like this particular application into Angular? The answer is no, we can't do it at all. We can't migrate right now. Can we migrate the same application into React for web? Answer is no. Again, you have to rewrite the functionality into JavaScript or TypeScript, whatever framework you choose accordingly. You have to write it. But can we use the same source code if that supports .NET standard? Here's a catch again, once again. So if, and that's pretty simple to migrate my DLLs into .NET standards. So if you are using your already some of the project, there are some of the project which is already being used by industry, like Windows applications, some accounting software or something like that. So can we use or can we convert those into web applications? So answer is yes. Microsoft since beginning supporting the previous libraries like DLLs into ASP.NET, ASP.NET MVC, ASP.NET Core, and just using and keeping in mind like we have to use the .NET standard applications. I'm probably sure you must be aware now there's two different .NET platforms, the complete .NET framework and the complete open source platform that is we call .NET Core. Okay, so that .NET Core works under a community .NET Foundation, and that's being supported by Microsoft, you can say open source community. Trust me, there's a big community at all. So the best part is, if suppose you have a customer and who is already using an application, suppose that was into desktop application, ASP.NET application. So the best part, just by writing front end or maybe just by creating you can say a front end application, we can still use our middle layer. I'm probably sure you must be aware with the middle layer architecture is. So there's a backend which is completely different. There's a front end that is completely different. Can we migrate them? So that's completely depend on what platform we are choosing, what we are writing on. So in the Blazor thing, yes, you can still use your previous libraries. And the best part of it, we can save lots of time. And trust me, at last, if something matters to a company, which is time, because time costs, a resource cost, or you can say the entire project cost matter on the time, on the number of resources they are going to be occupied. And the best part, if there's a developer in the company who is a quite old developer having lots of experience but into .NET technology stack, if you ask him to work on React or Angular, so that will be an entire learning curve for them. And the best, and I would say there's one more part, the company has to pay for their trainings, or if they will go for their own training, so that will not going to make them, you can say, more productive, because they have to do or manage their time out of their office time than to learn a new learning technology. But if you are going to use a technology which certainly they have already experienced on, so the best part is they can start working on the similar platforms from the day one. What will be the learning curve in that case? Just what the project structure difference, what the program start, program side, or whatever, like how it file can compile and a debug, or that's all, like how we can write code. Like this slightly different if we are using some previous technologies, we just need to use colons. If you are using something into Blazor code, Ankit must be have shown you some kind of code also. So this is something, there's a slightly different. Now, what we have to write in that particular syntax, that's all C#. Do I need to learn C#? Answer is no, because you have already working on the C#. So if you had worked on C#, so there is, I would say, a slightly, okay, I would say the minimal requirement for a new learning things. So that's how it can be benefited to our company. And trust me, industry wants these kind of platforms. Nobody wants to start a new project with a new hassles, how structure will work, how will define middleware level, or how will define my front end. So that's how it can help us, or it can help my enterprise to save lots of dollars. So that's how customers sometimes ask, can we do it quickly? So the answer is yes, if you are going to use Blazor. So you can still use your business logics, business libraries, middleware architecture, same sequence, and just a new style. And trust me, if you're talking about ASP.NET Core or any other framework which is supporting under ASP.NET Core, they are more faster than the Node.js platform, and which is provenly only available in the Google if you just go and search. 10 times faster as compared to Node for the front end. So if you are going to writing these kind of code, you can just use them. Okay, so this is the one of the best part. Still now, if any one of you have any questions, certainly you can be asked for now, or I will be having a Q&A session at the last. You can raise your hand and you can ask the question. Then I'll ask the question and I'll give you goodies. So just to make it interactive, be aware with me. Okay, so that's how we can start using. Next point is, the best part about Blazor is, I'm not sure whether Ravi is over here or not, but yes, if Ravi could be over here, so Ravi will definitely let you know there are so many new platforms coming into the industry, like Maui or some other platforms, where we are going to use Blazor for just building my cross-platform applications. And the similar platform application will work. That means the same code will work on your, you can say, on different browsers, as a mobile apps, or maybe as a native desktop applications. So that will definitely work for you. And that native application could be used as an Android phone, or could be used for iOS phones also. So that's how it's very, you can say, the best option for you to start and to choose with what you have to do and what you can select. Again, there is no learning curve. So that's how it can make your life very easier to get a new job. And if you are going to think about the job or the career into it, you don't have to worry about it. If you ask in this entire audience which is coming over here since morning, you'll ask more than them, because there's a community at this particular place. They are having more than, I would say, more than 50% over there is they're having experience into .NET, and they are earning so much. So that's how you can make your career also, the best part about it. Next is interactive reusable components. So the best part about Blazor again is, as we had worked in Angular, if maybe some of you, or in some like component based architecture based applications, like, or maybe Angular or something like. Similarly, we have the same scenario over here, that is we can use as a you can say reusable components. And these kind of reusable component could be a third-party library for me. I'm not sure whether you have the yesterday session. There was a session basically who told you, like, there is an open source and inner source. There are two different type of codes are available. Open source, that is available for, you can say, for entire world, anybody can go and can use it. The inner source is an open source just for an internal organization. Like suppose I'm working into, suppose maybe Infosys or Tech Mahindra, some Birlasoft, HCL, or some other big names. So nowadays, what the people are doing, instead of going and buying a new product from the third-party marketplace, what they are building their own, you can say, reusable components, so that they can directly go and they can directly plug that component into their application, so build their application quite faster. So that you may be aware with, like, open source and inner source, that will definitely help you out. So using this particular technology, you can write your components, and this work as the complete Blazor works on the same thing as a component based architecture. Every single screen which you can define into different smallest component. The smallest component we was using in the past named as user controls, partial views, or some other different names. But over here, everything, whatever you want or whatever you write, they are components itself. You can build individual components, you can use it further, you can reuse it multiple times. Some of your colleagues can help you out to having them, you can say, a same contribution in the same repository which you have published in your network. So that's how you can go and you can create, you can say, usable components using Blazor, and it's working perfect. One more thing I would like to highlight over here is, what I found, like there is a community which is, and you can say Node.js community. There are so many platforms, like if you can say React, there's Blazor, there's Vue, there's Electron. There's so many other platforms are available. People use packages from NPM, that is we call NuGet package manager and Node project Node package manager. So we use these two NPM strategies. For .NET people, we use NuGet, and for the Node persons, we use a Node package manager. So people said, like, if I'm going to work in NuGet package manager, you can say ecosystem, there are less number of packages available, or the limited number of packages available comparative to Node.js, because there's a huge open source community who contributes in this particular packages. So I don't like to work in a you can say technology. There's a less number of opportunity to work. If I need to do something, I have to write my code. But trust me, there is an option. Even still, if you wanted to work your Node package managers, still you can use any package which is available into NPM. And here NPM, I wanted to highlight once again, Node package manager, not NuGet package manager. Still you can have a collaboration, because as I mentioned in the beginning, Blazor never replaced JavaScript. It's always welcome JavaScript where we have an existing source code which is written into JavaScript itself. So if there is a code which is written into JavaScript and published on Node.js package, Node.js library, or maybe the NPM libraries, so what you can do, you can still continue with the same source code. You can just import the libraries by using your console panel, or maybe the console, or the console pod of your Visual Studio, or the Visual Studio Code, whatever IDE you are used. So you can just use and you can install them. So that's how it can be benefited for you for today, for tomorrow, and for the whole library which is throughout available in this, you can say, entire JS world. You can use anything. You can write your own, you can use some existing. So that's how. So you can use and you can create usable component. One of the best part, once again, as I mentioned, every point, like this is one of the best. So this is again. So that's how I select my five you can say 10 best features which I like most. So one more thing we have over here. Here is a challenge which we have to work, or which we have to select. That's, trust me, just 10%, I would say, in just about 10% is in your hand, not more than that, because this is recommended by my customer or my customer's existing application where we have to migrate it. So that's how, if you are working on an application which you have to build their structure, or their, you can say, the entire architecture, you can say from scratch, then you can take this particular flavor to choose on which I have to work. So what it is? So the first is that we always call Blazor server. So Blazor server Microsoft launched in early stages. Then it got a preview of one more thing, that strategy we call as a WebAssemblies. So WebAssembly something is an open standard. So that was, you can say, announced by as an open source community before Microsoft started using it. And that time there was only browser, Google Chrome, that was just using or just supporting this particular technology. What the WASM is, let me make this clear. Just a single word. At the server side, we use code like Java. We use code or compile code or build my code or run its output like Java, .NET, Python, or whatever. You just name any server side or maybe full stack technology that being compiled on the server then responds at the client. So these kind of technology we use at you can say my server side. What we get at the browser, on the browser we were just getting the files which is having an extension of JS, or maybe the CSS, or maybe the HTML. I'm sure you all are aware with it. An HTML part, you can see the skeleton, how it could be beautified, CSS part, and how it can functionally operate at the browser. It's my JavaScript. But can we use my Java objects at my front end? Can I use Java classes at the browser? Can I use my Python script directly on the browser? If you need to build up, if you need to run a Python script, you must require a server where you can build it, or where you can compile it, where you can just use it. You can't use it directly straight away. I'm not quite sure with Python itself, but yes, my experience is whatever I can see. So in today's time, what WASM has give you an opportunity. So WASM stands for actually web assemblies. And in this term, web assembly, they gives you an option. Like, instead of getting your JavaScript files on the browser, if you want, you can take a build output, and that particular build output, that may be you can say a dynamic link library as in DLL files, and they can be operate and they can be used on my browser side. Though you cannot see them right now, or maybe in today's update, But yes, if you see the preview, you can see the preview video of Blazor, you will able to see like how you can compile and how you can see the step-by-step code of your DLL files on the browser itself. So if we have to use them, that's completely upon your choices. But still, if there's something you need to work, you need to compile on the server, you can use the platform as we call Blazor server, or you can choose for the platform like Wasm. Wasm comes up with the capability like you can say low latency environment. So suppose you have a limited network connection with your client and you need to do so many operations on the client side quickly. So you cannot go every time to a server to make a new request just to get the code to build output and just come again with an output screen. So if you need to perform some such kind of, you can say fast or you can say very quick operations on the front end, what we can suggest or what you can do, you can just go ahead and you can use Wasm. And Wasm perform your operations very quickly on the browser side. So that's how it can help you out. It can help you out to take your decisions on the front end. When you require some kind of server operation, then only it requires a postback, and that postback required a connection to be activated. So then only it goes and it requires a communication, or you can say a communication between your client and server. So that's completely your choices, what you want, what you can do. And similarly, you have the both options available. Can we decide this later in my application? We always suggest you, because if you are going to create a Blazor server application, then later on you wanted to migrate it, that something not possible, you can say very easy to do it at the same time, because there's so many other dependencies or maybe the styles we have to change. But if you take this decision in the early stages of your application, when you are going to create your application, that will be pretty easy for you to start work. How? It's very simple. Just click on Visual Studio Code, or if you're using command line, maybe on Linux or Mac, you can just write a basic of command using CLI, and you can just write .NET, create new project. That's all. Or maybe Visual Studio Code, new project, Blazor, Wasm. That's all you have to select. 5 clicks. Open Visual Studio Code, file, new project. Simple one, file, new project, and select the technology as a Blazor. That's all. If you select WebAssemblies, that's all you have at the WebAssembly side. On the Blazor at the server side itself, it can give you the same. If you see the code, so you will not find much challenges, but their styles, how they manage project, everything you must be look like as the same thing, but the entire execution happen at the backend, which is completely different. Where the server side, where we call as a Blazor server, it's completely work on a socket connection. So if you need to do anything to be performed, it's make a signal or connection between your client and server, and it basically make a socket connection with the server and response whatever you require to be performed. So that's how it can work on server and Wasm. So this is very quick how we can go and can use them. Now, the best part, once again, it's completely open source. So for the people, like Magnus always says, so like if you are completely using some kind of a platform and you are blaming Microsoft, this is very costly, I have to buy some licenses, I do not want to use Visual Studio anymore, it's very costly, it's very heavy in size, I'm using a machine which is a very you can say low in memory, can I still use? The answer is yes, because it's not limits you with the Visual Studio itself. You have an option to work on Visual Studio Code. I'll show you the IDs option also. So as I mentioned, it's completely open source. And as this is a October month, and in every October month, there is a fest going on. If you have participated into it before, like October Fest, and there is an option to commute, like basically I would say, to communicate with the open source librarian, where you can participate by you can say corrections in their documents, by you can say having some new merge request, or maybe the pull request if you have something, or whatever, completely depends upon. That means, in short, you can contribute in an open source, whatever idea you have. So the best part about it's completely open source. There is no licensing fees at the end, which you have to be just buy for licenses. Like if you wanted to deploy your application on maybe different servers, like maybe dev, production, testing, or some QA, or any other production machine, if you have to deploy, do I need any licensing options? So answer is no. So you can go and you can, and again, it's very lightweighted. You can deploy with the several options, although there was also available in the past options also. It supports all the deployments option. Either you are deploying into a virtual machine or a Docker or somewhere else. So it supports your environment where you want. So that's how it's open source and help you out sometime. Again, it's work on the web open standards. So if you are using some kind of a technology which gives you a trouble not to support, like Safari sometime, not to support some time of a Mozilla or something. So the best part about Blazor is its work on the open standards. the web open standards. So each and every component which we have to use over here, either it's from their own or maybe from the third-party libraries, they are all supporting open standards. And each and every open standard, you can say component, work very well, very fast, very quick, or you can say with a very best performance ever could be possible with any other browser if you are working on maybe Mozilla, maybe Chrome, maybe Firefox, maybe Safari, or maybe some mobile devices. So it's very easy. So in short, what we all wanted to tell you over here is this is something which you can go and you can start. Okay, and this is very easy for you to work on. Either you are using any browser, that hardly matters. As well as if you just see the part like we are communicating over here today, what it is, it's just a part of community. That's all. Now, what we have, the Blazor part having a trust with the biggest community in the world, which is a Microsoft community. There's so many other communities available. Like there's a complete JavaScript community available who is keep supporting JavaScript or some different technologies or Java or some other platforms. Similarly, you can trust on a community which in the past that was keep supporting Microsoft products, and today also now it has the you can say the support of the both Microsoft technology communities and also as well as for what you call as an open source community. So trust you can give to this particular technology because that comes up with each and every community platform. If you quietly activate, you can say active on your Stack Overflow, you will see there is so many questions every day being registered just for Blazor, and you can just do it. You can just use it like whatever you wanted to use. Like you can use Stack Overflow. You can even tweet to directly to Microsoft support on maybe you can say open source community to the Twitter. So the support of this particular product is available on any other platform. It's available on GitHub. It's available on Stack Overflow. It's available on Microsoft forums. It's available on MSG. Where you are, the support is available. So you can say if you are going to use Blazor, you are not going to be alone. There's so many other company trainers, developers, and the programmers and architects along with you. They resolve, they can help, they can share their knowledge, and every time whenever you see there will be a best extension of C#, whatever Microsoft announced in C# now, that complete feature comes under this particular Blazor technologies. So over here I'm not telling you like what and how you have to start with C#. There's something I wanted to highlight, which is a Blazor. So if Microsoft going to announce any version of C# with the rich of features anytime, I believe the next version which is going to be I believe in this month only itself. So there could be multiple options. Whatever Microsoft announced, you will be having over there directly. So there is no more comparison like Microsoft giving C# features for .NET framework, some different features, or .NET Core, which is open source. There is no price, there is no cost at all. So Microsoft giving some less feature to .NET Core. They all are having a common sync in between both of the builds, and you will be feeling the same features. Whatever Microsoft going to announce for C#, that will be available for ASP.NET Core and the Blazor part of it. Okay, so that's how you can have a community part of it. Any challenge, any question, you can go on C# corner. There is a particular platform over there, forum. You can post your questions, and there's so many millions of users out there who can quickly reply on your questions. If still not available on C# corner, just go create your account and just post your questions. If not, there's you will find there's so many other questions which is already answered on C# corner as well as on GitHub, or maybe what's then on a Stack Overflow. Just go find a keyword, find a particular question, and you will get a reply very quickly. So that's how it can give you support. The best part of it again is like someone was asking from Ankit before my session, some of the feature how we can use with Reds and controls or some other controls. So that's what we call it, a complete ecosystem which is based on third-party libraries. So as well, like if you are using any one of them, so there are so many other controls available. So the rich library, the Blazor having their own particular platform, own particular, you can say UI component, HTML control, HTML helpers available. But still, if you wanted to have some more feature-rich controls like grids, if you wanted to use grid, and suppose in the grid side, you wanted to have a drill down options or maybe sorting options or some other options you wanted to have it, you can go ahead and you can use some of the third-party controls. So the ecosystem of this third-party control is very rich over here, not in this Blazor only, even that is available for Angular also. So that's why I wanted to give you a highlight. you will see a rich community which is providing you an open source controls. There are so many open source controls which you can go and you can use. I believe Redzen is one of them that provides you both of the environment. Like you can use open source part of it, or you can use some kind of a paid version of it. That what matters at last matters, the part of support is the company where I'm working, which is a similar into the similar industry like Infragistics. Infragistics also provide you some kind of a third-party controls that can be combined and built with, and with you can ship to your customer. Similarly, there are so many other customers too. If you have named sometime Telric or maybe some Syncfusion, they all into a similar space. I'm not having a comparison over here. This is a community event. I'm not having, or I cannot force you to use some specific Telric or Infragistics. I'm not here for that particular day today. See, what I wanted to tell you is like this is something you having a rich component available library over here is go ahead, find your library which suits to your design, which comes under your budget, which supports style match to your work style. Like, let me give you an example. Suppose you are working on a US project and the timing which you are working, that maybe a late evening times, maybe from 5 p.m. to maybe late 3 a.m. something like that. Or if you are working into Australian time, very early in your morning, or New Zealand is very early than that. So you can find the support accordingly. So if I'm going to use a community like Redzen or some other controls, and if they are not giving me a support in my time zone, so like how I can get the benefit of it? So because you have to wait for next few, you can say the day cycle to get a reply order. So this is how the complete ecosystem matters. So in this particular library, you will have a complete ecosystem. And in that particular ecosystem, you will be having grids, controls, drop down, select, map, drill down options, or maybe any other BI options if you wanted to highlight for creating dashboards, for creating a solution like Power BI or Tableau. So Blazor is so rich, you can do whatever you want, maybe by writing your own code, writing your own component, or by having, you can say, external UI component ecosystem directly from, you can say, Microsoft side. So that's how it can help you out. At last, what IDEs this particular Blazor is supporting? So Blazor now supporting all the Microsoft, you can say Microsoft ecosystem, for where you can use a Visual Studio to write the code and Azure to deploy its environment, and you can use open authentication using Microsoft Open 365. That's the one option is. But if you're not liking Microsoft ecosystem and still you wanted to continue, you have a complete ecosystem which is open source, where you can use Visual Studio Code, which is the world's most lightweighted and you can say the loved editor, I would say. So in that particular, what you have to do, just need to install quick extensions into it that will help you out to figure it out, your keywords and your icons, and that will give you a similar experience like Visual Studio. Not the 100% like that, because there will be not more options to add controllers, to add view. You have to do this practice by your own for creating your file to match with their extensions. So this is how you can do it. So the complete ecosystem work, either you are using Visual Studio for, you can say Mac, for Visual Studio for .NET, or you can say Visual Studio Code for Linux. So on any other ID or any other editor that supports your environment. So that's how we can do. But as I mentioned, some of the manager always says, we can't choose whatever we have to use it. We can't choose what I love. We can't use what I have certified on. Or this weekend, I took a beer and I learned complete Blazor or Angular. I use it the next Monday to it. So what I can choose at last, what my customer says. If my customer says I cannot use Blazor, I cannot use Angular, that doesn't matter. You have learned it. I have the complete ecosystem which is designed at my end, which is JavaScript based environment. So we should have to go that. So that's how. Here is the point from where my salary credits on time in my account. If I'll say and go, no, मैं तो कसम खा के आया था, मैं तो आज Blazor पे काम करूँ तो मर जाऊँगा. तो तुम कुछ नहीं कर सकते फिर, क्योंकि तुम्हें कस्टमर ही फिर भेज देगा, है ना? That's how we have to choose what technology we have, but what we can suggest you in a community, we can suggest you, or we can guide you a path which you can find out, which you can select. So that was a quick introduction about Blazor and some of the points where you can do that. So just a quick section where I just explained what I can tell you. I know there's so, like you can say, many sections has to be done. Or the next panel, just a second. This is second last session. Is this second last? ना मैं सुबह से भाग रहा हूँ, तो मेरे को भागते भागते पता नहीं चल रहा कितने सेशन चल रहे हैं. तो अभी ये सिर्फ एक Blazor का introduction था. We are going to have a complete training session at free of cost on Blazor, and maybe that will be in C# corner office on office in sectors in 360. क्या 360 बोल रहा हूँ? Sector 63. जहाँ पे 365 निकल रहा है मुझे. तो office is in sector 63. So you can be coordinate with me sometime. We will be having this in later December sometime in the winter time when we can have a cup of coffee and we can discuss the technologies. So we will be having a complete 2-day workshop in upcoming December time, or maybe I would say the second half of the December. That will be completely free of cost, and we will be having this hands-on. We have done this kind of practices in the past. If you have joined me sometime before, I guess Abhimanyu can tell you, because he's a guy. I just wanted to give him a shout out because he's a guy who came in every single event we do or any other community we do. There is like everyone knows him very well. Either he's a speaker, attendee. Abhimanyu, can you please stand up, and all of you can give a big round of applause for him, and then for me also. So that's all we need from every one of you. You learn so many things, but you never share them. That's what I'm forcing my friend Kapil to do it from since morning. And from that, so he is working in a big brand, and he never shares his technologies with any others. So I'm forcing him to. So that's what I'm just trying to say, everyone. What you learn, what you have, what you just wanted to say. We over here, me, Sachin, Abhishek, and Sachin Kale, different city. If you go in Mumbai, Vittal is there. Just go and just find. We have learned so many sections. We have discussed this in the keynote session also. So you go and learn. Any questions from my session? Why you have to Blazor or we are running out of time? We are done. Okay. So if any questions, or yes, or if not, I have some giveaways to give. I'll just ask quick 3 questions. Yes, please go ahead. Okay. No, I never said the Blazor is the best. I said, जो manager बोलता भाई वो best है. I said if you wanted to go and if you wanted to learn, then what could be the best feature to select Blazor? Let me correct if you heard it in by that way. Let me make it very enough. Please be seated. This is a very good question. Let me tell you. So what programming is most liked or most loved? That completely depends on the Stack Overflow, how many questions are getting posted on Stack Overflow, and how many replies are there and accepted replies. Are you getting me? So that's how they are finding, like, this is the programming which is used by most programmer. And you cannot say like every programmer loves JavaScript if they are working on it. समझ रहे हो? तो बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस क्या पता मजबूरी में कर रहे हो. नहीं, for that you have to make up your mind. So nobody can be expert in this house, or nobody can be expert in this world. You have to select what you have to do or what you have to select. Okay. What I can suggest you can start with a C#. Then you can decide whether you have to go on the web or maybe desktop, or maybe you wanted to go into cloud. So that's what. No programming language is best and no programming language is poor in this industry. Either you are talking about C, C++, they are still having so many jobs or so good packages, even you cannot think about them. So everything is good, whatever you have in your mind. If you just listen to the audience, if you just listen to the people, if you just listen to your friends, so they will give you every day a new question in your mind. Then you'll come back again with the new question: should I do it or not? So just make up your mind. I never force anyone to just go with C# or just go with JavaScript. What I like, my salary at last, whatever is credited into my account, and how it can be, what technology you learn, from where you get a particular technology and where you get the job at last. समझ रहे हो? तो सबके पास सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक टेक्नोलॉजी होनी चाहिए जिस पे हम काम कर सकें, जो मेरे को पता है. ब्लेजर अच्छा है, बट मैं कभी नहीं कहूंगा कि जावास्क्रिप्ट बेकार है, ठीक है, या कोई दूसरा बेकार है. देयर आर सो मेनी अदर्स. I won't have the name over here is, but yes, we have. हाँ, इसका आंसर मैं बताता हूं. The best part, what I heard from a customer is what resource power you have in your ecosystem. If C#, then there is no option other. There's no other options to go with any other platform. Have you think about like MVC got stopped? MVC आए ना, अभी भी project चल रहे हैं. Trust me, I'm working, as I mentioned, in Introversion, where I'm getting customers, they are still using WPF. So इसलिए nobody know the technology. सिर्फ एक बंद हुआ था, that was Silverlight. Apart from that, there was not a single web platform that got switched off. And Silverlight was a mistake. सबसे हो जाती है, ठीक है, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, सबसे होती है. But trust me, it is going to have a future. Just have one more question, please. Oh, just take, please. I would say just a front end part of it. If there is a 4 part, 20 to, I would say 25, 25, 25%. So just you have to work on the 25, rest 25 part of for the front end is. Okay, so here's my details. You can reach me out on my email ID, Nitin Pandit, the only Nitin at Outlook, or you can reach me out, Nitin Pandit Officials on my LinkedIn or my Instagram or Facebook, where you are. I just have one question before I'm just taking your time, just 1 or 2 minutes more. Trust me, I'll arrange the audience for you also after my session. Okay, so the next question I have okay, I'll ask 3 quick questions. Have you heard about WPF? What? Okay, so just please tell me, just raise your hand. What is the full form of WPF? Please raise your hand only. Come. Amazing. Thank you. It's for you. Next question is, what is MVVM stands for? Please raise your hands only. MVVM. Okay. You. MVVM, model view model. Is that correct? Yes. मैं एक बार confused होता, मैंने MVW तो नहीं पूछ लिया, but that's correct. Okay, please, can you please pass on? Let me throw it up. भाई उसी को देना please. Thank you. नहीं मुझे पता है, आपको मैं दूंगा भी नहीं वैसे. Okay, just last question. Okay, can anyone tell me what the latest version of C# is? यार पहले बहुत सारे लोगों ने बोल दिया वैसे तो. किसका? चलो एक काम करो, कोई भी ये उधर से इसने बोल रहा है वो ले ले, ठीक है. अरे चल तुम मेरे से बात में ले लेना. Thank you so much guys, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you so much for being over here. We'll love to see you once again in so many other conferences. Thank you so much everyone. It's all my pleasure. ये प्रेजेंटर उनको दे देना, क्लिक करने के लिए ना. Thank you. अरे नहीं रुको. चलो. Thank you so much. Announce कर दो please.
Thank you. Yes, I will.
Please be seated. We have more session and the start will be as a good in the next session.
Guys, please be seated. We'll be starting with our next session.
Okay, no problem. Yes, sure. Next. Okay.
Thank you so much, everyone, for attending the previous session. So now the next session will be taken by Mr. Manoj Tyagi. He's the team lead and full stack developer. So can we have a big round of applause for Manoj Tyagi? Please be attentive. We'll be having a Q&A round, and you'll be getting so wonderful and different goodies. So please be interactive, okay, and be attentive. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. So good evening, and
Thanks for Ankit and Nitin for the giving the session for different technology WASM and so all are talking about the CSAP. We are here for CSAP corner. We are talking about CSAP language. So today we will discuss about CSAP new features. What are the new features in CSAP 10? What are the new features are coming in CSAP 11 also? So the current version in CSAP, we can say that is CSAP 10 right now. So we'll discuss those features also. We compare the features of CSAP 10 with CSAP 11 also. And what is the new things in CSAP 11? So we will discuss that also. Yeah, so from last 2 years, uh, Microsoft is launching a new version of CSAP in November. So we are expecting that the new version of CSAP 11 will be released on November 2022 this year also, right? So we'll discuss the CSAP 10 and CSAP 11. Yeah, so today, first of all, we'll discuss the history of CSAP. So first version of CSAP 1.0 that was launched on January 2002. So that was the first version. And after that, November 2005, you can see there is version 2.0. Then after some gap, they have launched new version that is in November 2007, that is CSAP 3. So after that, every year they are like providing new version every time. So in September 2019, they have launched version 8. Then November 2020, they have launched version 9 with .NET Framework 5. So that was the previous framework for CSAP 9. And in November 2021, they have launched CSAP version 10, so which is running right now. And in November 2022, we are waiting for the latest version, that is CSAP 11. Yeah, so CSAP 10, we have some features actually. So we'll discuss the features of that. So first we will discuss the features on the slide. So first feature is that file scope namespaces. So you know that whenever you create any class in CSAP, so you have the curly braces in namespaces always. So in the version CSAP 10, you just need to mention the namespace on the top of the your class, and you don't need to make the curly braces. Yeah. So in that case, you can save the spaces in vertical and horizontal in both of the sides. So that is the clean architecture right now. Then next one is constant interpolated strings. So in the version CSAP 9, we cannot interpolate it. We cannot reuse the constant string in interpolation actually. But in CSAP 10, we can use constant interpolation strings in constants also. So that is the second version. Third version is global using directive. So what is that global using directive? So you know, whenever you create any class, on top of the every class, we have some usings keyword, and we have included like system.io and other using keywords also. So right now what CSAP 10 is giving, that you can mention just one class for global usings, and you can mention all the important using keywords there, and you can use in that class will be globally declared every time, and you don't need to write in every class. Then that using will be available in whole your project. So that is the new feature. Third feature is that. Fourth feature in CSAP 10, that is date and time. So in CSAP 9, you have till CSAP 9 you have date time object, right? But in CSAP 10, we have two new objects. That is one is the date only, and second is the time only. So now you can just use date only if you need only date, and you can use time only if you need only time in that case. The fifth one is the record stuff. So I'm not sure anyone is using records in CSAP right now. But CSAP, in CSAP 9, Microsoft introduced a record keyword that is basically a reference type like CSAP. So you can use records anywhere, whenever you use to initialize the objects once, and you want to initialize the properties of the object only once, and you don't need to mutate that one. So you can that is by default the nature of the record is immutable. So in C# 10, by default in C# 9 the record type was only the reference type. But right now in C# 10 you can have the record type as a struct also. So if you have the value type, then you can use the record struct also right now. The next one is the implicit usings. So this is a feature you can mention your implicit using references in your project file also, and then you can use anywhere. You don't need to write the global keyword anywhere, and you can use that in implicitly. Some of the improvements are also there. So in place of func, you can directly write the lambda functions. So I will see in the show you in the project that one. Null parameter checking. So previously we were using the checking the nulls like any object is null or not. Then we are throwing the error. So right now we don't need to do that one. Next one is extended property patterns. So in the previous versions of C#, so what is happening that if you have the subclasses, right? You have one class that is users, and then you have subclasses like users have the addresses and other things. So to access that one, you have to include the colons. But right now you can access the properties just by using the dot for that one, right? So that is next one. And another one is the assignment and declaration in the same disk construction. So deconstruction is different actually. That is not constructor. Constructor and deconstructor are used only for the object, but deconstruction is different thing. You can assign the values in the same line, and then you can use those values in the next line also. In C# 11 features, we'll discuss about required members. So previously you see that we use annotations and for validate our objects and properties, so we use annotations there. But right now you can use require keyword in place in front of the property, and that will give you the compile time error, right? That will give you the compile time error. Next is row string literals. So row string literal is the new things in C# 11, which is coming in later version. So in that you can like combine a string. So previously what is happening, if you want double quotes in a string in C#, so you have to write the escape keywords, backslash or something like that. But right now you don't need that one, and you can, there is a syntax like you have to start with 3 double courses, and you have to like close that with 3 double courses, and you can use any double course anywhere in that string. So that is Nitin. Next one is new line in string interpolation expressions. So till C# 10, whenever you are using string interpolation, right? So we cannot like enter to the new line of the string interpolation, but in the current version we can like enter any number of new lines there. So I will show that in my project. Then there is auto default structs. So till C# 10, if you are using structs, so whenever you are creating the object of a struct, right? So in that case, you have to initialize the property of that one, right? So if you are using string, if you are using integers, then in that case, you have to initialize with default property, that is 0, or you have to initialize with null or something like that. But right now, what will happen from the C# 11? You don't need to write anything. You just need to create the object, and whatever the default property of C#, that will initialize by default. So if there is integer in any of the property, so that will initialize with 0 by default. So that is the next one. Then there is UTF 8 string literals. So to use that, we have to use UTF string patterns there. But right now you can use UT8 and then .2 array. So that will give you the same result in that case. Then there is pattern match with span char in constant strings. So I'll also show that in the code. Then next one is generic attributes. So previously, whatever there is the syntax of the generic attributes, we cannot pass the T or something like that. We have to pass the type, then we can use the generic attributes in that case. But now you can use the generic, you can create the generic attributes, and then you can pass the T. And for whenever you are using the attributes, generic attributes, then you have to pass that particular string type or integer type there. So that is new thing. Then extended name of scope. So name of scope, you can use the name of with the variable, so that you can get the name of that in particular string. Then generic math. So previously, what is happening? You cannot use like T anywhere in the mathematical calculation somewhere. But right now, you can use mathematical calculations also. In mathematical calculation, you can use T in that case. So let's see the everything, how that will display in my code. So I will show you there. So I have console applications for every of the property. So if you see that first property is constant string interpolation there. So can anyone help on that one? Sorry guys, let me show you the first feature, that is constant string interpolation. Right, so I have used first string that is constant, and I have initialized that with some property. And in the next line, if I want to use string interpolation, so this is the syntax. You can see dollar with the string, and you can pass the variable there, and you can initialize this property with the constant string again. And you can use that multiple places. So like you know that some attributes are there with the methods, so you can use that with the absolute, you can use with other attributes also. The next one is date and time. So you can see that I have initialized one object, that is date and time here. And with date and time, I have initialized two new objects there with C#10, that is date only and time only. Right, so you can get date only from date time, and you can get time only from date time. So that will only provide you date only and time only. So let me show you how this will display in the console. Yeah, so first object is date time. So we can see there is date and time both, but in the next one, next line, yeah. Yep, you can see in the next line there is date only object, and that is providing only the date. So there is no date time, and the next one there is time only. So you can see the time is there, but the constraint is that you cannot use time zone here, right? Because these objects will not provide you the time zones. So if you are using the multilingual or time zone applications, then in that case, you have to use date time object. So next one is deconstructor updates. So what we can do that I have created one object. You can see here, first name is Manoj and last name is Tyagi. So what we can do from this object or this variable, we can get the properties like first name and last name with this syntax, and we can print them separately. The new things is also that if you have the property already declared somewhere, like I have declared one property first name, and again I want to do the mix match. So I can add new property and assign, get the value from the person here. So that will display the different properties of that object. So this is the deconstruction of the object also. Next one is the extended property, what we are discussing previously. So you can see I have a person class, and in person class there is two properties. One is first name and second is last name. And also we have another property with the class address, right? And address property have the city. So if in previous versions, if I want to access in version 9, if I want to access first name and then I have to access the city of particular address, so we have to use like colon in that case. But now in C# 10, we can use dot and we can access the property of that particular subclass here. So that is the new feature in C# 10. File scope namespaces. So yeah, this is the we discussed already that either you can use the curly braces here, that is also the same syntax is there, or you can remove that curly braces. So that is the new feature here in C# 10, right? So next one is global usings. You can see right line is there, but console is not there in the example. Yeah, so what I have to do, so there is you have to create a global using file in that case, and you have to declare all your variables, global variables here. And you don't need to declare these variables anywhere in your project. They will directly accessible anywhere in your project. So no need to repeat it code again and again in every file. So that is the good feature here in C# 10. So what I did the console here. So I don't need to write the console.write line in the program. I'm just writing the write line here, and this will work as expected here. Then yeah, so global using, actually I have, let me show you. I have created a separate file here. Yeah, it will automatically reference everywhere in the project. You don't need to mention anywhere. Yeah, that is that. Next one is the implicit using. So for implicit using, like if you have created some folders, then you have created some classes there. So in that case, if you want to access these anywhere, like you want to implicitly access there, so you can use include keyword here in the item group, and you have to enable implicit using in your project file. Then you can use that one. So next one is the Lambda improvements. So previously, if we have to write some function, anonymous functions, we have to write some func, and then we have to write like this type of keywords. But in C# 10, you don't need to write that one, and you can use the anonymous function like that one. So that is the improvement here in C# 10. Next one is null parameter checking. So what is happening in C# 9? So first we have to like check the variables if that is null or not, right? Then we are throwing the error, argument null exception, and name of that message. So in C# 10, what is happening? You just need to write this line of code only. That will manage all of your null exceptions and also throw the exception with that particular message. What is the exception for that one? So that is the new feature. Then there is record struct. So you can see that here I have created one record and struct there. So anyone know why we use class or struct? What is the difference there, and why we use that one? No one? Yeah. So C# is always reference type, right? And struct, you can use struct for performance whenever you have only the value types properties always. Yeah. So if you have the reference type properties, like you have classes, you have different type of references, then you have to declare your class and then you have to use that class. And if you have, you know that you have some calculations and you have some properties with only integer or some decimals like that, then you can use struct in that case. In C# 9, we have got new keyword, that is record. And by default, the nature of the record is basically that is reference type. But in C# 10, you can use a record as struct type also. So if you have the property within and like value type, then you can use that. The syntax of record is by default, you just need to let me show something here. And we will discuss something records also. So let me create a class and a record also. You will see the differences with records and classes. What is the difference? How we can compare the objects in C# and how we can compare the objects in records also. So the syntax of record is like you have to declare the record and then you have to declare the property with the capital. So internally, how it will work? It will work like that is declaring the properties in class. Let me create a class also. In C# 9, there is a keyword that is init. So that is the initial only keyword. Whenever you create any object of a class or create any object of struct, so that will initialize the property only at the time of creation of the object, right? So we have two things. One is the record struct and one is the person class and one is person record. So let me do one thing. Let me initialize the property for both of them. Let me show you something here. I've created two variables here, like two objects of the person record. First thing, I want to just console this thing. What will the output of that record? You can see the property here. So record will display all the properties with the property values whenever you see here. Either you can see that in the console or you can see here, right? And if I do the same for the class, so that will display only the name of that class, not the property of that class. So that is the difference, first difference between class and the record, basically. So this is the person record here. Then next one is person class name. So you can see here also in console. So that is one thing. If you want to compare the two values, you can see we have two objects for the same record. If you compare the values of that, or you compare the objects here, let me show you. So record will compare the values only. That will not compare the reference of that object. So this is the true. If you do the same with the classes, so class is always the reference type, you know that. And whenever you create the object multiple times of the same class, right? So that will always create the reference of that object in different things. Right. So this is the next thing here. Let me show you one new feature with the record also. Yeah, we have the public members. So that is the similar things with the like classes also. The same thing in record, we have the public. We can use the access modifiers for record also, like in classes. Yeah. So what you can do, you can copy one record from the records and you can extend that one with the with keyword, and you can update the properties in the next line. So that is the next thing, that will just copy the records from the previous one. If you don't write anything here in the records, so this will copy the same properties of the above one, the same values. So that will not change anything, that will have the same value with the blank also. So that is about the records. Let me go to the code for the CSAP 11 features. So there is one new feature in CSAP 11, That is file access modifier. You know that there are different modifiers like public, protected, private, right? Internal protected. But the new keyword, the new access modifier is there, that is file. So you can declare your classes with the file modifier, and that is used only in the same file. You cannot access that class anywhere in other files. So the scope of that file, that class is only for the particular file. So that is the new thing to learn in the latest version. Right? So I have created one class user, and I can use in the same file anywhere. I have created one function, that full name and everything. So if I want to access that in the different file, like here, so my class will not be accessible here. Private is used only for the same class, right? But you can create different classes in the same file, and you can use that class in whole the file anywhere in the any class. So that is the main difference here. Auto default struct, as I already told you, that I have created one person class, person struct here, and string is there, and the name like name is there, and the age is there, right? Let me console the property of this. Yeah, we have already console here. Let me run this project. We'll see the proper values here. So by default, I have given the name there, but I have not initialized the property for struct. So that is by default 0 in that case. As we discussed generic attributes, so the previous versions, we have to declare the generic attributes with the type, writing the type there. But in the new version, you just need to declare the generic attribute here, and you can use that anywhere in your properties. So that is next one. Generic math. So I have created generic functions here, right, for mathematical calculation like sum and average. And to use that, I am just passing integers, variable, and doubles there. So we can use the generic math now. That was not possible in the previous versions. List pattern. That is the new feature here. Like everyone know that there are a lot of patterns in C#. C#6 has initialized the patterns, but now you can use the patterns in the list and arrays also, right? So you can, so there are different things like discard pattern, range patterns, and where patterns also. So you can give the range to particular list or array, and you can check in your conditions that is matching your conditions or not. So let me debug this code, and we'll see how the output will be there. So we have one array where we have the Fibonacci series. So the first thing, I just check if the array has the same number. Result is false because the last number in my array is 9. Here we have the 8, and in the condition we are passing 9. So that will not match. The next one we can check. Yeah, that is also different because the elements are not different, and the positions are also different. So yeah, there are different things to check in there. So I have the project. I will share that in the GitHub repository, so you can check there also. Let me go to the next quickly. Yeah, so here you can see that I have written one message here, and we can like use multi-line string interpolation now. That is not possible in the C# 10 version. Pattern matching in constant, so we can use as span and then match the patterns here like this one. So that is another new feature. Row string literal, yeah, we discussed that one. So previously to include the double quotes, we have to do like this one, backslash and like that. Now if you want that in the C# 11, so you just need to include these three double quotes here and three double quotes here, so the output will be same in that case. And you also can use the interpolation with that one. So multi-line interpolation is also possible for that one. Next one is require members. So if you initialize the like declare the require members here, and whenever you create the objects of the class, let me show you here. So if you are using the constructor here, then you have to set the require members property. Otherwise, that will always giving the error in that case, because the argument need to be first name need to be passed in that case. If we are not using that one, yeah, so you can see there is the compile time error. You cannot compile your project because require member last name is not initialized here. So that is the next one property. And there is also string literals, yeah, that is UTF. So previously to check UTF literals, so you have to use encoding in that case. But now you can use U8 with dot array, so they will give the same output here in that case. So that is from my side today. These are the latest feature. I think that you have learned some of the things there. Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot. So yeah, so we have also I think some Q&A session in that case. I think questions are also we have discussed, right? So we have some goodies. Okay. 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 No problem. Okay. So I think I should ask some questions from our session so that I can understand who learn what and what not. Okay. So can anyone tell me the difference between record and class? Yeah. No, that is wrong answer.
Yeah. The record store data and class is responsible. Yes, sir. Is co-responsible.
No. Yeah, by default. That is the correct answer. Records are by default immutable. That is the property, and the property of that is init. Thank you. Yeah, so next one we can. Okay. So which version we have the required keyword? Yeah, which version we have the required keyword in the properties? Oh, many people are there. Okay, come, please. Thank you. Next one, I think I can give without any question. So please come on the stage. You one, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for the session, learning, and for the patience because you are here. Thank you guys. Can you? Thank you. Yes.
Hello.
जो भी देने वाला सामान है यहाँ रख दे कि दिखे फोटो में बैग्स एंड टी-शर्ट्स
हाँ लेफ्ट में गया हाँ no people are coming, let them come. All right. It's time to win some prizes, guys and girls. All right. Since you guys are so excited, looks like you still have energy. Let's do one more session. All right. Did you guys learn something? Let me know. Raise your hands if somebody who learned something new. All right.
Yeah, you learn JavaScript?
JavaScript bad. C# good. Yes.
What? Okay, let us do. How many of you love JavaScript? Show of hand, please. आप लोग सबको टी शर्ट मिलेगा. Thank you. बस इतनी? लो लैपटॉप दे दो.
क्या हुआ? आज ही देना. हाँ. कहाँ है वो? तुम्हारे पास? किसके पास?
चूज कर लिया. विनर चूज कर लिया.
हाँ.
लेके आ जाओ.
कहाँ है वो? अच्छा मेरे ऑफिस से ले आया था क्या मैं? Okay, good. It's okay. It's all right. It's a family. We can talk. There's no secrets.
सर एक मिनट खोलो. Some of you is going to get it. It's not done yet, guys. Picture abhi
From bar, everybody stand
let
on
us
side.
once again together.
Everybody.
I know the name of the winner.
Who worked hard on social media?
Yes.
Uh-oh. There's more people coming.
Yeah, let other people come. Yeah. This is good. MacBook Air.
All right. How many of you went to the Sharp platform booth? Anybody went to the Sharp platform booth? Raise your hands. All right, all right.
Okay. Where is the SAP platform booth? Oh.
So this laptop is sponsored by the Sharp platform. So okay, we just learned that one session is still going on. They're going to go close that session soon. Until then, we can talk something else. What do you guys want to talk about? Dinner? Who's who's hungry? No, nobody's hungry. You wanna come here, Shell? Come on the stage, say something funny. We need some. Share some stories.
Give a round of applause for young man here. Yeah.
Well, I don't have to say anything funny. You can just look at me, right? And you can laugh. So when they said, "Hey, Shell, we're gonna do a closing comments," they're like, "And by the way, we should start with something funny," and then they introduce me. So, but listen, yesterday I shared with some people one of my favorite experiences in India. So if you heard it yesterday, I'm sorry you're hearing it again, but this is my third trip. My first trip was 16 years ago or so, and it was a personal trip, so it was not for a conference. But what happened was a friend of mine in Mumbai said, "Hey, let's meet in Jaipur. But you fly to Delhi, and I have a driver there with a car, and then you take that car, and we meet you in Jaipur." So I was like, that sounds pretty good. So then I flew, and I landed in Delhi midnight. And I used to race motorcycles and race cars, so I'm thinking, how hard can it be to drive in India? It is pretty hard. So, not on top of that, just to understand my ignorance, I was like, "Hey, Mr. Driver, I don't need you. I can drive on my own. No GPS, no Waze, right? Just paper map." Like, how hard can it be? I'm in India for the first time. It's midnight, it's dark, and Jaipur is only 9 hours away. And I don't know how to drive on this side of the road. Seemed pretty easy. And then I swear, on that trip, everyone played chicken. And before I got to Jaipur, I don't know if I can say it, I think I peed in my pants 6 times. Because I was like, I'm not going to lose. I used to race cars and motorcycles. I'm not giving in. I gave in a lot that night. So anyway, that was my first visit to India. So to finish that up, as a former motorcycle racer, driving around in New Delhi specifically, I'm so amazed of how well things work, despite the complete chaos. It's complete chaos, but the flow is amazing. So anyway, that's kind of my story. So I don't know. Do you want to start giving out some of these?
Yeah, you want something?
Yeah, I'm done being funny.
Here you go.
I'm done trying to be funny.
Go ahead.
You go ahead. You speak something.
Are we handing out?
Whoa.
Not yet. Okay. All right.
Everybody in here? Looks like. All right.
Well, actually, you know what? I'll just do it. Is that right?
You want to ask? You can ask 4 sharp platform related questions.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Each of those guys will win bags. Yes.
Okay. All right. Here is one question for those that learned about the gamification. For anyone that joins C# Corner, if you're already a member, great. But if you're a new member and just starting out, in terms of animals, what is the type of animal that everyone is at first?
Baby goat.
Baby goat, yes. Welcome, baby goat. You won a prize. Okay, next question is, what is the first use case for C# Corner? Okay, hand. Yeah. NFTs, how? How? Okay. A token. How do you? Okay. All right. Listen. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. That works. Okay. Cool. All right. So yes to NFTs, but for certifications.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me see. Someone is going to be able to do a presentation for 30 seconds. What is an avatar?
Let's go right there, red shirt.
How do you want to represent yourself as kind of avatar? What kind of characteristics you want for your character? Customizing everything is called an avatar.
How it is useful?
So in Sharp platform, you could create your own avatar that is your profile.
Awesome. Okay. That's good. Yep.
That's good.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. This is probably the last one, but this is for
T-shirts we're gonna throw, right? Yeah.
this is for the few of you, because not everyone did ask, but some of you ask, what is the highest level of avatars? No. No.
Right there.
Yes.
Ravi.
The lady.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Unicorn.
No.
No.
Ravi.
That lady.
Ravi was saying, okay, yeah.
God.
Yes.
Oh.
For bonus point, how many gods? Okay. That's
we
good.
don't know.
That's good.
We don't know yet.
That's good.
Okay, you give some now. Yeah, and you give some.
Now you ask questions.
Yeah, I'll ask.
Thank you. Now you
Question. I got this. Questions are hard to ask. I don't even have any questions. All right, what is Dhananjay's Twitter handle?
What is my Twitter handle?
I don't need that. Hold on. Yeah, that's better.
He also doesn't know it, yeah?
Yeah, this is better. All right, what is Nitin's Twitter handle? How's that?
Yes, I know the answer. No, 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 no. No, no, no.
Yes. Yeah, right there. Yes, yes.
This is my honesty, you know.
All right. What is the hashtag for today's conference? T-shirt. Yeah. Yes. Yes. All right. All right. All right. All right. No, no. No, no, that's good. That's good. That's good. All right, relax. Calm down. पीछे जाके फेंको पीछे जाके दो
All right, we have more t-shirts. Have a seat. We have more t-shirts. Yeah. Please get your seat. We have more t-shirts. Okay. Please.
Order, order,
Order.
order, order, order.
We have see. We have still this mark to give away. Okay.
It's done. All right, iPhone 14 is coming soon. Be quiet.
Okay. Who all wants iPhone 14? अच्छा जी.
All right, that's for next year.
That's for next year.
All
Mitro.
right, let's do this. We should announce one of the. Yeah, we should announce this.
No, first let's repeat these.
Okay.
Four
Yep.
questions in the last.
Yep. Okay.
So we are going to ask you 4 more questions for these bags. Then we'll announce those bumper prizes. Is it fine?
6.
Bolo na.
Okay, so next question is, if there is someone who have its family photo in the wallet, a physical photo, raise your hand and show us.
Yeah, come and show us.
Family photo. No, 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 no,
photo.
no for you, sir.
आपके पर्स में आपके फैमिली की फोटो. यार.
Ask.
One, only one.
Amazing.
Oh, give it to me. Okay, take it. Give it to him. Give it to him. Yeah. Okay, I will give it to you. इनको बैग दे दो. ये दो. Yeah. Done. We are done now. Okay, give it to him. Okay. Done. We'll give it to you. Okay. Last. अब माहौल बनाते हैं. नहीं बैग रहने दो. अब हो गया. अब माहौल बनाते हैं. अब माहौल बनाते हैं. ठीक है?
Now the time for biggest prizes.
Yes. Come. पहले जितेंद्र मैं ना. Yeah, I'll announce it. All right, so we have the winner of our social media contest, which was going on since yesterday, and our winner is Jitendra Gund. Yeah, give a round of applause to him.
This is a Twitter winner.
This is maximum tweets winner. Come, Jitendra. And now the laptop. Right?
Yeah, I'll say something.
Yeah, but nearly you remember. I'll tell you name. First you say. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, ooh.
Okay.
Now time for the mega winner. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, as many of you know, and many of you have answered our survey and watched our video from the Sharp platform. So, thank you. I hope the ones that are from the C# community and active members gave feedback if you took the survey. So, for us, when we build a product or service, we want to know from the user, what do you think? So, yes, you answered the survey, but many of you also gave us feedback, because that is, do we agree? That's the most valuable. So we have selected someone, just so you know, full transparency, someone that gave us feedback and also useful feedback, right? So yes and no is great, but it doesn't make me understand what you liked or disliked. Is that fair? So I'm being completely transparent with how we selected the winner. It's not because they were the best looking or had the longest hair, right?
Oh.
So you're not winning.
I'd have
You're
owned
not
that,
winning.
yeah?
You're not winning. So with that, we have selected one, and we appreciate the feedback and hope to continue to work with you and co-creating an amazing future for all of you. With that, here's the winner.
All right. So winner name is Yash Singh. Yash Singh is in the room.
Okay.
Okay.
Next.
Ashwin Kumar Uthappa.
Move on.
Ashwin Kumar Uthappa. All right.
He's calling in.
Ishan Makkar. Ishan Makkar. See, this is called luck, right? Ishan Makkar. All right. Saksham. Saksham. Can we give a round of applause to these 4 people who just missed it? Give them a nice round of applause, yeah? Anurag Jaiswal. All right. So we had only these 5 winners. They are not here. He's looking for more winners in that. Yeah.
No, so we'll just say we'll keep it and we'll pick one. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So what we decided, since they are not here, you people are coming back tomorrow again, we'll choose tomorrow. Okay. Once again, if you know Yash Singh, Ashwin Kumar Uthappa, Ishan Makkar, Saksham, and Anurag Jaiswal, let them know what they missed. Okay? All right? And they had really good feedback about our platform. Very descriptive, very detailed. So thank you so much.
And maybe tomorrow you want to give some feedback. A good one. There is another chance. All right.
You can't do it twice. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Do we have Prince Singh in the room? Prince Singh.
Prince Singh?
No. What is second name?
Yes. So at what time you came here? Amazing.
Come. So they are the first to come. What is the second name? Second name? Gaurav? Okay, do we have Gaurav Nikum in the room? Gaurav. Because they came as early as 6:30. Yes. And you know why they are giving this award, getting this award, Prince and Gaurav? They came here around 6 a.m. in the morning. First to come. All right. Where is Aditi Surya Kamal? See, I got an award for you. Come. You know why she has won this award? She has posted her photo with me on Twitter. Yeah, that's truth. Thank you. अभी टी शर्ट ले आओ मनीष टी शर्ट देना है अभी हाँ हाँ कुछ ले आओ अरे all right okay once again which is the most popular language and who is most popular teacher on JavaScript? 50 more t-shirts. Yeah. Okay. उधर से please. More t-shirts. हो गया. हो गया. ये दे दो. All right then, thank you so much everyone. We are going to take a group photo. You are an amazing crowd. Thank you so much everyone.